So with that, we're going to be checking out Farthest Frontier. This is not my first time playing it. However, the last time I played it was like version 0.1.2 or something like that, like right after it dropped into early access, which is over 2 years ago. As you can see down here, it's at 0.9.5. It's expected, it was originally planned to be released at the end of this year. It does sound like it's going to slip to the first quarter next year for its final release, but I was looking at the variant, like the difference from this version and the final version, and it's mostly there. So we figured we'd check it out. It's been forever. It is a colony slash town, whatever you want to call it, building game that it's like Banished or one of these ones. It's a survival style game in the sense that you build up your town, you got to make sure you have enough food or people starve, you got to make sure you have enough firewood or when it gets cold people freeze to death. There are like wild animals, like I believe there were wolves and bears that could be a threat to you. I think there was combat in the game, like people would raid your town and all that, and you had to not like real-time strategy deal with it, but you know, put up some walls and defenses and all that. I don't believe it heavily leans on the combat side of it, just that is an element of the game. But with all that said, let's check out the settings and see what they've got for accessibility stuff going on. You've got tutorials and all that, not a whole lot to add there. Interfaces, it looks like you have the UI scaling, which I've already got mine turned up to 1.5, but you can have it where it will show hints. You can have it put notifications there, and so like, if you're like, hey, I don't need to see the crop ready hint, you can turn off the notifications one by one, so I really do appreciate that. Not necessarily an accessibility thing, but still, I do appreciate games who are like, hey, we've got these notification things, and let you customize it. You can turn on and off edge scrolling. That ends up being an accessibility thing that can mess with people who have motion sickness problems. Depth of field can also be a motion sickness thing, so good to see that. Audio adjustments. Let me make sure. Okay, we can probably turn up the master volume. Okay, that doesn't make a sound. Let's see. Multiple language support, so not a ton of stuff, but that's totally fine. So let's go to a new settlement, because I haven't played in absolutely forever. And we do have our 3 difficulty settings. It's defaulting to Trailblazer, which means that's what we're going to do. Generally, when I'm visiting a game for a first time or revisiting a game I haven't played for in ever, I will start at whatever their normal default setting is, because that's usually, to me, the way the game is intended to be played. And then, you know, from there you can go, okay, I want it to be easier, I want it to be harder, or whatever's appropriate for you. So we've got here, like, we look at, we get more resource, like, this basically looks like more food. More food and goods on Pioneer, less healthcare issues, and less hostility. Trailblazer seems to be kind of a balance. And then, you know, you have Vanquisher, which means you have far more limited resources and more health and concerns. We could choose our terrain, where we have the Idyllic Valley, which is a lush and fertile valley, abundant resources and wildlife, the perfect place to build a town that's ideal for pioneers starting out. We have Arid Highlands, dry, desolate highlands with infertile soil, sparse pine barrens, and wasteland, but rich in mineral deposits. Some resources are scarce while others are abundant. The earth struggles to grow crops, and fertile land may be limited. This is a challenging environment. We have alpine valleys, northern mountain valleys, thick with conifer trees, interspersed with lakes and occasionally meadows. The terrain needs the terrain tends to be hilly and challenging to build on. All resources may not be available, but earth is fertile and ready for planting crop. Lowland lakes, ideal for settling dense forest, lush meadows, lakes teeming with fish. Most, if not all, resources are available, and the earth is fertile and ready for planting crop. Plains, expansive plain with fertile meadows, dry grassland, and brush, but few forests, lower mineral resources. All resources may not be available. And then random generates a random map that could vary significantly between mountains and flatlands, lakes and dryland, and various mixture biomes. All resources may not be available, and fertile ground may be limited. The challenge is variable. So, I'm leaning towards one of these two, mostly just because we have everything available. I have no idea. Well, so random would be if I played this game a bunch. Like if I played through this and I was like, okay, I'm comfortable with it and all that. Versus these are challenge maps. And generally, since this is the first time playing and this being a survival one, it's very likely we will have struggles. So usually I don't go for the challenge stuff till later. Yeah, the only thing that gives me reservation is all resources may not be available. I don't know how big a deal that is. That's kind of the idea, because I played this game once 2 years ago, so everyone is like, oh no, we have Aaron. Wanna pull it? Well, I have a feeling people are gonna go for something like Arid, and then we're just gonna watch it game over because I physically have no idea how to play the game. So we'll see. We'll see what the poll says. So what are we doing? Normally I start these on like either default settings or something that seems, you know, pretty straightforward. And then we visit it later. Arid, Highlands. I'm gonna just nix plains because I only can have 5 options. Alpine, valleys, lowland, lakes, random. And we'll set that for 5 minutes. It's probably longer than it should be. Fine, you know how RimWorld works, yeah. Let's see, we already picked medium difficulty. No reason to go hard mode. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I think the arid ones would be a mistake. The lowland lake seems fine to me. Random, this is the one that who knows. Yeah, so like ideal looks like it's gonna give me like everything I could possibly need. Lowland lakes seems to be just another, not easy, I don't want to state it, but like one that doesn't have a particular challenge to it, so much as just thematically different. Like this one, it's like they've designed the map to be, yeah, well that's the thing, random can mix it, but random could literally give us nothing but mountains and awful. It could give us something that's super easy, like it's random, so we have no idea what to expect. This is the point where you tell Shut Up could go with medium mode. Yeah. Like, automod does not like Shut Up. It comes up regularly. Oh yeah, no, that was me. I pushed that through. But yeah, versus this one, it's like, okay, this is another really good tile that everything will be available. It's just these ones have different balance. I think this is just going to have more water than that one, is I think what's going to happen. More water and fish. And they'll have less water and fish. Like, Arid is definitely meant to be your hardest map, and Alpine is less, it's more difficulty out of inconvenience from the way it appears. Like having the terrain, so it's like harder to build is what I'm thinking. And then Plains is difficult because it's lacking a lot of resources. That's the way it looks. So we have almost everyone right now is going towards Lowland Lake, so I'll assume that's what we're doing until proven otherwise. I'm going to go straight to large map because it gives me no feedback, and I always lean towards a large map because you could do more with a large map. So we have our names, and I'll just give a bunch of like standard names for the randomizer that all sound like completely... El Dorado is apparently one of them. Completely reasonable names. Derpmeyer? Sure. Okay. Random name, mind you. We didn't name it that. That was just on there. So just letting the poll run out real quick. It's a little over halfway. We've got about 6 votes for Lowland Lakes, 3 votes for random, and then the other ones haven't had any meaningful number of votes. Huh. Potterdam was another. Elysium. Raidersville. Yeah, so definitely is pulling from a list. Graveberg. Who wants to live in a town called Graveberg? Mosquitoville. Dysenteria. I don't know about you, but we're living in dysenteria. Alright, so random's catching up a little bit. Lowland Lakes is still winning, and by a decent margin, but it has narrowed. I'd go to Gravesburg over Mosquitoville. Yeah, I mean, Mosquitoville is still, you know, one big graveyard just with more bites. Yeah, no, it's going back and forth. We got people who are pushing for the random. Like I said, we did play this game once 2 years ago, but it's pretty much an entire thing. What's up with these names? I don't know, but I appreciate it, because some of them are just, like, straight-up normal names. Some of them are, like... So you've got places like El Dorado, you've got some that are just, like, you know, just normal, like, Luxington kind of names. And then you have, like, Gravesburg, Dysenteria, Mosquitoville. So it definitely seems like they got a range. Looks like random's catching up. It's 8-6 with Lowland Lakes in the lead. That's the only reason I'm not just jumping ahead is I don't want to start it and then turn around and be like, oh, the poll went the other way. We're down to the last wire though, so unless random gets 3 votes in here to take the lead and no one votes for Lowland, it's looking like Lowland. You don't really live in Gradesburg? Yep, okay, so Lowland Lakes wins. That's good, because it's probably what it's going to go with anyways. Because I like the idea. It seems to be balanced. Alright, so we have advanced settings. We're not going to mess... Oh, that's interesting. So yeah, so you could actually go into your settings and be like, you know what? I want to have to fight for my resources, but like maybe I don't enjoy the harder difficulty raids, but maybe I want to have the dangerous animals. So they do let you find a nice balance. We're just going to keep it all in the neutral position in the middle one, because that's where it started us. So I'm just going to switch it back to basic settings just in case. We'll start that. There is a pacifist mode for if you're just like, I don't want to deal with that.
Life can be harsh everywhere. But in the old world, there was no hope of it ever improving. When our crops failed, the ruling class would still collect the same share, leaving our children to starve.
Sorry for it being so quiet.
And if we had any coin to our name, the taxman would appear, demanding it for the crown. The nobles hid behind the safety of their walls and did nothing when raiders pillaged the outskirts of the city. And so, some of us decided that it was time to leave. That we'd rather take our chances in the wilderness, seeking the promise of a new land, than starve to death in our homeland. The journey wasn't easy. We lost many along the way. But this wild, unsettled land offers us the hope of a new start as the masters of our own destiny.
Okay, so if you didn't catch it, to recap, they were like, yo, when our crops didn't make it, the nobles were like, hey, you need to give us the same amount of food, so the people started starving to death. If they actually made any money, the nobles would tax them and take their money, and then when raids happened, they were just left to fend for themselves while the nobles hid behind their walls. And so people said, y'all suck, we're outie. And so we are making our own town because the powers that be were not treating us well. And so we're like, yep, we're just going on our own. Like, we're going to take our chances by ourselves because to heck with these people. And fair enough. Tip, use a trading post to acquire resources your town is lacking. Sounds like living in a city. Sounds like living in existence since feudalism all the way to now. Because I wouldn't even define that as city. That's just existing. Town center. We finished scouting the area. Survey the land your villagers have explored. Choose a promising site to construct your town center. It's important to choose a location nearby resources you'll need to successfully build your settlement. Things like clay, iron, and potentially food. Okay, where is my pause button? It's not. Because I don't want them to run around and be dying while I try to figure stuff out. So let's, camera position, pause button. It says space, but I'm hitting space, and those people are certainly still moving. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Okay, so it looks like I've got foraging sites on, like, so it's showing all my stuff over there. And it warned me that I need clay and iron, which I can only assume the clay is the brownish, goopy looking stuff. And I'm guessing the iron, I think, is the second icon there down there. I'm not really seeing a place I could find the iron and the clay. That might just be the negative of this map, is it might be that iron specifically. All right, well, I'm gonna go with the, let's find a place that has a lot of, I think there, because I got a lot of forageables. I've got, I think that's coal and clay. Are you sure you want to place your town center here? Not really. I don't really know. But I'm gonna go with it. A villager is stricken with frostbite. Okay. I mean, I literally have put down a building and I'm already dealing with my first malady, so that's good. Okay, so we're definitely seeing not a whole lot of support and going on this. Villager professions, so that's job tab, resources and storage, prop summary, building menu, amenity service, we don't have anything, housing, I can't do anything. Oh, they have to build the actual town center first. Okay, I understand. I was like, man, you're really not giving me a lot of information here on what to do with it. Housing shortage, I understand. I don't see a thing over here that implies I chop wood or anything like that. Clear? Yeah, clear. So don't clear the bushes, berries. Clear tree stones. No, there we go. Harvest resources. I thought there was a tutorial previously. So I believe we go over here. I'll tell them to clean up the surrounding area. Hey, Nihide Lord. Found in amenities and services, the town center. Okay, so basically we gotta wait for them to build the town center. Now I'm gonna go in here and I'm gonna give us a little bit more music because game be quiet. Oh, right. You can store stuff in your ox cart and all that. Yeah, so that poor person who got frostbite immediately at the start before he could do anything, I don't think we're going to be doing much to help them. Because I got a lot of build before I think I'm going to have any type of medical care. So, you know, maybe they shouldn't get frostbite next time. So we got hawthorn, hazelnut, a boar, willow bushes, greens, clay deposit. It's warning me I have no wood. I'm actively working on that game. Alright, so we're getting our town center built. But yeah, so we will have to get stuff like food and water and all that sorted out. We're gonna have to start getting wood cut for fire. Okay, so it looks like we started just at the end of the winter. Okay. So we've got our town center. It has a list of basic needs. It shows the balance of what we're doing, I think. Basic needs, working, transfer goods, idle. We have the active disease of frostbite. Localization tag not found, df underscore player tip underscore has coat. Cool. So, we're right about to release, but we still have a couple things like that. We can apparently clean ourselves in here. Yeah, so we got one person who's basically bedridden with frostbite. Not sure where they're bedridden. We don't have those beds yet, but you know, it's probably fine. Okay, so what button was to rotate the houses? It's not those. It's tab. So start by building those two. Housing shortage, I'm aware. The other thing we're going to need to do is get... Let's see, storage, food, processing. So we have a hunter's cabin, a foraging shack, a fishing shack, a crop field, and a smokehouse. So I guess I'll put this over here, because we got boar, and we've got whatever that thing is on the right. I think it's just general trapping. So that'll give us some food out there. We can also go over here to the foraging shack. Oh, honestly, put that right next to the... Yeah, I'll put that right next to it, because there's a lot of goodies in range of that, too. Such a good foraging as all that. We can go to the next thing on our list. The fishing shack. Can't really make out what part's a problem. Oh, wait. Okay, so it's 120. Housing shortage. I mean, it'd be nice to put on the peninsula, but it looks like it needs to be up here farther. We had one spot over here, 130%. Yeah, so 130% is what we'll do for the fishing shack. Alright, so that's for the food production resources. I am going to need a basic well for drinking water. And probably for fire suppression as well. I'll put that down here with the gap so there's room. And I'm queuing up a lot of stuff. I'm hoping it'll have certain intelligence behind it, but we'll see. Okay, so it's highlighting the houses red and warning me that it'll lower desirability of the houses if I build my place for cutting firewood there. So put it on the other side of the town center. And right now I'm kind of just plunking down a little bit of everything. Alright, so I still need more houses. And we're going to surround all these with those. So we're going to let that get started. We're definitely going to want a road going out to our various outlying stuff. The game, my first commentary, I'd say, is the game probably could really use to have some kind of tutorial or whatever. Because they definitely haven't just dropped in. I think one thing that's preventing this from being a real big problem for me, like I'd expect it to otherwise be, is just the fact I've played so many games of this type. When you're replacing the well... Yeah, no, I saw that. That what they're talking about is resources, the well. They show that there's more water up here than down there. Obviously, I'd like to put one up there as well, but I think having my people run a long ways for that right now. I think I'll just put the one there. If it ends up being a problem, we can try moving it later. For the moment, we're just trying to get stuff built, figure all that out. Set exploration point. I don't know what that is, but I'm going to put up there. I'm assuming if we have, like, someone to spare, they'll run over there. Work areas. Some buildings have a work area in order to function. This circle defines where the villagers will seek the resources in the world. For example, a hunter's cabin work area defines where the hunter will go to seek hunt game. The fishing shack's work area defines what coastline the fisherman will fish from. By default, the work area is centered around the structure, but that is not likely the best setup. To relocate a work area, left-click on the work area button and move the cursor to the desired location. Oh, okay. So literally I can go here and find the work area button it spoke of. So I can shift that slightly over. Neat. So that way you don't run into that weird thing in these games where you build an area and you clear stuff, and then once you've done that, like, you just tear down the building because the stuff's not there. Like those kind of things that happen. That we have work areas, you'd be like, go over there and deal with it. Yeah, so we're getting the roads. Predators are attacking. Where? Okay. I figured a hunter would be able to hunt the game. I didn't realize a boar would be considered a hunt, like a predator. Toggle widgets. Okay. And there's a wolf now. Cool. Alright, so the F keys show all that. Because boars are mean. Yeah, no, I know boars are dangerous animals and all that. But yeah. Oh, here we go. So we have fast forward buttons a little bit. To get things going a little bit faster. Predators are attacking again. Alright, well, we may do a reset. I was figuring hunting the boars. Yeah, no, I realize it's telling me I need houses. They're already queued up right here. I'm aware, I'm aware. May find some nice deer to hunt. We didn't have deer in the area when we looked. Okay, so they will run around, like run home and go inside. Yay, we got one of them. As far as deer go, we didn't see any deer around anywhere nearby, so we've got the boars. We got more boars down here. We got more boars over here. They've already got queued up for doing more of that. One thing I know we can work on in the meantime as well is food production. That's a massive project. But we're still chopping trees, we're still working on all that, we're chopping wood. So we have lost some villagers already. Because there was horses or something that looked like a donkey on the top right of the homes. Oh, we do have deer over here. Okay, the problem I have now is I've already committed to building these, but we are losing people rapidly to that. It's like we might already be setting ourselves up on a failing foot. And this is the reasons why when people are like, do the hard map, is like, we've not played the game before. Let's not do the hard map. I'm kind of feeling like, because we could just send the people where we need them, that I don't actually need to put the buildings way out there. That I can move them around instead, which I would really appreciate. Not feeling like I have to be like wedged into a specific spot, because that happens in a lot of these games where, because you have to locate your stuff directly on top of the resources, and your people just will refuse to walk that far. That's the foraging shack. Salvage building, yes. Salvage building, yes to that too. Because in both those cases, I'm just assuming the poor people are just going to get gored by the boar again and again and again. And I suspect that we'll have to pace back and forth not, but yeah, so we can drop the hunters over here to the doe and check for resources in there instead. But that's lessons learned. And that's the reason why when you're starting a new game, even if you're like, but I've played lots of games, I know what I'm doing, you don't start in the hardest difficulty most of the time. Not that you can't play like a little bit of a round, get a feel for it, and then be like, okay, let's tune it up. That's fine. But just the very first time, it's best to get a feel for things. Alright, so for that, we would have to bring out your dead. Dead villagers left to rot will attract vermin and disease. Designate an area to be used for graveyards to keep your dead and keep villagers happy. There. It'll be just another thing on the queue to be worked on. Yeah, so I'm just trying to salvage these buildings, get us away from those boar. We'll start hunting over here with the deer. You're building a storage building. Desirability. Desirability is a measure of how appealing an area is to be lived in. As such, this mechanic only impacts shelters. A high desirability is a prerequisite for shelters to upgrade into higher tiers. As higher tier homes generate tax revenue, having increased occupancy, and required for town center upgrade. This is very desirable. When selecting a building for placement from the builder UI, you can see whether it impacts the desirability based on the chevrons next to its name. A green chevron means the building will have a positive effect. The red chevron indicates it'll have a negative effect. The yellow chevron indicates the structure has no effect on desirability. Once you are ready to place buildings, moving the placement preview, you've told me this way after a lot of things have happened. More people await to join your settlement. Amass a 4-month supply of food in 6 houses. Maintaining significant mood stocks will help attract more people to your town. Okay. So I'm basically being told, if you build more houses, people are going to show up. And food, obviously. Can you name the settlers? Yes, but I really don't know how long they live. And I don't really want to go through the time of naming every single one. If there was like a Twitch integration thing, I would be down for it. Generally, when a game doesn't have Twitch integration, unless the people live for a fairly long time, I usually just don't want to deal with it. Because it becomes this whole thing of just naming people, and that's the problem with Timberborn, for example. The beavers don't live very long, all things considered. So I actually really don't enjoy naming the beavers after viewers, just because I spend all my time renaming the beavers. So we'll see from people not dying tragically, just dying from like normal causes, like how long they live. Way too many settlers in this one for renaming anyone? Gotcha. Yeah, if no people have played before, that'd be a thing. What is bothering me is we have basically no food, and we're apparently already in late summer. So like I said, I may have absolutely just killed the town by making the mistake of building over here and getting ourselves done. Tragically is normal cause in survival game? Yes. But like that's the thing. I don't mind like naming people if like tragedies happen from then and on, and that's the only short deaths, but otherwise a person in the game lives for like 40 in-game years, which takes, you know, multiple streams to get through kind of thing. That would be fine. So the good news is I think we're doing well on fire. Well, actually, I don't know. Let's see, you get 10 settlers now with an influx of more soon. That's a lot of names to do. Wait till you have like 400 settlers. That's part of the fun of these games. Oh yeah. Well, it's the first playthrough, I was the second trying to learn. Yeah, no, generally with a lot of these games, I consider the first playthrough the write-off that you're like, hey, you're gonna learn some basic mechanics, you're gonna die, and that is what's gonna be. Okay, so now we need to change your focus location. Alright, looks like we get deer and whatever that last thing is over there. So we got our hunters running out. I have a feeling we're just gonna starve to death. We're already quickly approaching autumn. I don't have any food in the ground whatsoever. You do need more workers. Cool, that's your job now. That wasn't a bad spot. Where's that spot? Yeah, I'll go with that spot. Because I can get herbs, greens, and berries. There we go. Nice 200% food production there. I've had 2 villagers have immigrated to the village. So let's hope between the foraging, hunting, and the fish, we can manage to catch up our food. I'm not feeling confident. And we are trying to catch up our firewood, which is another thing to deal with. We're trying to get our additional houses. Now we've got our people tilling the soil over here. We got like as big of a farm as it let us make. That's a lot of labor that's going to be done before that farm is ready. There's also a thing I remember as a mechanic that you have like the flattened terrain. So if I look at I've got particularly hilly terrain, I can actually go and work on flattening it out so it's more accepting of buildings. Okay, you see this is not flat. That's fine. But when they start to get to too extreme, it won't let you build on them. But you can actually roll in and be like, hey, let's level this out a little bit. But it's very laborious to do it. It's not like other games where you just pay up a thing and then the ground just flattens. It's your workers walk up and they just start like chipping away at it to flatten it out. So it can be worth doing. But it means you're going to have a bunch of workers who are going to do a whole lot of nothing else for a while. What does that symbol mean? Workers are unable to source logs. I mean, I still have those set to... We have too many people working on the farm? You are relaxing. Oh, we do have people who are doing stuff. I think I just have too much being worked on, maybe? I should be able to keep the wood rolling in, though. We've got the storage building sit there, and it's set to usable. Okay, and that takes our wood and all that stuff. Hi.
Come and give you kissing.
Mm-hmm. I'm getting all my people killed.
You maybe don't deserve kissing.
It wasn't intentional. It's like, we'll hunt the boar.
Yeah.
The boar were winning that fight.
Yeah, like that's what the Boer War was about. That's not at all what it was.
I was gonna say that doesn't sound like something that's true.
No.
Okay, so they stopped working on the farm. They said it is too cold. So we've entered winter. I have 72 units of firewood. Is that a lot? Is that a little? I don't really know. Each household is holding about 10. So I'm guessing that's not much. And then I've got I've got 10 units of food. And our food does spoil in this game, so it's warning me that 9 units of food will be spoiling the next 12 months. So it looks like now that we don't have the people working on that, we'll have people going elsewhere. I am noticing that they have made mention of needing more stone, and I don't think we have any stone being collected right now, so let's go harvest. There's a singular stone there. Some stone over here. A new villager is born. You have made a terrible decision. Okay. Don't mind the wolves howling at night. It's probably fine. Yeah, so for the moment, they're still hunting a little bit. That's good news. Our fishing person is still fishing, so that's good news. They're stocking the shelters. So far, our wood hasn't been going down meaningfully that I see. It is interesting then, this one we don't have the idea of like a lumberjack or something like that, you know, the person we send out to get wood. Is there any way that I limit how much wood you do? It says storage 80 out of 100. And you don't store anything. So it'll be one of those things that if you fill up, you'll just stop producing. That's fair. What is sparkling over here? Ah, clay deposit. That's fine. Alright, so amenities, we're working on the graveyard. When we have money, they'll want a shrine. We do have a saw pit, where we cut logs into planks. So get that put on the map, because I'm sure we'll need that. For right now, I don't have stuff for that. The fencing is interesting that fences gates allow friendly forces to enter and exit the village freely, but closes it to keep out enemies. And a fence can be used to protect local livestock and crop from predators and all that. Okay, so we did get through the winter, which I guess wasn't really that bad. And now we're back to trying to process our giant field to get an actual farm going. Our foragers and all that are getting back to work. Labor shortage. As your settlement grows, your villagers begin to branch out into more specific professions. You may find yourself with a shortage of laborers to perform common tasks, such as harvesting resources and cleaning build sites. During build sites. The profession window is a useful tool to control the number of villagers for each occupation. You can increase the size of your labor pool by lowering the number of villagers you have in other professions. Note that if the number of laborers is red, your town may not have enough laborers to perform that necessary tasks. Oh, it's just gonna keep that tutorial thing up. Right. Well, nothing's red here. And I still have 3... Right, so it's just basically warning me saying, hey, I don't have that many free labor, and so they're not going to get other projects done very quickly. I think we just live with that. We did lose some villagers the first year. There was definitely no one who died to trying to hunt boar. There's no evidence of this. And anyone claiming otherwise is, you know, committing lies and slander. So, you know... Maybe don't. Yeah, so you're bringing lots of fish in, so that's good news. Our food is going down. We do have new villagers have moved in. I know I need a graveyard. I'm actively working on it. The two buildings we're actively working on the most right now is I've got a graveyard on the north side of town, and I'm trying to build a really big farm on the east side of town. I am noticing those does were knocking them down real fast, and I'm not seeing new ones. Hey, calm down. Okay, so we built all the houses and all that we queued up. We're just going to leave that alone. For upgrading, I need 30 villagers, and I need a market. Okay. And a market requires... I have a saw pit and a storage house. And we queued up the saw pit. As far as storage house. Ah, good. So we got more stuff. So we got a storage house. Oh, wait. 6 people have arrived at your town. They have plans to immigrate. Will you accept them in the village, or will you turn them away? We'll accept them for right now. I need people. I'm not sure I'm going to feed them, but, you know, that's a later me problem. So here's the storehouse we'll build. And then here's a root cellar. Because that'll help unlock more stuff. We're getting pretty close to the point that that field being built. I'm assuming we're not going to get a crop out of this year, but predators are attacking. So we do have a wolf that is attacking the town. But luckily there was 3 people right there. They all just rushed the wolf. And we had one person here got a little beat up, but looks like they're fine. Okay, so it does feel like the years come by. Let's see. A bustling market would help generate gold and attract new settlers to our growing town. Market stock houses and generate gold based on the number of houses in their work area. Okay. So I'm going to take the hint that I can make the market now. No, I can't. It's once that building's done, I should be able to build the market. Yeah, so it sounds like this is one of the games that the way they provide the food and all that is you have, like, the market acts as like a hub. Your stuff gets taken to the market and then distributed out to the houses from the market. So probably put that down here, and I'll plan to expand the residential down in this open area because there's not much resources down here. Oh, an excavation site. I didn't realize there was a little thing. Oh, don't build that there. That's my clay pit. I don't wanna put the graveyard over top of my clay pit. Impending heat wave. The winds have died down and a period of sweltering heat has set in that could last for a few weeks. Make sure your town has adequate water supply, as villagers will need to draw more water from wells. Crops may be damaged, especially those sensitive to heat. Alright, well, let's first of all move our graveyard. There we go. Okay. That is lots of prompts to me. Let's see. Click to remove the selected crop from rotation. Click to expand the size of the crop field. Expanding a crop field requires additional work and may increase the number of farmers needed to maintain it. Environmental fertility factor impacts how effective compost and crops such as peas and clover are in improving the field's fertility. Here you can adjust the clay sand mixture of the soil for optimal yield. Each crop has its own mixture requirements, so be sure to set the right mix for your crops. Click on any of the 3 crop rotation bars to add and remove crops to plant. Each bar represents 1 year, and farmers will cycle through them in sequentially. Okay. How do I make that go away? Alright. So. It's looking like the weed level is terrible. Let's see. Set farmers to perform field maintenance instead of growing crops. Provide a chance to reduce weed level and remove rocks from field. Okay, so that's what we're going to do. You literally just... Okay. So I'll do that for this part. And we have only okay fertility. Let's see. Frost and heat tolerance, drought tolerance, rockiness resilience, weed suppression, grow time, impact on fertility. It will slightly reduce fertility. Slightly reduce fertility. I thought there was definitely one that increased fertility. Okay. So peas should gain us a little fertility, but does a really bad job at tolerating heat and all that. Alright. We can do that. That's more frost tolerant. Okay, and I get it, so I can't do that. So we can go to the year 2. And the same thing, I'm going to have them work the field at the beginning. Ah, that's right. Those are ones that massively increase the fertility. And so for right now, we're just going to repeat this. And so I'm going to keep that cycle for the point being. And what I'm doing is I'm choosing crops that will slightly increase the fertility of the soil. I'm going to have our people work that to try and get the weeds down. It does look like... Oh, you have a very different requirement. Okay, hang on. So that's closer to what we already have. Yeah, so we get 2 harvests of peas. We will want to add clay. Sorry, not add clay. We'll want to add sand to get us there. Alright. Let's see, why do you keep putting the graveyard beside your houses? Thought it was in Gravesburg? I mean, in real life, generally, you do have graveyards near your residential. Because, you know, people who want to go out and mourn lost ones and all that, they usually go for a walk or that kind of thing. It's not usually like you go into the outskirts, out into the boonies, way out to find the graveyard. And then meanwhile, while they work that, because this is going to be a crop rotation type situation, we'll plan to put another field next to it. Like right now, because of the heat wave, we're going to lose a lot of those crops. But that's fine. We're going to work on it. Okay. And then meanwhile, you've got that up so you can go and get our marketplace. Alright, so you actually have a pretty good size area you impact the desirability of. Well, I already mentioned I want to put the stuff down here. Yeah, it still gets everyone in range. So put the marketplace down there. I'll wait till you have more built till we worry about that. Alright. So basically we're trying our best to get our farm doing its thing. I know you want me to bury my dead. I physically need to get that done before we can worry about more. Alright. We don't have money yet to do a shrine. Oh, so we got a bunch more stuff here. We have a tannery, we have a cobbler, we have a Fletcher, we have a basket shop, and a compost. So we should put those on this side of town. Oh, that tannery's got some range to how far it upsets people. Okay, one moment. Maybe we'll do a different resource first. Tannery is definitely one that people like, nah man. Like, don't build that near me. So put the cobbler over there.
Hello there.
Hey, how's it going, Bentley? And we've got that there, which is the Fletcher. Oh yeah, no, I imagine it is. You're processing leathers. There's got to be a way it can limit how much wood cutting you do. Maximum quota. Right now, keep only 100 in here. Alright, people seem to be generally getting happier about living here. Okay, if we get closer than that, they start getting unhappy about it. I'm a little worried that we might be getting too close to the boars, but that's the whole thing. Basket shop, that's fine. I'll put you down here. And in a compost yard. Okay. Alright, so we're getting all that sorted out. We've got our houses here. You can limit almost anything on the R screen. Let's see. Okay, cool. That's good to know. That'd be a good way to keep things under control. So we are getting our peas in now. So that's lovely to see. We're getting our next field ready. And Zara's the one hunting over here and is running out of things to hunt. Yeah, it's almost exclusively boar. So you run up here. You'll do the trapping, I guess, in the meantime. Yeah, so running out of things I can hunt that isn't dangerous like boar. Right, and you're paused because you got all that sorted. You're stuck for here. Hey, right, so it's going pretty well. Just revisiting Farthest Frontier since we haven't played forever. I'm physically building the graveyard. And keep whining about it, but you know, it is going to get built as fast as it's going to get built. I've already queued up a bunch of rocks to be mined to give me the stone. Why is there just a pile of fish left out there? Okay. Alright, so it's about to hit winter again. Put the dead to work and they won't need to be in the graveyard. Yeah, sadly this is not Graveyard Keeper, so I can't just shove an embalming fluid thing in them and they get back up and do menial labor for me. Alright. So we did bring the weed level down from the last time. We can't grow stuff during the winter. It's actually a thing. In Graveyard Keeper, you can make workers out of dead bodies. It's a really good game. It's like Stardew Valley, but grim humor. Really good grim humor. Alright, so we've got more villagers that have showed up. Hey, chili cheese burritos, how's it going? You can upgrade the zombies too? Yes, you can. The overall happiness is relatively high. We got giant piles of wood over here too. Let's see. Spoilage reduction. Bonus per barrel, 5%. Okay, so the idea is if I put barrels in there, our food lasts longer. That's fine. So our food is kind of just holding even right now. But with us still bringing this field online and trying to improve its, like, reduce the weed level, get the rockiness to be lower, and all that. Getting the second field that'd be a little bit higher yield because a bit more fertile soil than the first one. You walk in and you can upgrade your zombies to release so many questions. Different game, we're talking, that was Graveyard Keeper. Highly, highly, highly recommend. I think Graveyard Keeper's like only, what was it I saw earlier? I was looking something up and it came up, and I thought I saw it for like $3 or $4 for the base game. Yes, food does spoil in this game. It does. That's actually, when you look up here, you'll see like the white number and the red number. The white number is basically, you know, how much food I have available, and then the red number, that, no, $3. Like 3, no zeros. 4 bucks. Is what I believe I saw the base game of Graveyard Keeper for in the store. I could be wrong. It was pretty late last night, I was pretty tired. Yeah, 400 pennies or whatever it is. But that is an absolute steal. Like, don't get me wrong, Graveyard Keeper to me doesn't have as much replay value as Stardew Valley, but is a very fun and a fairly long game. They don't have like a romancing mechanic to the game or anything like that, which is the replayability dip. Yeah, so what'll happen is as they process this, we should see the weed level start going down and the rockiness go down gradually. It'll give me an estimated yield of what I should get and what I can get. And it might even be that I need to be doing more of this than we've got. Yeah, it depends on currency. Yours is just over $5 Canadian. Yeah, no, that's the thing though. Like, $5 Canadian, $3, you know, $3 US. That, regardless of which currency it is, that's still real cheap for what it is. Yeah, so that's saying is, the rockiness, we've got that where it's actually, because we got it so low, I'm gonna get plus 32 yield. Whereas the weed, because of how bad it is, it's gonna be minus 290. And the fertility being a bit down is also going to impact it by a minus 42. That's part of the reason I chose the crops I chose. The crops I chose should slowly give us more fertility. In the future, you're going to have to actually rotate crops. Yeah, no, I'm aware. Housing shortage. I didn't notice that we were... Oh, right, it's just telling me, hey, if you want more people, you gotta build more houses. Like, we're aware of this. Oh, that was flattened. Did I choose flattened? Wait, wait, wait. I put out the fire. Luckily, it's right next to the well, so there's a good chance he will be able to get that fire taken care of. Harvest resources. Keep cutting those back. Get pretty close to that field being available. It's a little worrisome that they didn't seem to at any point... Oh, weird. Oh, I guess... Okay. Basically, it didn't update this gradually. It updated it all at once when the task finished. You completely forgot about Banished? Yeah, this is Farthest Frontier. This is basically like if Banished came out nowadays. Like, it just takes the idea of that game and just kind of builds on it. So you got, like, crop rotations and all that. But yeah, no, like, the game's pretty straightforward about what you need to do for the soil and all that. That's the reason I chose these crops. Is these crops, if we look at them, they do slowly improve the soil fertility. They have relatively fast grow time. They have only an okay dependence on that. They're very heat intolerant and their yield's not amazing, but it does let me gradually build up the fertility without costing me... Sorry, like without costing me anything else. Alright, so we're gonna need another place for water. Yeah, so the good water's way up here. We got really high amounts of water, but the problem is the commute. So I'm going to plunk it there, which isn't nearly as good of a well, but... Okay. So keep building out our place. We'll be able to upgrade stuff later on. Oh, we have a marketplace. I can upgrade you now, right? Oh, the market's not built yet. We're still waiting on the stone. Crops ready for assignment. Okay. So with this one, what I'm actually going to do here is for the moment... I'm going to set it to basically be worked until we get it really well set up. And we're going to get this one really, really thing. You kept dying from overextending in the second and third Elder Wave? Or Elder Wave? Oh, where like everyone got old at the same time. Yeah, and that was always a danger with a lot of these games. That the game be like, you should build houses faster. You should build houses faster. You should build houses faster. Like, no. No, I shouldn't. Stop lying to me, game. You're actively trying to kill me right now. Clover is good for knocking down that. Yeah, right now, though, I do need food coming in, which is the only reason I'm doing that. But right now, because there's a rockiness in the soil and all that, if I just put them working it for a little while, they can just work it for a little while. And then once we get, like, really well suited, we can sit there and start going, okay, maybe we do one really high yield crop, and then follow it up by, you know, another crop that's mostly just to recover. Drought. Don't love to see it. Your town's experienced a drought. A drought can stunt the growth of plants, resulting in decline in size and quality of produce. I think we're okay. We do have a decent amount of food sitting around.
Thank you, your friendly local, for subscribing for 1 month.
And thank you, friendly local, for the Prime Gaming sub. You only get one of those a month, and you chose to use it here. And that means a heck of a lot, so I do appreciate it. Yeah, the problem is the only one we got here are those boars, and the boars have absolutely been throttling us when I tried to hunt them. Crops lost to disease. I'm gonna set there where it just barely goes to where we can pick up the boar from a distance. I don't think that'll help. If we do just lose our people to boars, that's a thing. That's gonna be the real challenge is can I hunt the boars slowly and clear them out like we did with the deer? I mean, I didn't want to clear out the deer, but, you know, that's what happened. Probably also good that I did the working the field with the fact that we got hit with drought and everything. Crop disease. Oh, right. If we keep using the same crop again and again, you have a higher rate of disease. I forgot that. Can you make a suggestion with the hunting cabin? Sure. That's fair. Because I'm going to have to get rid of those boars regardless. So let's go ahead and build a second hunter's cabin. I got more villagers showing up. Let's see, did you pull a western expansion move and hunt the deer into oblivion like the buffalo? I mean, there was only like 6 or 8 deer there. So, there wasn't a whole lot of things. It's not like I've extincted the deer. I just got rid of one group of deer from right here. That's pretty typical in all these games, and in real life, that if you hunt an area, the animals will eventually not be found in that area anymore. Alright, so let's go ahead. And overlap their circles. I get why you're not actually hunting it, though. It's 100% in your range. And they, of course, split targets immediately. The good news, it seems to be they're doing alright. Okay. I wonder if they model empty territory will have new population move into. Oh, no. Basically, it told you if you have extra houses and you have extra food, that generally speaking, you'll have people move in. Alright, so we are getting the stone in finally. That's the holdup on all this. We are also starting to get planks. So now we're just waiting on stone to get the marketplace and the graveyard built. That'll go towards building up our town center, and then once we get our town center built up, we'll be able to start making new buildings after that too. So what we are going to need to do is, before the next season, we're going to want to switch out what we've got here. And the reason I want to switch out what we've got here is because we do have stuff that is vulnerable to a lot of that. And that's created problems. So like where we had those other ones. Beans also seem to be happy. So let's use the beans instead to see if we can get away from the, oh, that's bean wilt. Okay, so beans will still have the problem. Crop type, we got flax in there. Wheat definitely consumes a great deal of that. We got buckwheat. We got rye. We have leeks. We have hay. Can do a round of rye. Yeah, beans and peas. Beans, peas, buckwheat, and carrots. Yeah, so we've changed it to that. And what we'll go ahead and do is I'll clear this. We'll put in the clover. We'll do 2 rounds of clover just to massively recover its fertility. And in this one, we're still just having it do that. Food has been holding relatively okay. Oh, you mean critters? So wipe out deer, more will move in? Don't know. I still don't know what the sparkling is we keep seeing. Let's see what I can do about that clay pit. This might actually be a problem later. We'll have to figure it out. Yeah, so getting our planks in, so that's good. We can probably go here as well and go, hey, planks, for right now, I don't want you to hold more than 200. Yeah, we're just trying to knock the weed level and the rockiness way down, and then we'll get crops going in there. It does seem like we do have to really be careful if we're growing the same crops in both places. We have a chance of spreading disease between our fields pretty easily. I hadn't realized that, which is fine. Building storage is full. Okay, well then just don't hunt anything for a little while, I guess. Another clay deposit up there. And our fishing is going fine. The remains of a settlement that failed to thrive in the frontier. They may have valuable resources. Yeah, let's go ahead. It's interesting that the excavation site can't do anything. And little by little, we're just adding more and more. This building has periodic expenses that could not be paid, so its functions have halted. That's fine. Okay, so we've got the marketplace built. It is covering all our houses for the time being. So we're basically waiting on our stone and our planks to come in, and once we got enough stone and planks, then I'll be able to upgrade our main building there. And with our main building upgraded, I should unlock a lot more tech to start doing the next tier of things. Just double checking to make sure we don't have anything that I'm like, oh yeah, I really need to grab that. Let's see, lookout towers defends the surrounding area against hostile threats. They must be managed by guards who do extra damage when attacking from the higher vantage point. But they do require money. And now we've got decorations, and that makes people happy, and they also cost gold. Cool, and we got our graveyard built. Let's see. Send out another scout to open more map. Just suggested while you wait for resources. Oh, I didn't realize they scouted at all. We will accept the new villagers. We are now have too many houses, or too many people for our housing. Okay. Alright, so let's go to the firewood. Your new max limitation is 200. Since we are building up our houses, got to keep that a little bit ahead. I got that knocked out. The weed level is continuing to come down pretty quick. This one still has a pretty high weed level. We are working on it. We did get the rockiness down to 0%, luckily. So that's good news. Yeah, so one definitely scout out more of the surrounding area. Okay, we're slowly working at these boars, trying to get them out of the area. Oh, you need water over here. I hadn't anticipated that. That's fine. So resources, a well. That works out well because it's a really good spot. I can get water up here. That should be close enough to support that. And the water, like the wells and all that, don't seem to have an upkeep, so it seems like you build it and you're just good. It's just the resource cost going into building it. Did I seriously not place you well? Oh, no, that's probably fine. There might be gaps in here, but then we can use like the beautification stuff to make people happy. Alright, so we've almost got the weed level completely knocked down and the rockiness completely knocked down, which is what I'm doing, is I'm just working on that. Alright, and we can go over here somewhere. Yeah, no, you could definitely do the thing where you just have them scatter the whole map. Realistically, in this, I imagine a lot of them would just get eaten by a bear or whatever. The thing, though, is I don't see, like, when you're playing games like Command and Conquer and that, where you've got to spot the enemy forces and all that way at a distance, this one doesn't have that type of RTS side of it. It's more just being like, okay, where is iron nearby me? Where is this nearby me? It's just looking for those nearby resources, being like, okay, when I'm low on this, where do I find the next thing? Alright. So we're going to move your points over here. So you can start hunting the last of the boar up there. That should get the boar out of the immediate area. And how are we doing on workers? I have no short of spare workers to work on things. We'll set them to work there, because they should be able to get through that faster then. Alright. So we'll have the rye. And do you require... So I'm trying to find... some other crops that make sense to list in there. I don't think we can really push this. Yeah, so you need a much lower mixture. Whereas you have basically almost the same mixture required for the both of you. Okay. Gotcha. We'll have to go in here. It might even be that we get some of the workers out of here. We can go ahead and do this kind of thing. You're more frost tolerant? Yeah, so start out with the carrots. Drop some clover. Yeah, we'll see. I'll have to tinker with that to find the sweet spot. Yes, there's only 2 boars left. Well, sorry, 3 boars left. And all of the farmers harvesting the grain simultaneously. Yeah, no, that's the thing. Genuinely seeing someone figure it out is more fun than just having the answers just handed to you. Like, we'll make mistakes and all that, and that's totally fine. Alright, so I think after this year, we're not going to have them work that constantly. So go down here. And so for this one, I'm going to go ahead and say, put down a round of beans and a round of clover. And the beans require the mixture to be a little bit on the sandier side, so let's go ahead and do that. And what do you require? You require different soil. It might be that instead of going... Alright, hang on. Instead of going this route, let's go towards the other stuff a bit. So we've got our cabbage here. That's fine. So instead we'll amend it to be... We'll keep it where it's at. So we could do a round of cabbage. The carrots won't work. That's way too far outside. You'll do cabbage and this. Then the next one, we'll do a round of that. Some clover. Some clover. To... Well, actually... Can I fit a round of anything in there? I can. I can clear all this out. So work, clover. They put something other than you here. The beans are a little bit outside there. Oh, leeks must have a really long grow period. So maybe put that down. Get rid of this, get rid of this. put down the leeks. Alright, we'll see how that goes. Yeah, and all of them will be in the range where they get a bonus. And this one's still getting cleared up. Alright. Yeah, so you're way higher. So I basically think one field to be a little bit higher. Oh, we probably will need flax. And flax is up there. If I go up one more notch. Okay, so I can have one or the other. So keep it on the fence, so at least I won't get the bonus on flax. That's probably fine. And then we can do the carrots and that. We'll see how that goes. Let's see, are the NPCs as greedy as they were in Banished, where one family will hoard the majority of the food? I haven't personally witnessed that. We are running into problems where I am noticing my food is just going down. Which I'm just trying to get our field set up to counteract that. I'm a little worried that maybe what happened is maybe the, maybe all that barley I got is an intermediary thing. And not in itself. Oh, we have tons of gold coming in. That's a good problem to have. Okay. We're not able to upgrade that quite yet. Okay, so what needs to happen is we do need to keep the food continuously rolling in. And like I said, I think what I might have done is I think the problem is that rye, being a grain, they might have it like in real life where you can just, you know, toss some rye into a pot and make yourself like a stew. They might have it more in the, this is used to make, oh, smokehouse. I don't have a smokehouse. Okay, so smokehouse will make people upset spaghetti if they're that close to it. But over here is fine. Wait, hang on. Let's double check that. I did that label those? Okay. No, that's fine. So get the smokehouse over there. That'll give us some food that'll preserve longer. Because food is getting bad. We're gonna need to deal with that. In the meantime, what we could go ahead and do is to keep our food going. We can build ourselves a second fish shack. I'm just gonna put it right next to the other one. And I'm gonna go ahead and take like it to have it do the other shore there. Get ourselves a little bit more food. Steako Burr. Hey, Pharaoh Ignis. Thank you so much for the 95 stream streak. Catch the last 95 streams without missing a single one, so thanks so much for that. Yep. A villager is stricken with worms. The infection of parasitic worms can lead to various symptoms, including stomach pain, vomiting, fever, or rashes. Worms are spread by close contact or through bare feet. Ensure villagers have shoes, soap, clean water, and waste is removed from houses. Yeah, I have like one of those things. And then meanwhile, I'm also going to go up here. I'm going to go crop field. About to make a big mistake. But you're going to have yourself like a block of farm right there. You can go ahead around here. Oh no, it's gutworms, basically. Alright. We're pretty much out of food entirely. We are bringing some in, though, so hopefully that sorts that out soon. We are building on fairly good fertility. So like if we look at the stuff I'm building, this is kind of the darker green versus the yellow is down here. There's some darker green. So it's pretty high fertility. Like there's a spot here that's a little bit better that I'm gonna be missing out on, but it's pretty close to the max. Okay, I think we're fresh out of boar. Yeah, so what I need to do is keep the food going in. The field is infected with bean wilt. And you've got cabbage coming in there, so no wheat level to speak of. We're still working that one down. Can I build that yet? Nope, still waiting on stone. Let's go here. Get some more stone queued up. Yes, they're just an army of farmers going to deal with like cabbage and all that. Like I said, I think the issue was I'm guessing we have all the rye just sitting in one of these. Yeah, so I have all the rye here, but the rye I think is an intermediary. It's not food within itself in this game. I think you have to make it into flour to then make bread or whatever. What I wanted to do is we check here. So I have no spare laborers. That's fine, because what's going to happen is the moment they finish tending that field, they're all going to become available for a little while. Actually have you go way out. Oh, actually I can set a bunch of different points. Okay, as you have the option. Alright, so this should get us a bunch of food in here. That's the lesson we have right now is gotta worry about the rye. So now we got our farmers have finished dealing with this field, so they immediately ran over here, started working in that field, and then they realized it's time to harvest the crop, so they pop right back over. And so it should give us a giant influx of food all at the same time. So it should help fix our food problem for the time being. You're waiting on logs, you're waiting on logs. Everything is waiting on logs. Which we do have queued up to basically hack down the entire forest to make room for farmland. But, you know. Oh, meanwhile, I want to take your spot here. I want to move you over to this side. So basically, this one's fishing that area, that one's fishing this area. That should be relatively good. And I do have more room for more people, so we shouldn't have to worry too much. Yeah, suddenly I've got 18 months worth of food. So our food is good now. Things were pretty dicey there for a minute, but that's okay. And you're making flax, which I'm assuming we need for a lot of our industry later. And we're starting to cut down more trees, so they're going to start getting their wood in. We've got new people that moved into town. We're absolutely decimating the weeds, which is good. The fertility needs to come up. Here, let's switch these out. So get rid of you. We will add you and you in here. Then get rid of these. And put the leeks back in. We have a villager sticking with the cholera. An infection that's spread through contaminated water that causes violent vomiting and diarrhea. It is a dysentery burg or whatever it is. Recovery chances are good if the affected are provided with clean water. Ensure villagers have access to wells. And waste is removed from houses. It's probably we don't have enough actual laborers or whatever. Okay, that's 2 people have it. Yeah, so they have waste. I'm assuming it's just laborers deal with that. Yeah. So I do have that guy collects waste. So it should help. Different microorganisms? Yeah. So we do have people who should be collecting waste and taking care of it. A villager is stricken with worms. Lovely. We lost some food to spoilage. That's okay. Yeah, that's what this person's doing, is they're... Different ones are like grabbing food and bringing them to it, and different ones are running that over there. How are we doing our stone? We still don't have enough. Worker needs... Building needs more workers. That's a smokehouse. I'm trying to avoid increasing our population more right now. Oh, that's one thing we could also do. In the meantime, decorations. Okay, so those are properly set there. Put some paths there. Oh, you also take stone. It's fine. We've got a villager been stricken with scurvy, malnutrition, caused by a lack of ascorbic acid. Scurvy can be prevented and cured by supplying fruits and some vegetables. I'm working on it. We just got cabbage and everything. Okay. So we're adding some parks and all that over here, which should make them a bit happier. But, I am using all the stone and we're not getting nearly enough stone. Yeah, so a lot of our people are recovering from their different sicknesses. I think it was just we went a while without someone actually collecting everything to compost stuff. A villager has died. They have succumbed to an illness. Well, sucks to be them, I guess. Okay, so 3 times is the fastest. Minimap on, off. Speed controls. We'll reduce the speed for attacks. Yeah, it's curious. You've got some icons up here. What did it say these were? Show excavation sites. And there's a wolf den down over here we'll have to worry about. I don't know how you scouted out that far. Oh, well, no, I don't know. You'll figure it out. Looks like there's deer up here. So you got a hike to do, unfortunately. You still have good rates. Actually, you know what? If I recall, we had a much better place to find stuff over here. Yeah, that was right. Really good place to find, like, everything but eggs over there. I just couldn't do it before because the boar would just murder anyone who went there. Alright, so we're scouting all that out. That'll be good. We're working on that. This field still has a decent amount of weeds that we gotta get through. This field's doing pretty well. The next one are gonna have a little bit lower yield of food and all that, but we're gonna build up the fertility, which would mean a future better yield. It's endlessly warning me that I don't have enough wood and stone, which I'm actively working on. After this winter, we'll try putting down some more houses. Get ourselves some more workers, because it looks like the food's stabilized. What are you complaining about? Ah, you have a ton of stuff stored in here. Right, and that's the root cellar. And all those things, we guess we have to wait for stone. Let's see, spirituality. Your villagers are unhappy because of lack of places to worship. Try building shrines and temples to help. Your people are unhappy because they lack clothes. Try building a tannery or a weaver shop to help. I have both these things. I think it's just a matter of not having the supplies I need to accommodate them. So it does seem like I can put down a defensive position over here. Wasn't this the one that... Yeah, this is the one where you could, like, toggle the alarm to get people to show up here. It does look like with the lakes, I've got a defensive position here. I don't know about this side, really. It looks like that might just be wide open. And I've got a defensive position down here. I could pretty easily put, like, a wall and chuck down, like, a tower to attack people trying to get through here. Please stop dropping food on the ground. It's just wasteful. Alright. And how are we doing with our laborers and all that again? Okay, so we do have some spare. Which I think is the big thing that's costing us right now, is a lack of just general labor people to deal with stuff. To, like, haul and do all that. We're gonna need a lot more, because I'm building more farms, and the farms are definitely proving to be very labor-intensive. Okay, so the basket shop takes willow to produce baskets. That's fine. You're making our firewood, you're cutting our planks, that's fine. You have shoes to spare that you get from pelts. You make our bows and arrows and all that. For the tanning, you require pelts and water. So we are getting close, it's just little things. Yeah, no, the thing is, when you build more houses, it encourages more growth in the game. Like, the game even tells you, it's like, hey, you know, have more house, get more people kind of thing. So there's definitely a juggle to be made between having sufficient housing and all that, and potentially creating a problem for yourself, where now you've just got too many people. Alright, so we got 4 more houses coming in. Yearly taxes collected. 202 gold ingots were collected for the last year. Increase the number of tax-generating buildings to generate more taxes. A building is on fire. Please don't burn down my cobbler. Curved roads on a square grid is pretty counterintuitive system. Yeah, there's ways to avoid it. Like not having it shift just one tile over. It's a thing that's, like, it looks like it fixes itself, because, like, you see this one's curved, and that one's going to meet up and uncurve. That's kind of a weird thing that kind of, like, go across a corner they otherwise wouldn't be able to. It's fine. And everyone runs over to deal with that real fast. You're cleaning up this field for now, which was honestly a waste, but we're already doing it. So I'm just probably cleaning up a little too often. You, on the other hand, you're getting some carrots down and all that. Yeah, so you have to have the town center built up to 2. Yeah, so a lot of these buildings just have straight up upgrades and all that we deal with. But I'm gonna need a town center upgrade to do all that. And that, we have everything we need for it, just wood. Or sorry, not wood, stone. We've got a lot of people queued to be able to get that stone. I just don't have enough general laborers to actually get that done, and I keep queuing up more projects that use stone. Alright. So I can go ahead and get our carrots set up. That's going to be more crops. That's going to hit our yield a little bit from our fertility. And that's what the clover is afterwards, is to get ourselves a little bit more there. Wait, what was that? Did it say low morale? Because this says people are really happy. Or rather, yeah. Yeah, no, a bunch of people are thinking. Spiritual or... Yeah, I get that. I don't believe I was able to build the spiritual... Actually, what do I need for that now? Oh, that was just money, so we can do this now. And apparently putting on this corner will reach everyone. Let's go ahead and get that, because that'll boost the desirability. Unfortunately, yet another thing that's going to take stone. But right now, people are getting whiny about it, so let's get ahead of that before people get properly just livid. It's going to be the thing, I'm going to upgrade that building, and then, like, every house is going to be ready to upgrade a full tier. And so I'll just take a little bit to get that going. Where are the sources of stone? Right now, my big source is I physically just harvest it. So I got stone over here queued to harvest. I got stone up there queued to harvest. I've got stone over here and down there. Later on, I will be able to actually do stone quarrying, I believe. But we're not quite to the point I can do stone quarrying yet. Yeah, so the big thing is how many workers we have working these farms, it is tying up a very measurable amount of my population, keeping the food rolling. But you always want to keep the food rolling. The food coming to a stop is how your colony stops being a colony real quick. Running out of firewood is also another way to suddenly find yourself with a greatly reduced population. And usually in a lot of these games, those end up being the real pain thing. Yeah, so we're growing clover here to boost the fertility. And we're growing clover here to boost the fertility. So we're actually not getting more crops this cycle, but I have a full year's worth of stuff stocked away considering my current population, which we are trying to increase a little bit. Where are the icons in the map? So I've got stuff like iron deposits. We don't have any of those in sight. Gold deposits, we don't have any of those in sight. Coal deposit, I do have one down here somewhere. Clay deposits, I got 3 of those up here. We have sand deposit. I have one of those way up here somewhere. And we have stone deposits. I don't see any stone deposits yet. We've got deer. We've got wolves. We've got excavation sites, which so far, I've got the one right up here, right there. I don't have, like, I don't have an option to excavate it as far as I can tell yet. You don't think so? Yeah. I'm assuming that's something we get later. There are hostile raid camps. We haven't seen any of those yet. And then we have our town center, which is just the little house icon. And you can show and hide as many of those. Most of them are actually hidden until I turn them on. Yeah, this is probably our coal. And maybe because I don't have the tech yet, it's not showing. Because that up there is... Oh, so that's a deep clay deposit? Ah, deep clay means infinite. Regular clay deposit is temporary. So this is probably a deep coal deposit. So we do have a wolf over there. I'm going to divert our hunters real fast and deal with that wolf. I guess you don't hunt the wolf? Well, okay. I was expecting them to need multiple people to deal with that, but apparently the one said, "Nah, I got this. Don't bother." Okay, if we go up a little farther, we will add wolves onto the list of things we can hunt there. Poor forest puppy. The problem is they will attack you. So it is one of those things you gotta keep the dangerous animals at bay. And we're slowly cutting down this entire forest, as you do. Our population has gone up a bit. So we do actually have a decent number of general laborers. We got someone has gotten dysentery. Can be caused, you know, vomiting, diarrhea, left with clean water. Otherwise, they're susceptible to dehydration. Which is unfortunate because we actually are currently in a drought. Gonna get beans out of this field. You're just gonna try and keep that food rolling in. And once they cut down these trees, so we should be pretty good on wood once they actually carry it back. And then on top of that, that should free people up to just basically go on a giant binger to start cutting rocks. What did Terry do to cause folks to diss him so much? Look. You know how they talk about how the internet changed when 4chan /B breached containment and, you know, contaminated the rest of the internet? That was Terry. That was very specifically and individually Terry's doing. The internet being the way the internet is right now, that's Terry. And everyone's like, screw that guy. Why don't you have a worker? Oh, it's because you're sick. Yeah, and that's probably the drought specifically that's causing that issue. And, like, we actually have the wood, it's just not been hauled back. Yeah, so we can garrison people. Yeah, so active disease we've got one person with dysentery. Basic needs. So you've got 5% of people are working on basic needs. 38% of people are working on just whatever work there is. 5% of people are doing transfer of goods. No one is fighting. And 52% of people are idle. Okay. We do have complaints about needing more clothes as well as more spirituality. I am building the thing for spirituality, and I do not... You have died. Well... Dristane here? Dristane died of dysentery. Oh... Cancel that. That's fine that we clear that. That's a clay deposit. We'll want to take advantage of that clay deposit before... It's fine. We'll keep building this one over here. I don't regret clearing that. That's giving us the wood anyways. And I'm going to need to clear it to do the clay deposit. And then once the clay deposit's cleaned out, we will make it into a farm. The big thing is I'm trying to have like 3 or so fields going. So like this field is producing, that field's in maintenance, this field's producing something else. We have like a rotation of things happening at all times. So that way when I have a field that needs to recover fertility or needs to have the weeds knocked back and all that, we don't run the situation where suddenly... Oh, that's not going. Okay, so we've got the 200 planks made. We've got our 200 firewood made, which it says only 173, but that's fine. So that frees up more workers. The Fletcher is doing fine there. We've got our shoes showing up. We are processing all of the poop. And we've got lots of clothes over here. Let's have a second worker. I think that's all it is just... Our workers aren't able to get far enough to handle all of it. And here comes the snow. So my hope here is that a bunch of people are going to run around and start breaking rocks while we wait. We've got more people. Alright. And then what we'll probably do is after we do some of the deer, we do know there's a wolf den down here. Yeah, it's probably right there. We'll probably want to target that wolf den and start picking off the wolves till we can clear it out. And the stockyard is full. Is there a way to make them prioritize the rocks? Because it really is just kind of keeping us captive. Okay. Prioritize clearing out enough of these rocks. So we can get that thing upgraded so I can start building more stuff. Because while I want the field as well, that is dragging this out a lot. Okay. I'm assuming we'll get, like, a hauling place or whatever where we have, like, dedicated people who just move resources around. Because that's what the marketplace does for the houses in its radius. But I'm more thinking for, like, you know, grabbing stone, taking it up to this place to be worked at, grabbing the leathers, moving them from one workplace to the other. That may or may not be a thing. Alright, so we're getting here. Let's let me know we lost some crops to drought. That's fine. The fertility is fine here. We're gonna work on this field. And you're going to cost me how much fertility? 5% on you. 4% there. You're going to add 1%. Then we work that, and then you add how many percent? You add 3%. So if we look at this, 1, 2, 5. All right, so we gotta adjust that because we're removing 9 and we're adding 5. So let's get this out of here. Slide you over. I was really hoping we could do a second round of that there. I don't think there's much that we can grow shorter than that. And I don't want to have, like, literally nothing edible get grown there in a season. How about we ditch that for that season, grow that there. So that takes it from 6, 7. So we're adding 7. And we're removing 9 still. So that's not really great. We can deal with that in a moment. We're at least mitigating it a little bit. So you move 2. Oh, right, we established that the barley's bad for us right now. That's fine for right now. Yeah, because let's try and get the field's fertility up. And go for that. That's, again, another reason why I want a third field, is so I can have time to just, like, recover one of the fields a good ways. And then go after the next one. Okay, so you built the beautification path things here. That increases the desirability of the nearby houses. Villager is stricken by typhoid. Typhoid is an infection that arises from uncleanliness and can be spread among villagers. Typhoid, vomiting, rash, fever can sometimes be fatal. Ensuring waste is collected from houses, and houses are stocked with soap, rat populations are kept low will reduce that. I didn't know rat populations were a thing, but, you know, apparently that's just another concern we have. Okay, and the third field is coming online. And we've got all our people down here mining all the rocks. Raiders are approaching. Okay, so it'll be probably too late to do anything about it. But defense put that there for in the future. Alright, well, what's probably going to happen for the raiders approaching is they're just going to ring the bell and tell everyone to go huddle in the main building and hope it works out. Because while we do have bows and all that, I actually don't think we have much in our ability to fight. Yeah, rimworld horn noises. Yeah, so this is our first raid, so it's likely to be not that bad. We definitely, in the future, I want to go ahead and get a guard post here. Because like I said, this feels like a meaningful choke point. It literally can reach this entire width from that defensive position. Impending heat wave. Don't love it at all. Props ready for assignment. Okay. So for this field, let's just go in here for right now and say, work this. Work this, work this, work, until the field's ready. Alright, so they're almost here. They're around here right now. Alright, so we're starting to go out this way. Combat control. So villagers are ready to defend themselves. There may come time when you need to coordinate defense efforts more directly. This is possible by selecting visitors by villagers by holding and releasing the. This method of control also works with guards and soldiers recruited at towers and or at barracks, respectively. Unlike villagers, who may retreat after the initial target is slain, soldiers will seek out the next target nearby. More than just the heart of the town center acts as a formidable defense of its own. When there's an attack, you can press the button to rally your villagers to seek shelter inside. While there is not room for all, those inside will fire arrows at nearby enemies. This can often be enough to take down lesser threats such as wolves or a bear, but the town center cannot take entire raids on its own. Okay, so I actually don't want to have them all inside here. So grab everyone. Defend the town. Use your formidable numbers. Alright, to be fair, so how do I make you go back to being normal? How do I make you return to normal daily life? Okay, so I'll just kind of hang for a moment, and I'll be like, you know what, never mind, I'm gonna go back to doing my thing. Alright, so we did have, I believe one person died, and 8 people got pretty badly injured. So while we certainly won the exchange in regards to we demolished them, we did take injuries. Builder shortage. Your villager is low on builders. Is that just because they're all... Yeah, that's because we got a lot of hurt people. It's fine. You'll sort it out, I'm sure. A villager has typhoid. Oh, we're also having a typhoid outbreak. It's not the injuries that are getting away on me. It's actually typhoid. Lovely. Okay, well, we're still gonna get that defensive position build. That's a terrible idea. Yes, join my town, people I don't have room to house, even in my dreams. Yeah, sure, that's fine. So let's go ahead and build even more housing. Some builders. That's basically what my thought was. I'm like, well, I don't really have room for these people. At the same time, I am short on builders because of all the typhoid and people not doing so great. So sometimes the way to address your problem is just saying, well, if I can't fix my people, I'll just get new people. All my stone is disappearing. I'm mining a lot of it, and yet I still have none of it. So raiders being plagued? No, we had the typhoid before the raiders showed up. But while I was fighting the raid, typhoid did start getting around. But the typhoid was here before the raid. Alright, so we're slowly trying to recover that. You're working on this. Yeah, so try having just one time working a year to deal with the field maintenance. Alright, so we got enough housing again. Our food is suddenly horrifically bad. So that's excellent. It looks like we're through the typhoid, though. But that's okay, because we're going to get a lot of leaks. So you learned... No, I don't think there's conscripting and all that. I think it was literally just the fact that we don't have the ability to make soap yet, nor do we have the ability to contain rat populations. So the things I have to mitigate typhoid, of the 3 of them it warned you about, I can only do the one, which is to try and keep clean water. So it's just genuinely we don't have a lot of the stuff to counter the disease, so... Like, we're already through it now, but for a little bit there, that was a problem. Alright. And that'll give us a guard tower. Because like I said, that'll give us at least some defensive perimeter for dealing with stuff. I imagine one tower won't stop an attack, but it'll probably let me injure a bunch of them and run them off before they get past. You're exploring. I think... Oh, that's not good. Okay, we have an absolute pretty significant problem here, which is we are not cutting enough wood. Because I notice our firewood supply is really low, so that needs to be addressed pretty immediately. The good news is where I was suddenly panicked about being out of food, the moment we harvested that field, that's just fine now. Alright, so you did get all the leeks, so that's good news. Weirdly, your storage keeps filling up with beans, which I don't really understand since you're not growing them, but you know, that's fine. Let's see, how did you end up this far out on the frontier? Lots of walking. Ooh. That is a lot of wolves. Alright, well, like I said, once we get low on deer, we'll start picking on the wolves. Okay, so we are starting, so we do have our, Sir, you're preaching, but you also look like you're dressed like a pirate. I don't know what our religion here is, but I'm on board. Hey DJ, thanks for to the 5-stream streak. Catch the last 5 streams without missing a single one, so thank you so much for that. Maritime religion? Oh no. Are we maritime trade where we approach all business by if I'm not the one who's ahead in a trade, I'm therefore losing, and so everything is seen as zero sum, that no one sees anything as potentially being just mutually beneficial. That is a lot of deer on the other side of that lake. All hail the gospel of piracy. Oh hey, there's actually a spot to quarry on the other side of the river over here. Oh, it's because it's a giant freaking mountain. Makes sense, I guess. We only need 15 more stone and I'll finally be able to... Oh, actually, not even. We already just have it. So we can finally upgrade our building that's been our tech blocker to being able to get better technology. So how are people doing happiness-wise? We've got most people here are very happy. And we have one individual in our entire town that's just happy. So we need to find that person and exile them. Alright, so we got a more impressive town center. We won't be able to upgrade that until we have 25 homesteads, a school, a trading post, and a population of, is that 150? 150. But with that, we have a whole lot of new stuff. We have apiaries. Cool. We have pottery buildings, weavers, candle shops, soap shops, charcoal kilns, and a whole lot. Let's start with the amenities. We have a healer's house. Build a new school to set up the town apart from the other small villages. A school will help train more efficient workforce, attract more educated settlers. And thank you, Leafy Pew, for the 3-stream streak. I really do appreciate that. No, the happy person is the mayor. Alright, so there's the healer's house. Or healer's whatever. Yeah, healer's house. Cool. We have a trading post. That's for merchants. We have the school. Okay, so it is close enough to help everybody. A festival pole. A rat catcher. And a temple. Well, let's start with those first two. I can't even do those first two because I need clay. Do we have a work camp? That sounds terrible. Harvest. Oh, that just lets them automatically do it, so I no longer have to do it. We have a stable for horses. So we have the clay pit, which requires a wagon shop, which I'm assuming is storage. Yeah, so we have a wagon shop, a granary, and a vault. Okay. So the wagon shop probably doesn't need to be over near anything else too much. The people don't seem to care about one or the other, so let's put it up here. So that's the wagon shop. We have a granary. Yeah, let's put it here, because that'll be right along... Well, actually, let's wait real fast. What is your size? The vault. Ah, that's not gonna get built anytime soon because I need steel for that, or not steel, iron for that. We build 2 of those. Give me 1 second to deal with the roads real fast. So where are we dealing with... Oh! Oh, the boars do come back. Well, the pro and con of that is that means I get more food from that. The con is... Oh, you know I bet you it is? I bet you once we go over here and, like, clear out forest and all that. Oh, no, the wolf was hunting you. Sorry, Vernon. Keep running, buddy. Luckily, that wolf is taking a moment to stop and consider its biting of you from behind. That's right. Use those kiting skills, buddy. It's like... Oh, good, there's Zara. Zara's an actual hunter. Cool. Oh, you are going a long way to explore, that's fair. He just wants pets and maybe a leg or an arm? Of course. Where are you going? Oh, are you going all the way around that way to try to explore this mountain area? I see. Remove flag. Don't do that. Don't do that. I don't need you to walk literally to the opposite side of the map the whole way around and starve to death and freeze to death along the road to getting there. We are low on laborers. Okay. You say that as we have 9 floating around. We could certainly use more. But that's okay for right now. And once they build this, we should be able to make our clay pit. Which we have 1 here. We have another one there. And I'm hoping I'll be able to build there without tearing that up. But we might have to do some weird stuff with the road. And then that's a forever clay pit. These are just temporary ones. Alright, so we need the planks, and we've used them all already, which is... Oh, that's the woodcutter. Yeah, so the planks are working at it. You're gonna double the number of people working the planks. Alright. So we got plenty of food going on here. So I'm kind of making this like all of my amenities kind of block here. So let's go ahead and put some more houses down here. We'll probably need a new well by the time we're down in this block. So we're going to expand. Actually, before I do that. Gotcha. So all we're missing to upgrade our places is... Well, that's unfortunate. I'd love to help you, Zara, but the healer's house... The healer's house isn't available right now. So... Yeah. Are there bridges? Maybe. Yeah, it looks like that's a bridge. No, that's a gate. I have no idea. I haven't seen any, but I also haven't tried to do, like, cutting across water. There may or may not be. I don't know. We'll figure it out. Like, right now, all the areas you'd have that bridge. Like, I could bridge this area, maybe. That might... Like, putting a bridge across here would make sense in real life. But, like, most of the other stuff would be a big mistake. I'm suspecting what'll ultimately happen is later on we'll get it where we have hunting buildings that we don't have to worry about that. Alright, so another hunter has gotten bored. Which is excellent. Definitely good for our overall. Right, so I was waiting for some planks to come into stock. Okay, so we've got that. Which now means I should be able to go over here and say resources, clay pit. And put those down. So we have the work camp. Work camps are used to continuously harvest wood and stone. Laborers assigned to the camp will deposit materials at the work camp where a wagon can collect it and haul it to town more efficiently. Temporary shelters built near remote work sites farther efficiency. Okay, so we have gotten rid of all of the boars again. So I can queue them back up to... here. And then we can grab the other hunting place, because right now there's still a bunch of deer up here. And stuff to trap. Okay. So basically we need to give these things time to recover. I probably also need even more people working on the planks. Which does mean I also need more population. And my hope is if I get a bit more planks, that I will be able to upgrade these houses. And in theory, that should allow me to have more people live in these houses. Which will help out. I know, I got a villager, you know, with dysentery. What's an icon? This building has no room for more workers. Oh, that's fine. Weird. Drought that'll affect our food. We're still good for at least a year food-wise, so that's fine. We did get the apiary built. Which does appear like it would take, items. We can apparently oh, that's the granary. Right. So we can store grain in it. Oh, the granary is what actually produces the wheat. That's good. Because we actually have a ton of, I don't remember what it was. It was over here somewhere. May have already gone to rot. That's fine. But as we get this field set up, we'll start getting some grains coming in here as well. Because originally where I got this flax going, we had something else in that spot. Okay. Has room? Yeah, we've got it queued, we just don't have spare workers. Gotcha. No gold storage. A gold ingots gained could not be stored. Ensure you have buildings that accept gold ingots. I would like to do that, but that requires iron, and we have yet to see iron on the map. A villager has died due to, I believe that was dysentery. We'll get there. Or spend the gold. Yeah, we have been spending a bunch of the gold. The problem is all the things I spend the gold on, you know, require me to build things. And I need the materials to build those things. And that's where we're stuck right now. Oh, okay, one thing we can also do is... Ah, you don't have... You're barely short of being able... Okay, you should be able to upgrade. Oh, you need clay. Well, we're working on that. I guess I do need to build a couple more houses. I was trying to avoid building more houses right now. Temporary shelter. That's fine, we don't need to do that. Redraw that road. That's deeply upsetting. Before we do that, we can go here and say decorations. Well, that's interesting. So you can add a large park. Oh! Well, large park takes some serious cash. And it will make everyone in town happy. So we are going to go ahead and plunk that down there. Yep, so that's going to be all of my gold to get that built. That's fine. Yeah, so that should give us some more houses. Our firewood is looking better. One thing I need to do is our firewood limit. I've got it. Are you set on the building? Where did we set the firewood? I'm willing to bet it's whatever building we were storing the firewood in, I set the limit there. No, you have a maximum quota for as much as you can carry. Try bumping you up to 300 and see what happens. Okay, so our storehouse is full. So we need our storehouse. Storage. Yeah, so we need more workers, which is why we're building the houses. And I do have some wood laying around. But what I'm probably going to do is say, hey, this area over here, take it all. Take it all. I am curious, there's going to have to be a way to do, like, a lawn camp or something like that. I know the trees, if I remember correctly, the trees grow back in this game. But managing that might be a little tricky. And that's just preemptively go over here and say defenses. What do you need to build that? Right now we can just put this right up there. Just to give ourselves a defensive position for that direction. So that means all the eastern routes will have some defenses to deal with. But in the meantime, we just need more people. And that's going to be a thing. We get our storage building built. I definitely find it weird, like, I'll say I have 12 months of food, and I suddenly have no months of food, and then I have a bunch of food, and then I have no food, and it's just like, I don't really understand what's happening. Okay. And you've got another wolf den up here, too. Yeah, you can barely see them out there in the periphery. Yeah, so you're just missing clay. If we get someone to actually be free enough to do clay, we can start upgrading houses too. But this should resolve as we build those houses, we get a couple extra people in here. And how's that field doing? Okay. So probably do one more round of that. We can get rid of this part of the schedule. That's the autosave. We can get rid of this part of the schedule. So you're going to build up. Let's not build up the fertilization, like, focus it too much. You can skip that and go right to growing things. So let's pop in here. Because we don't have a lot going on here. We'll put wheat on the schedule right now. There's the wheat. We can follow the wheat up by immediately doing that. Go to the next year. So, because the wheat takes 6, that gives us 3, as I recall. Yes, we can go to next year, 3. Wheat's requirements are around there. We can go down here. Beans. Beans have requirements that are almost perfectly aligned with wheat, so that'll be good. Clear this off the schedule. That should give us a net positive on our stuff here. I will have on this one at least one work. Yeah, it's a bit on the lower side. I'll do beans a second time. We'll see how that goes. And you're still building up the fertility. You're still working on the fertility as well. Lost crops due to frost. Ah. In the future, that needs to be the second part of the year. So it's too cold right now, so we're losing those crops. Okay, in the meantime, we gotta free up some people. So for the saw person, we need to drop you back down. So I'll make you 2 again. That's where you were. Because that's just for new buildings. Let's try and clear up that, because I need more people. We're just not getting stuff done. I do have 3 builders. The farming is where all our people are. We've got 42 people farming right now. But if we got some builders, that'll get us some houses. If we can get some houses, that'll sort out our problems. Let's actually prioritize the building the houses. Okay. I do appreciate that the farmers can work multiple fields. That's not like you have 5 people assigned to farm this one, and they'll just go idle sometimes. That you can just have them all blast this place as one big group, and then go to the next field and just blast through that one. Okay, we are actually gathering clay now, so we can get our wellness place and our school going. You've got 1 person mining. I don't have anyone messing with that. We're just gonna have to cut down to the farmers. I just have too many people working it. The default they have is 7, so I'll put that field up there to be 7 for right now, and we'll see what that does for my, Yeah, so that gives me a couple of laborers and all that. I do want to have that full number of farmers, but we're just not ready. We just don't have enough population to allocate quite that much exclusively to farming. Yeah, so you got the beans going. Got the flax going, so we got food, utility. Food. And then we have food, all those. That's gonna be a big thing, is making sure I always have some food rolling in. It looks like the grain's the big problem, is they just eat up all the fertilizer, so I can't realistically have the grains growing in one field every year. Yeah, so auto compost, the lowest fertility field. And this one, we have the beets got hit by heat stress. So it looks like we need to make sure we keep those later in the year. So you have frost tolerance. So you actually have very high heat tolerance and very low frost tolerance. So keep those in the middle. We got to pay attention to that in the future. I know I don't have enough builders and maintenance. I'm working on it. We should be getting these new houses online, and that should give me more people I can throw at the problem. The big thing is once I start getting some extra clay, we can upgrade our houses, and my understanding is when you upgrade the houses, 1, it makes the people happier and more tax revenue. But also the second added bonus to that is as you upgrade the houses, you'll get a lot of other benefits out of it, so far as like be able to put more people in the same space and that kind of thing. so harvesting the beans, so that'll give us more food. And they got their wheat harvest. Then we need to deal with fertilizer. Yep. Okay, we are burning all of our money on trying to build this giant town square thing that's going to make everyone a lot happier. But that'll keep our people from complaining about being constantly out of gold. And then we'll also have to pay the maintenance for the school and all that. Yeah, because upgrading these... Wait, why are... Oh. Well, that's a homestead versus a shelter. How did those just get upgraded? Okay, that's interesting. Let's just saying literally I just need logs to upgrade this. Location desirability is at 29% and it needs to be 30%. I understand. When they build that, that should take care of it. I wonder if they automatically upgrade? No, that doesn't sound right. And then to upgrade this farther, I need 3 types of food, pottery, candles, a higher desirability, and a town center upgrade 3. Okay, I mean, I guess I'll just let that build. Okay, so we're finally getting some more houses. A little concerned that we're going into this and we don't have enough food. Oh, that's still just storage. Right. So food production. Windmill. What? A wind-powered mill grants flour. Okay, so I don't get between... Oh, it's just showing desirability. So that'll bring us more food in. And we have a bakery. Can plunk that down. An arborist building will work this building to maintain and harvest fruit trees nearby. Okay. I mean, I was intending on doing this. I probably won't go this far east, so that's, try putting it there. Let's cancel that. I'm a little worried that that one might be not one I can set the work area, but like it'll have a dedicated space. There's only one way to find out. So put over there, we'll have a road going up to it. If that was a waste for me, then that's a waste for me. It's fine. I don't think we'll use that space too heavily there, because that's getting pretty far from a lot of our other services. But then we can go ahead and get ourselves an orchard. That should give us more food options. Ooh. You require a lot of flax. That's interesting. I actually happen to have a lot of flax. Oh, that also reminds me that we need a weaver. that we've been specifically having people complain about lack of clothes. Yeah, so that's stone. Yeah, I still don't see a place to get iron. Gold, coal. We can get a sand pit for amending the soil. So that's a material we don't have, so queue that up. The apiary, which will make honey. We'll deal with that in a minute. The pottery place, which is one of the things that said I will need a bunch of stuff for. We have the Weaver's building. Can't really make out what's happening in some of these places anymore. Alright. We have the candle shop and the soap shop. So we won't worry about any of that yet. Charcoal kiln. Okay, and then we have an armory. So we won't worry about the rest. We're going to let that stuff run. We are out of food going into our winter. So rip half the city because, alright, suddenly I have 3 months worth of food. It's really unclear sometimes of the food and that. Okay, and your issue is you don't have enough gold to keep operating right now. That's fine for the moment. That's because we did all this. So we should be bringing in more gold relatively soon. What is going to happen here, chat, is I need to use the restroom, so I'm going to quickly do that. I'm going to leave the game running for a minute. Actually, no, that's fine. I'll put up the other stuff. So let me go ahead and quickly use the restroom real fast. I'll put up my waste screen. I'll be back in just a couple minutes. And thank you again for tuning in, and I do hope you've been enjoying the stream. Where are you up to with that? Did you interrupt? Oh, God. Did you interrupt my picture? Stop getting in the way of the camera. Oh, come on. It's perfect. Okay, just clarifying, that mole rat came out of the dirt, shot into orbit, and then fell to its death. Could someone clip that? Oh no, I chose the wrong thing. I didn't mean to arrest you, I meant to give you medicine. This is not at all the same thing that what I meant to do. Whoops. I unintentionally did a literal kidnapping. And since there's 2 sides to that airlock, this shouldn't be really that bad. Well, we've lost. Alright, just had to use the restroom real fast, and we'll get back to it. But yeah, so our town is coming together. The food is dicey. But I think we'll be able to ride out the winter. What is that symbol? This field will be fertilized with compost next year. Excellent. We are handling our fields with human compost. I mean, it makes you use what you got. Oh, what is your limit on storage? Do I need a second composting place to handle? Oh no, we're fine. So we've got 3 of these that we can do. All right. So yeah, we gotta handle all that poop throughout town. At least they're not just hucking it all into the lake, because this lake here would have next to no meaningful water flow. So if you were just dumping all of your waste in there, it's gonna have some real problems down the road. Short term, you're probably fine. Long term's not gonna be good for anyone's health. Long term, that's gonna be real. Oh, you need heavy tools. Okay. I didn't realize. Right. Didn't we have healer's hut, trading post? That's right. We're at the point we probably need the trading post. So you don't help the people over there. Like it's not a thing they care about. So get the trading post up there, because that'll get where I can start selling goods and all that. That field would just be worked. I don't need you working the field that much, so let's take that off here. So flax. What is your tolerance to everything? Oh, you just don't care. You just rightly don't care. That's good. So with this one, we can go ahead and chuck some more peas or beans or whatever those are on there. Because we'll have her one time working the field this season. Get her fertilizer. You are very frost tolerant, so that's good. Meanwhile, you are also set to work. And you are because I didn't check the frost tolerance tonight, so you're very frost and heat tolerant. You're very frost and heat tolerant. And you are not heat tolerant, but you are frost tolerant. So let's take you out of here, scoot you over there, and then do that. And I can't quite get a second round in. Ah, that'll work, though. So we can put the work there on the end anyways. Now I can try shifting around to see if I can't do another thing of fertilizer in there. Yes, I will accept your 8 people. And that looks like it'll be fine. Okay, so I got 8 new people here. The big thing is I'm burning all of the money making this down here. That's our big pain point right now, is I'm dumping 500 gold into making a large park. So people are struggling with food and basic necessities and all that, and you're like, hear me out. What if we did a beautification project? I know, the infrastructure in the city is completely failing, but we could do a beautification project to make it just a little bit nicer. Who needs bridges and plumbing and all these other things when you can have a park? What are you doing up here? Oh, you are cutting down the trees. Okay, that's fine. Reminds me of the building of a gazebo during the Civil War from Parks and Rec. I mean, so there actually is justification for doing stuff that feels really weird like that sometimes. Because when you look at some of that, sometimes just having some normality can really help with people's well-being and all that. Okay, so the school is built and schooling. Let's see, schools provide basic education to boost your work rate for villagers. Some professions require educated people. Yep. Checks out, makes sense. Okay, and you're still doing fine over there. You're still mining some stone over there. Yeah, so we've got people collecting the wood and all that. That should help. 24 villagers graduated. Aw. You have a basic education. Congratulations, Fadden. Fadon? Timothy. Congratulations, Timothy. As part of your education, your name was hard to pronounce, so we changed it. What? I should not be accepting those people. And the reason I shouldn't be accepting them is because we are pushing our limit. Okay, so I actually have more room for workers. Get back to working that field. In the meantime... Okay, so you still have the bonuses. So it doesn't look like the fish run out. So just adding another fishing place could be a good move. We could do that as a short-term thing to help supplement the food just a little bit. Like, my assumption is stuff like the fish don't super scale well. So I'll put this one probably over here. You say basic education, but for the setting, that'd be pretty advanced. Yeah, no, this is talking like in the colonial areas where you had like your little local house. They might give you like addition, subtraction. You might get the ability to read and write. That's a big ol' maybe. But it is more than, you know, what you'd get at home. But yeah, no, you're not wrong. Basic education. Because, I mean, you consider the entire city. We have 24 people in our town of 124, or 121, that have a basic education now. They're the really smart ones in town. Okay, so we're going to get a bunch of leeks, and we're going to get a bunch of beans. That should get us ready for the winter, as long as we can hold out till then. Because that's where we're at right now. And I think part of it is when we build these houses, they do stock them up. And when they do stock the houses up, there is a delay. Like, they end up taking food and all that all at the same time. So building a bunch of houses at once does hurt that quite a bit. Prioritize this, please. You're working on that, because that's going to need heavy tools for, so we're going to need the heavy tools for the windmill, which will let us put those grains to use that we've been growing. In real life, you could take stuff like wheat and barley, and you don't actually need to process it into flour to make it into food. Because when you look at it, do you know what porridge is? It's soup made with grains. You just kind of take a bunch of barley seed or whatever and just chuck it in there and cook it down so, you know, it's not terrible to chew on. That's not to say there's anything wrong with porridge either. It's just very vicious soup. I think we're saying vicious, or did you mean to say viscous? Is that how? No, because it'd be viscous? Viscous? I have to look at the spelling of those two words against each other now. Viscous makes sense. Vicious, I mean, if you have very strong opinions. Um, the field is okay, so you're not growing beans yet. You are growing beans. There is a risk. So I currently have bean, brown. Yeah, brown spot. That is going to reduce our crops a little bit. So I'm going to have to change out the plan for next year, because that's going to be a problem. So I'll go to this year here. So grow carrots there instead. Yeah, no, you might have it right. Like, that's those things. Like, I had to be like... It's one of those words that you don't see typed very often. So those are peas. So I could do 2 rounds of peas here. Yeah, heavily... Yeah, it's thick. Yeah, no, you got it right. It's like, I read it as vicious and viscous. I was like, wait, are these spelled the same? It's just 2 words I've never had to consider against each other. I'm willing to bet vicious does have a different spelling, and it's just neither of those are words I write on any frequency at all whatsoever. Alright, so we've almost got the square built. Oh, right, I need to move your spot. So 140%, can we get up to 150? All right, so 140. So basically get ourselves a little bit more fishing. Yeah, so our food's fine. Oh, and they are upgrading some houses. Yeah, so it appears they upgrade automatically. The downside is it's appearing they're upgrading a lot of them at the same time. I'm hoping... Okay, so they still work. So yeah, so houses do automatically upgrade, which is kind of nice. That does mean my materials will be a little unpredictable, but I think that's okay. A building is on fire. It is once again the cobbler. That's the vicious, mean spirit, deliberately hurtful, and malicious. Yeah, but they are really close at spelling, so you can understand the confusion. Yeah. Ah, I see the difference. Okay, it's literally an S. Right, because it's vicious doesn't have the S. Right. But yeah, no, that's the whole thing. And it probably is a game balance decision, but yeah, no, in real life you could have a field of barley or wheat or whatever, and you'd make porridge. And also, yeah, because it'd be Viscious. Oh, maybe the second I. It's whatever. So what the cobbler is doing to make so many fires? Well, I mean, back in these days, they would probably... I don't know if they'd have to, like, heat the nails or whatever to, put them in there and bend, because like these are the days where you like stitch it together, or you'd like nail the sole along the sides or whatever. If it were Frostpunk, we could use sawdust. But yeah, no, in this era, you'd also have a lot of people having porridge. This is the era where you've got your pot you have in your house that you just have your big kettle there, or not kettle, your big big metal pot that you would just chuck, you know, potatoes, carrots, whatever you got in there, you know, your grains or whatever. Cauldron, thank you. You just have your cauldron going, and it'd be going almost all the time. Yep, I got you. Yeah. Yeah, so it's an S for a C and then a C for an I is the difference. But yeah. So you just chuck all that in there. That is, that's those horrifying things if you're someone who is very conscious about, you know, your food. Yeah, well, that's what I was saying, is the S for the C position-wise, and the C goes in the I position. The never-ending soon cauldron. Just keep adding to it. Yeah, so it's one of those things that, like, on one hand, for what they were dealing with in the era, it worked. On the other hand, you know, theoretically, you've got this thing cooking for, like, literally a year or whatever, that you just keep adding junk to it. That stuff, some of that stuff has been in that cauldron a little longer than you necessarily want to be dealing with. There's a reason we had lots of problems with rampant diseases in those eras. It wasn't just that, there's just so many things like that. Like not understanding a lot of stuff about basic hygiene, not understanding that, you know, eating vegetables you tossed into a cauldron literally a year ago that have just happened to keep getting churned up and keep getting to the bottom of the cauldron may not be the greatest thing for you to put in your body. Which means if you ever have hot pot, is amazing. Oh, actual hot pot, like, is amazing. There could be stuff in the pot older kids. Well, it was a thing that they would eventually empty the pot out kind of thing. If it stayed 100 above 165, would it ever go bad? Yes. There are germs that can survive higher, or bacteria that can survive higher temperatures. Cooking it at those temperatures does wipe out a lot of bacteria, but it's not 100%. It does train the body's defense systems. It does, but there's always that thing that there's a juggle about. Intentionally getting sick for the purpose of trying to make your immune system better only works if the thing that your immune system gets hit with doesn't bring an end to the support system for your immune system or otherwise cause long-term health problems. Which is a very real concern. Is it Rise started to have some have decades, just adding bits of new stuff, rotating out, but it's never fully been used with that. There's let's see, bacteria can endospore, which is like giving them spacesuit to survive at the cost of being able to not multiply until the conditions are right. They have that too. Yeah, and other stuff you do, like you have stuff like rye. You also have, you know, stuff you use for fermenting and all that. But usually you're not just taking it and consuming in that situation, like yeast. You'll keep like your yeast situation. That what'll end up happening is part of your fermenting process. You'll have like your yeast, you'll start making your alcohol, and there's usually a point during that process that there's some form of sanitization you do. Tell it to all the kids who pick their nose? You mean the immune system thing? I'm not following that one. When it comes to bacterial diseases, it's a numbers game? Yeah. I mean, people picking their nose doesn't really change their circumstances when it comes to consideration of disease and all that. It's, you know, it's something that can be very gross to do in person kind of thing. Just, you know, like someone just shoving their finger up there and going all that. But it doesn't really make them more at risk or at less risk of getting sick. I mean, I guess you could argue nosebleed and like having the slightest increase of chance of getting an infection. So I guess technically it is a non-0% worse, but you know, probably nearly immeasurably so. All right. All right, so we've got raids. Oh, are they like right here? Okay, we've got two raids like right here apparently. Okay. So we just need to grab everybody. So we're not going to wait. We are going to initiate on them. Because there's 2 waves coming from 2 different angles, so my thought is we just pile up on them and knock out the first group and then switch over to the R group, we can do some pretty good damage. In our group coming from this side. Let's see, you've got a 6-year-old who actually convincing Arya picking his nose and eat it. You called it microdosing disease to overcome code. That's people not understanding disease. Obviously, you know, children. Yeah, genuinely, like, the idea of deliberately exposing yourself to disease to build up an immunity, it's not that it's baseless, because it's certainly not. But it is those things that you are often adding a significant amount of risk needlessly for yourself. Because, you know, when it comes to getting sick, there's going to be some percentage of people who it is a minor sickness that who cares, and there's going to be a number of percent that it ends up not being minor, that you can run to things like lifelong disability, death, serious concerns, and all that. And so trying to roll those dice more often to get yourself the immunity is usually statistically worse than if you just, you know, did what you could for prevention, knowing that realistically you cannot prevent all sickness. Not in a pragmatic way. Let's give her gold a chance to catch back up. It's the same thing when you run to people who are like, oh yeah, well, you know, if you just get exposed to this whatever environmentally unhealthy pollution or whatever, wounded in combat. When engaging in combat, villagers will sometimes get mortally wounded. If left without treatment, they will succumb to their injuries. Yeah, so it's just telling me that there's the healer house. I do actually have the healer house, but it's not funded. It's gonna take a little while for that. Which, we're dealing with it. But, we just built this big fancy park, which made everyone happy. But, in the short term, it did wipe us out financially. But yeah, you'll have people like, oh yeah, you know, it's okay to have like a little pollution in our water because, you know, if you just keep getting a little bit of it, then you just keep getting stronger and all that kind of good stuff. And it's like, well, that doesn't work actually with a lot of it. Like, very famously, any type of, like, metal pollutants, like lead and mercury and all that, and radiation, it's an accumulative thing that gets you. A little dosage by itself is usually non-harmful, but your body can't process it. So what happens is it just builds up more and more and more and more until now you have a horrific problem. And it's that little bit of microdosing that kind of goes from being a minor problem to now your life is in danger. So really the only disease you recommend introducing yourself is to chickenpox as a kid, and it's purely because catching as an adult is much worse. Right, but nowadays we have a vaccine for chickenpox. That whole thing of, you know, going out and people deliberately getting sick with chickenpox, that was the thing that happened, you know, to my generation because there wasn't a vaccine. But now we got a vaccine, so there's no need to. You go to the doctor, they stick you in the arm, and it's done. Yeah, well that's the if it doesn't kill you part. Right, but the worst thing is the whole if it doesn't kill you, it makes you stronger. That is a thing that isn't even true, because you get, for example, like stuff like measles. One of the things that is a very common symptoms of measles is it horribly undermines your immune system. So literally you get sick with it, and you're genuinely now weak to disease because it's compromised your immune system. Heat stress. Right, because I didn't want to do the beans on this one. We had the other beans. Long-term COVID. Well, that's the thing. There's a lot of diseases that's true. But that's the reasons why you should take illness seriously. Well, it's a Galar says, you did ask your doctor to check if you're still immune because you work with kids and face pain, you don't want to get it. Gotcha. You got the vaccine. You never had chickenpox. Gotcha. I mean, yeah. I was one who got chickenpox as a kid. Mumps gets bad. Oh yeah, no, that's the reason why. That's what, the MMR vaccine? Mumps, measles, oh, it's like, I can't remember it's a disease that begins with R, but it's like the whole collection. Rubella. Yeah, my brain was like rhubarb. I'm like, nope, that is a plant. That is an edible plant. That is not a disease. Yeah, rubella. Yeah, other bio nerds in chat, you're home. Yeah. But they're all important. As like growing up, your parents' friend group had pox parties, got all our kids together so they all catch it while they're young. Yeah. Well, that used to be a thing, like I said, and there are very rare cases that kind of thing made sense. And there's even an argument to and for, like, for and against it. But nowadays with the vaccine, there's just no need for it. You just get your vaccine, you're good, don't have to think about it, it's done. It's almost like it is strategically makes sense to expose yourself to a weakened and or dead version of the virus to help your immune system recognize it so that you're better equipped for it in the future is a very viable strategy. I.e., that's what a vaccine is. Yep, flu shots, all that. I mean, flu shots are a vaccine. The big challenge with influenza is just they mutate it so much that there's definitely, you know, it's definitely one of those things that, like, you guess your 3 to 5 strains a year that you think are gonna take off. Most of the time, they get pretty good. Every once in a while, there's one that gets away. So that's the one challenge with the flu vaccine. I still get it each and every year, and I haven't had the actual flu in I couldn't tell you how long. But there's definitely years that the flu shot's on point, and there's definitely years that just a strain outside the ones that they're aiming for is the one that takes off. That's not me being critical or anything of it. They do a really good job. And it's still worth getting, even if it's not the one that takes off, because usually you can sometimes get a reduced response if you get the one that broke through. I mean, Stoka, it's not necessarily that bad, but that's my whole point, is these days, you just get the vaccine for chickenpox. Alright, dangerous animals are attacking. We got wolves and all that over here. How is this holding up? We've been hunting this area for a while. No, they still just have deer. Yeah, no, that's the thing. If you're going back more than like 20 years that was your childhood, then yeah, that was just the way you did it. You just got yourself exposed because it was just safer to do that. But these days we've got a vaccine for chickenpox that literally it's kind of the same thing as if you got exposed, except you don't actually get the sickness. And I want to say it's one of those vaccines that's a very, very high, what's the word? Not success rate. That it is, you're very likely. Let's see, a few years ago we had 3 strains of flu go about. We were guaranteed 2 weeks out of it. You were guaranteed 2 weeks out of it, you caught all 3 of them. You feel sick? Efficacy, thank you. No, you have a higher chance of getting shingles if you get chickenpox as an adult, if I remember correctly. Versus if you have it as children, which is why people went out of their way to deliberately get their kids to get chickenpox when, you know, someone in the group got it. Yeah, it's still the chickenpox virus, just in adults it responds differently for I don't know what reason. Oh, we're not making enough money. Well, it's basically waiting for that to get done. A child has grown up. That's the first time I've seen that prompt. Oh, that's... Okay. Yep, exactly, JD. Let's see, there was... Let's see, do you know why strains they target don't get anywhere? They've been vaxxed against? The ones that they don't target free reign? Yeah. Well, there's that. Certainly. But that's the thing. They try and look at the strains of the flu and they go, okay, which of these ones are looking particularly... Who are you all rolling in at one group? I just suddenly look at there's like 12 people rolling into town. I'm like, what are these? I'm guessing they're like refugees or whatever. That's one more person than I can actually handle. Okay. Probably regret this. I'm certainly getting to the point where pretty soon I'm going to need another well down here somewhere. Okay. Did you remember that flu they're building vaccines for a month ahead of the flu? Trying to predict weather? Yeah, no, that's the thing. And like I said, they actually have a relatively good track record. Like, yeah, every year you have some that are breakouts and all that, but that's fine. Because if they're dealing with, you know, let's say there's, in a year, 24 new strains, and they go, okay, here's 5 that are dangerous, and of those 5, here's 2 that we expect to get around a lot. So you vaccinate against those 2, and then, you know, you might have another one that you just think is going to get around a whole bunch. And even if you only get 1 or 2 of those right, that's still that much more you've helped. And we skipped right to 2? Yeah, but I believe that requires more materials that I'm struggling to keep in stock. What do we got going on? So right now, we are working on building... This is a survival town builder style game, whatever you want to call it. And we are working on getting all that started. We're still waiting on this. I still need more stone. I still need more everything. Yeah, and you're waiting on planks. You're all waiting on planks. We are foraging that area, so we probably don't want to chop all that apart. We can go up here. Go ahead and harvest all that as well. I'm pretty sure they don't predict influenza A here in Australia because they're running rampant, and of course the worst strains. Caught in the mid-year would have had COVID. Yeah, I mean, I assume they probably, like, different places might make their own vaccines based on what their concerns are. I have no idea behind the scenes on how you make those selections. I've had COVID once. It wasn't a good time. Wouldn't recommend. Was really... No, wait. That's a lie. I have had it twice. The one I actually was able to get tested and, you know, tested positive. The other one, we're like 99.9% sure it was COVID. But I was in New Zealand at the time and we didn't have access to tests right there, so we just kind of sheltered in the hotel. You know, basically we did what we could do to, like, limit exposure as much as possible. I've known a number of people who got long COVID that it really just took them out. They just zero energy left. They wake up, they manage to get to their food, and they're pretty much spent. And I am deliberately trying to get these clay pits done first. So I'm going to take the 2 people off this clay pit deliberately so that they work on this one first. This cannot sit still person is basically in bed for weeks. Yeah. Let's see, both times you had COVID is worse than the standard flu, but man, that flu, that was rough. Oh yeah, so you had like a particular flu that whooped your butt. Yeah. That does happen. I mean, you can have like something that's a very nothing cold and it can still just happens to be one that your body doesn't respond well to. It just knocks you off your feet. US says H5N1 avian flu vaccine stockpiled, but it's unknown if they'll actually be helpful. Yeah, I mean, like I said, I always get my my flu vaccine every year. Most places they'll do it for free or for almost free. It's just easier to not have to be like, hey, I've done what I can to protect me. And we're working our hardest to try and get everything upgraded. We got a bunch of houses ready to upgrade. We're just kind of waiting for them to get the planks. Do I have a bunch of spare workers now? Because we had more people assigned to the planks. Yeah, so Sawyer. Add more people. Foods. The pneumonia was the worst you've ever felt. Took years for your full lung capacity return due to scarring it caused. Yeah, I've been fortunate I haven't had pneumonia, but I've been around a number of people dealing with it. It's not a good time. It's another one of those ones that just leaves you with so little energy because you're just each breath is just giving you that much less oxygen to work with. Alright. So the downside is we are gradually losing money. The healer's house specifically... Dang. You're selling snake oil? Excuse me, wait, hang on. Wait. Our healer is selling snake oil. I'm sorry, I've misunderstood the purpose of you in my town. I thought you were helping people. Yeah, that monthly cost of 25 is killing us. So if I turn that off, do you drop your monthly cost? Because I can't afford that 25 right now. Okay, so it's recommending have even more laborers. That's fine. We're still building more houses down here, which will help. I'm getting a little bit worried we're going to, If there isn't a brewery, person's got to drink something. Well, I would be down to getting a brewery. We're not there yet, though. So we've got some planks to spare. That's probably going to the sand pit up there. This area up here. And how's this coming along? Because we've got them working that field hard. Okay, so right, that is going to bring in wheat, which we're not going to be able to eat immediately. But we also got the beans, and then we're going to keep working on the fertility of this soil. We got the carrots, we're going to be working the fertility on the soil. So we should be okay with a bunch of food rolling in. I do ultimately want to empty this pit and again have like the four fields all next to each other to have them all rotating stuff, but we'll worry about that later. I don't really know where those planks are going. Oh, they're going over here to the pottery building. That's fine. The pottery is just another thing that will make our people happier and upgrade the houses, which makes it more lucrative gold-wise. Because I need to get to the point here that we are getting ourselves extra money from here. And how does our composting building going? I still don't know what your storage capability is. If I need another one. Okay, so we're officially at the point where I need more water. So I go down here. Resources. Well. We got a lot of people. Do you really need that many laborers doing that? We've been struggling to keep food in stock. Like right now we're doing good. But we are working and getting these fields maxed out and all that. I actually have a lot of I do actually have a decent number of spare people running around doing stuff. But yeah, that's right now that's probably the most I'm gonna have with the laborers, and as our town grows, that'll be a whole thing. We can probably go to the sawmill and add 2 more. No, I need to keep the general laborers cutting trees so that we keep getting wood. And 40 children graduated. Does that give me the breakdown of, like, age groups and all that? That's what I'm trying to see is, like, of my population, what amount of them is children? I'd assume we'd have them here somewhere. But we are slowly becoming an educated town, which means they'll be able to work a bit higher productivity rate. I don't like this intersection a lot. I'm deliberately thinking we'll delete this road. I'll end up putting 2 of the garden planter things here, and then try and put the road there again and see if it'll fix. And if not, maybe delete the roads going in here to make a straight shot over and then merge them in and see what happens. Yeah, and you're finishing that. I do see that the planks are going down here. We do have the pottery being made, so that'll help improve people's moods, which again will allow us to upgrade more houses and all that kind of stuff. We gotta wait, because I also want to get an apiary going on. I need to get the tool place made, so... Or sorry, not the tool, the trading place made. Oh, that's bad. Oh no, they can go to the lake. I was about to be I was like, that's bad they can't go and deal with that. The good news is we haven't lost any buildings to fire. A bit of windy roads, get that? Yeah, but the problem is, it makes it hard to use this space. Okay, we're getting a bunch of trees cut down here, which again will help. Alright, so we are finally getting our houses upgraded. Which does give them a little bit more capacity over the shelters. Not a lot, but it's a little bit. It also means they pay more tax dollars. We'll need candles, potteries, types of food, and the upgraded town center. So candles is the one we're not making. And then the town center we can't upgrade until we get the trading post built. And then we have enough homesteads. Yeah, stone has been bad. Yeah, no, we're consuming all the stone as fast as we're getting it. But like we do have more queued up to mine. It's just I don't have a dedicated quarry, which is what I need.
Thank you Randall for 1812 for gifting a sub to Keobek FC.
Thank you, Randathor, for gifting a Tier 1 sub to Kravik FC. Really do appreciate that. And Kravik, I hope you enjoy yourself some nice advertisement-free viewing, as well as access to the emotes, whether you want them or not. So,
Thank you, Randall, for 1812 for gifting a sub to Conrad.
I do see that Randathor is sniping the unsubbed. I do really appreciate that. And Conrad, hope you enjoy yourself some nice advertisement-free viewing, as well as access to the emotes as well. And thank you, Randathor. It does mean a whole heck of a lot that you'd support the channel like that. Alright, so it looks like somewhere over here I can put down a mine for stone. I think to do that, the boars are going to have to go, though. And we keep killing them, but they keep coming back. And my guess of what will happen, though, is if I start clearing that forest out, the boar will eventually just be gone for good. We almost have enough tax money to turn back on the healing house again. We almost have the trading post done. It only needs 10 more stone. And they'll have the trading post online, and that should allow me to trade goods from our towns and all that stuff. He's like, no, please, I don't want to be subbed. I don't want these emotes. Didn't ask for this.
Thank you, Randall, for 1812 for gifting a sub to Leafy Pew.
And I'm sorry to tell you, Leafy Pew, but you have been subbed. So thank you again, Randall Thor. And Leafy Pew now has so nice advertiser previewing as well as access to emotes. So, you know, I know you were really, really enjoying those ad breaks. I am sorry you won't get to see, I don't know what the current ones are, like Honda or whatever anymore. I do apologize for that, but you know, thank you again for the support. Alright, we got dangerous animals attacking. See, you didn't ask for this. Always here in the Deus Ex Adam Jensen voice. Man. I remember playing Deus Ex way back. I never played the later ones. I really liked the first one. And I don't have a specific reason, I just never circled back to try the later ones. That's kind of the same with The Witchers. Like, I had a decent enough time in The Witcher 1. And it just, that was never a series I got into. I know it's a good series, but it's just kind of those ones I'm like, okay, well, I had a good time. Send your butt off because you're in Australia? Yeah. I wonder if there's an easy way to see when buildings are upgradable. Yes, a lot of these look like they're waiting on iron, brick, and heavy tools. And the smokehouse cannot be upgraded. Alright. The later one are kind of prequely. They do really, really good, but they suffered from the you have only so many ways to build your player.
For gifting a sub to
There's a brick wall boss. Where only one type will pass. Gotcha. And thank you, Randall Thor, for gifting a tier 1 sub to a Night Dweller. Again, just sniping people. Keep your head down. Is what happened. Let's see, is it the game where you can make a house with lots a bit bigger and all that? No, that's Manor Lord. That's another game I need to search around. Let's prioritize salvaging that salvage site. I've been, just ignoring it this whole time. I'm also seeing an icon for... Oh, we've got deer have been moving back into this area. Let's let them populate and keep hunting up here. Yeah, so you need 10 there. We are finally getting our guard tower built up here. That's to try and watch this choke point for raiders to deal with them in the future. We've got a bunch of fish laying everywhere. Yeah, so we've got that cellar keeps getting full. And then nothing happens after that. All right. That'll work, because we can wedge that right in there. They'll be by the houses again. But to be honest, I expected you to go, yeah, you're right, no third time. I do appreciate it. Obviously supporting the channel, all that stuff. Helps so much. Alright, so just got those two that need stone up there. We got that one down there that needs stone. I'm gonna go over here, and I'm gonna do this again. We got more stone to clean up around here. What is that symbol? Missing a melee weapon. And our housing keeps going up, which is good, but also kind of worrisome that's going up so much, because it is raising the population of our town and what it can hold very rapidly, which does have its considerations to worry about. So why are you now... Oh, because I jumped it up to 300, that's fine. And you only have one more stone you need, but I can't do anything until we get the heavy tools. I'm guessing we're going to have to trade for the heavy tools. So far we haven't seen any iron to speak of. And two of you are salvaging that wreck. Let's see, you have a choice to make. Fulgora, Gleba, or Volcanus. So, you can find success in literally any of them. I will say Gleba, I think, is the hardest. Because Gleba's the only one that you have stuff that will cause you mayhem. Whereas the other ones, as long as you're not, like, being aggressive in your expansion that you have to worry about stuff, you can kind of take your time. But Gleba is the only one that you have to worry about external threats on a real level. Let's see, you're thinking to try this out. You're stuck watching it right now and you haven't played since the first test. Well, that's the thing. I haven't played since the very first early access release of it. They've definitely done a lot to polish it up. Like, it's obviously the same game, but... like, you can already look at the tree of the stuff here, like the food, or sorry, the resources that we've got literally scrolling levels of text here. So they've definitely added more to it. And I'm just like, oh, that one goes left. Yeah, no, that's definitely, so I ended up doing it last just by the way it ran. I had chat voting on it, and they voted for me to go to Volcanus first, but between the Volcanus and the other one, I don't think it really matters which one you choose first. There's certainly arguments to be made for either of them. Salvaged goods. We got linen clothes, a bunch of money, firewood, gold ore, pottery, and heavy... Oh, we just got heavy tools. Heck yeah, well, I guess I won't worry about that. We're getting ourselves a mill. Put that off way longer than I should have. Okay. So, you're still doing fine. You're still building up your fertility. Because it's what? 3, 6, 7 fertility up. Honestly, you don't... I missed doing that. So we have 7 up. That's -5. And 9 down. So, next time I'm going to see if I can't sneak in one round of these before in that one. So that we're net positive on fertility versus negative. And you are -2, -4, and then that would be 6, 7, 8. So we're going up 8, so it's a total of 4 increased fertility per year on average. That's all. You just got to keep that food rolling. And how's they're steadily getting upgrades. They're still collecting all the materials. This finally means we will get... Yeah, we're literally just waiting for one more unit of stone. And that'll get us flour. And then this will get us bread from our flour. Let's prioritize you. Also gonna prioritize that well. They've been without water too long, and that's gonna be a health problem. I'll definitely need to deal with the rat catcher in not too long. I don't even remember what I'm building. Oh, it's a sand pit. Yeah, it's not an immediate priority. Because what they could do here is they can amend the soil. So let's see. We want to try and have that, yeah. So 10, 10, 10. Yes, they're all in that sweet spot with that. These beans are actually not a good fit. So we can go here and say a little bit more sand. I don't think we could fit the beans in here. And the carrots were minus what? 2%? The field may need input some weed suppression to it. That's this weed suppression is right here. Okay, so that'll be a better fit there. That's -2 though. We'll keep that for now. I am going to need to do that because we also get fertilizer from our waste management that I also got to watch out for. So beans are +1, that's +1. We got 2 rounds of the beans. So let's get rid of that one, slide you over, drop in the first round of the beans. You ultimately probably get those out of here too. Alright, just gotta keep them working those fields and slowly have them get better and better. There we go, we officially are making ourselves... Oh, that has a percent to it, so apparently every so often I get to replace my heavy tools. Interesting. So we are making flour now from our grain. Don't let the bear get away. Alright, so from here, let's prioritize the bakery. Because of the bakery up, that's another food source and all that. Which will be good. You've also got that well down there to get them water. We still don't have enough of a net gain on our money to keep all that going. Okay, so you're missing candles as your main thing, and I believe the candles needed the apiary. Right, so the soap requires... I don't know what that material was. Yeah, so candle shop requires stuff from the apiary. And I believe the apiary was actually under amenities. Where was it? Oh, we have the rat catcher. I need to get that built too. That's a pretty high monthly cost. Let's check under food. It was somewhere in here. Oh, did we ever get that arborist built? Okay. orchards and arborists. In order to gather fruit, an arborist needs fruit trees to be planted within their work area. To get started, select a fruit plant from the arborist window. Note that trees grown in the arborist have different growing requirements from crops and have their own fertility overlay that is automatically shown when placing the fruit trees. Planting the trees in the most fertile areas ensure the largest harvest. Okay. So... Wow, that was loud for what it was. So I'll do apples, peaches, pears. We'll start with that. Anyways, back to what we were doing, which is looking for the apiary. There it is. So it's a 70%. The good news is you're microscopic. I feel like a place over here is going to end up being good in the long run. We'll put it there. I'll end up needing other stuff nearby. What other resources am I hurting for? We have the pottery already. The weaver I've got built already. We will go ahead and set up the candle shop. It's going to be way over here. The armory won't matter until we have other stuff. The soap shop, I really don't know what I need for. It is a decent sized building, though. Okay, so get that going. Sweet meat is in our future? Yep. Oh, you still don't have water? I mean, it's right here. Or are you out of the range of the marketplace? Ah, okay. So we've gotten to the point where I'm getting in our marketplace. That's what's happening here. So we are going to need... Can I upgrade you soon? Because I don't know if my upgrade will just make you bigger. No, so we need bricks. Where do we make bricks? Will you tell me your secrets? Let's see. I'll make nice cider, peaches, pears, and apples. Though peach makes me think of schnapps. Yeah, I'm willing to bet if we go down here... That's a stable. Furniture workshop, brewery, foundry... What's the foundry's output? Ingots. Blacksmith, brickyard. Okay, so we can't do the brickyards yet. That'll be the next tier up. You are still waiting... Okay, so you're literally at a point I just need a slight increase in population, which is just going to happen, and the trading post, and then you just need a mountain of gold. So literally for upgrading to the next tier in the town, we just kind of got to wait out the gold popping in. Oh, we already have the 22 up there with it. Okay. Alright, so we're dealing with all that. We're still hurting for stone and planks and all those. We finally have the sand pit, which means we can actually amend the soil here. to get it up to more ideal for what we're growing. Alright, we're keeping that up. Shame we can't fit like another round in there. Alright. Okay, it has to be inside the circle. So you can go ahead and plunk the circle there. We should be able to sneak a couple more around the outside here. So it probably doesn't matter. But there's a road to connect it. There, we got a couple more trees in the back. Does you like the fact that the trees' colors change with the season? Yeah. Like I said, to me it feels like the way I describe this is there's a game called Banished, which is the same style of game. It's just what happens if Banished came out, you know, years later. Tallow. So we have tallow. I don't know where it came from, but we do have it. And our storehouse is full, both of them. And we need bricks to upgrade that. So I guess I'm gonna go to storage. So I need iron for that. That's not happening anytime soon. We already had the wagon. So I'll build another storage place. What's this button? Okay, automatically upgrades. Okay, so you can turn on and off the automatic upgrades. Tallow might be from butchering animals, it's rendered fat. Yeah, it's probably something like that. That's the one thing I haven't seen, is we're probably getting pretty close to being able to do, Ah, we have our barn. So the barn is new. We have a goat barn. We have a chicken coop. Okay. Alright, so we've got our barn. Cattle must be purchased. Gotcha. So we can build those if we purchase those. Okay, what do we got here? Use transfer gold to move gold in and out of the trading post storage. Gold must be inside the trading post in order to buy items from traveling merchants. We have, like, use the, like, request that. Click to maintain the current amount of items at trading point. Items that are being stocked indicator. Number of items in the town storage. Price per item. Number of items a traveling merchant has available. Okay. So, we've got all this. So the town storage, we actually have a decent number. Okay. Request this item be brought by the next merchant at premium prices. Keep in stock. Move items to the trading post. Okay, so that's 50 items of that. You can also transfer some shoes over. So if the next trader comes in, we can try and sell them some shoes and all that. Banished is the OG? Yeah, no, that's a thing. Like, no negative to Banished. Banished came up with the idea so far as, like, really expanding into what it was. And then this came in later. It's like, hey, what if we took that idea and just did a lot more with it? You know, added crop rotations and all that, which, you know, were absent from Banished. Okay, so we're getting our sand. Which, again, we're using that to slowly amend the soil here to make it have higher yields and all that. Meanwhile... Right, so the houses are not going to like that. Where's the point where we start being mad about? Okay, so that's where the road is. So let them build the cattle barn. Banish paved the road for the whole genre, in your opinion? Yeah, no, it definitely took it. Like, it wasn't the very first game to ever do the idea. It just really, you know, it took it from just kind of games that just dabbled a little bit and was like, what if this is a, like, an actually thought out system? Yeah, so I need 2,000 gold and a giant mound of planks. And so right now we're just going to try and wait and hoard planks while we wait and hoard gold. We do have that root cellar is full. We have a second root cellar over here that's nowhere near full. We'll definitely want to get barrels and all that as well. Oh man, you're 150 planks? I do have everyone I can work in that place, right? No, get 6 in there. I can't upgrade you, right? No, not for a while. I just need all the planks we can get. Because that's all the holdup is now. We've got everything I need. I just need planks and gold. And once we have that, we got all that stuff sorted out. Building is on fire. That's fine. I've got wells pretty well spread out, so that's helping. We'll start getting ourselves fruit. That should make people happier as well. We built the candle maker and all that. Yeah, I've got the candle shop. We don't have our wax yet. So we get a 68% honey bonus, which will give us honey and wax. It might honestly be a thing that we end up needing several of these buildings. Considering how small they are. So there's resources. Okay. Yes, you're inexpensive. Ah, okay. So if I overlap them, they take a very severe penalty. Alright, let's leave that alone for right now. Alright, so let's take a look here. So... I would like to sell the full stack of 50. And you're unwilling to buy those. Okay, are there anything in here I would really like to buy? Not really right now, I don't think. Yeah, and those are the only ones they have much of. We're definitely gonna need to get some stuff that we can keep on regular sale. How goes your deal over here? Do I need a second one of these? That looks like we're fine. We actually had some crop rot in the field. Oh, and it was eaten by animals. Oh, I see what's happening here. Okay. Hey, hunters. You know I've been hunting way over there for a while? We have an immediate problem. And I think you might be the solution to that problem. Because the deer are becoming a menace. And we'll just deal with it. Gotcha, you'll be able to upgrade roads soon as well. 50 villagers have graduated. We're getting pretty close to the point that we should start seeing our population be primarily educated. Venison tacos? I'm down. And how's it going, Alana? Good to see you. Let me go ahead and do a shout out for Alana Rama, who's another fantastic content creator, someone I definitely recommend. Plays a lot of RimWorld, among other games, but a lot of RimWorlds going on. Okay, so you do not want my shoes. I understand. That's fine, I don't care. The deer are a menace. Bet you're getting rid of all those wolves now. Harumps triumphantly. To be fair, I only dealt with lone wolves that attacked me for the most part. I talked about clearing out the wolf den down here, but we never did actually get to doing it. Now, the boar, on the other hand, over here in the woods, those we've been fighting with. But yeah, again, so check out Alanorama, fellow member of the Halcyon Frequency stream team. Definitely a content creator I recommend checking out and hanging out, doing all that stuff. But yeah, it's good to have you. Oh good, typhoid. But another cellar down there for storing even more food. Slowly working through our clay pit, we've got our sand. Yeah, I want to switch that over to the other beans. The fertility has been trending down. I do need to address that. Which we're working on it, but I don't really want to do a double on that one. Okay. So this field's not producing this time of year, so that'll be 3, 6, 9%. And that consumes 4 and 5%. So technically we're gonna be basically stalemating that once it stops getting worse. That one says it's also trending down, but it should stop that, right? So let's see here. So we've got the flax. That's -2. -4. -6. So it's -6 plus 7 a year. Alright, so we should slowly go up. I'm gonna probably need to get my hunters out here to deal with the boar as well. Yeah, because I don't have a good way to enclose that. But I keep the hunters hunting over there. They should eventually knock that deer population down again. Alright, we got more root cellars, we got all this. Yes, they don't have the candles yet because we need more bees. Alright, so we've got raiders approaching from the top left and the right. This side does have a defensive tower. Okay, so let's grab everyone. I kind of wish there was an easy grab everybody. A villager has died. So yeah, so I should have a tower here. It has a very good elevation advantage. Yeah, 12 versus 180. Hey, I'm not the one who's attacking. We're gonna have a few people are gonna die in the fight. It is what it is. Okay, so that one got away. So we did lose about 8 villagers in that battle, unfortunately. I also didn't really see the tower doing much, which is a bit of a concern and curiosity. But that is what it is. But yeah, no, if you show... Yeah, so we killed 15 of theirs, they killed 9 of ours, they didn't manage to pillage anything. I mean, if you show up into a town of like almost 200 people with 12 people and it doesn't go well for you, that's a life decision you've made. Oh yeah, no, the deer are straight up just attacking our stuff. I was seeing what we could do about the fencing. But the problem I'm noticing with that is I can't really enclose those to add gates. Yes, they go out there, they kill a deer, they run back. Did the tower not need a ranged weapon? Well, that's what I was curious of. It didn't seem like the tower did a whole lot. It does have a person who, and they do have a bow. It could be I just failed to notice it, but that's fine either way. Okay, we've got 9 people. Hey, you remember how we lost 9 people in the attack? Well, we got them back. Dispense the town? I mean, I could, but it's just going to keep expanding. My thought of what'll happen is as I expand here, I'm willing to bet it stops being eligible because we will literally be just built in that area. So, you know, either the deer will get run off or I'm not sure how mechanically it works. Yep, so you've got your soil almost in the sweet spot. Your soil's where I want it. And your soil's where I want it. At which point, then the sand will be surplus. We'll probably be able to make, like, glass or something later. The candle shop is making candles now. So yeah, so we do have access to candles, finally. We do need a little bit more food supplies. We need to have the upgrade. We are slowly getting our planks sorted. Set grazing area. So that'll be for our cows. Yeah, and I'm thinking we'll probably put some fishing along the line there. All that stuff. So once we get a cow, we can do that. Let's see. Feed stored in the building provide livestock during the winter months. Livestock can be fed grains, roots, vegetables, and hay. Oh, wait. That's... We need to change that spot. I also don't know how to change that spot. And the reason I need to change that spot is I'm going to use this spot up here for a coal mine. Alright, so we're just waiting on the gold still. And we're waiting on the wood planks. Let's check to see if I got anything else we're building up a surplus of that we could potentially sell. I mean, we got a massive surplus on food, but I would like to eat said food. Where's the weaver? Pretty sure I built the weaver array, right? There they are. Because they've got plenty of linen. So that should help out as well. I still got plenty of spare people, so we're gonna go ahead and make ourselves more clothes, and we will be selling clothes as a way of keeping the money rolling in. Either way, we're still getting 25 gold every however long. So we got money going in, but if I could sell a bunch of clothing all at one go, that helps as well. Yeah, because I've got the 25 clothes here. I've got a really large amount of flax. The shoes I don't have as much to spare as I'd like. Oh, crate game. Hope they support after release like Grim Dawn. Crate game. Yes, I've got the coal there. Crates are the devs. Ah! Wait, this isn't 1.0 yet? No, it was supposed to be coming 1.0, so beans, peas, buckwheat, carrots. That should be fine. Like, the carrots will take a hit, but yeah, no, it's supposed to be 1.0 at the end of the year. It looks like they may have gotten slightly delayed, but that'll be all right. Okay, so we've got you. Traveling merchant has arrived. Oh yeah, sell me that. 3. You know, he sold a big stack of gold. Okay, so I've got a mountain of money over here. So transfer the gold to the town storage. Confirm. Okay, we've got all the money I need. So now we're just waiting on planks, and then we can upgrade, and then we'll unlock a whole bunch of new tech, and we'll be able to see what we can do with that. I do actually really like the building upgrading automatically. I understand it just means all my resources will get tied up after a while, but at the same time, trying to track down every not upgraded building and figure it out and all that, or having a billion icons cover your map of like all the buildings you haven't queued up, I think it's pretty good. And clay is fine. We are slowly eating that clay source. Then I'm going to put in our field here. You have what? Was it 200 or 500? 200. That's good. We're a little over halfway. Set the building's grazing area. Ah, okay, so we can move that. The interesting thing is I could set it pretty far away. Worst case, you move the building. For right now, I'll leave it there. But I am going to have to move it whenever I go to set up the coal mine. Right now, I don't need coal. Just not really a concern. It'll need to knock down that deer population. Hunters, man. Any brick folk for the clay next year? We'll see when we get there. All right. We're gonna have to deal with those boar. We cleared them out a couple of times, but they, you know, show back up. The good news is it doesn't seem like the deer are actually getting much food because we just keep scaring them constantly. Like, they try and get to the farm, but since there's a billion people at the farm most of the time, they don't actually get in there to get much food very often. Oh, gotcha. So I got a thing to, like, check the traveling merchants. And we haven't seen any of them showing up with, like, livestock and all that. Bunch of people graduated from school again. Love to see it. We also have more stuff going on there. So what other amenities do we want to get in there? So we've got the festival pole, a pole that provides entertainment to younger villagers' desire. Entertained villagers are happy villagers. All right, we also have the rat catcher to keep the rats under control, and a temple. So rat catcher is relatively small. So that should be an easy one to slip in someplace where I got a little extra space. I'm going to wait to do that real fast because it does require planks. I'm just wanting to wait to do the upgrade first. Okay. Just queuing up for them to clear more and more land. And slowly these trees get built up. Yeah, so it's definitely like in real life when you're dealing with trees, you don't get a very good harvest out of the first year, so you just got to kind of wait to the tree to get to maturity. Which is just genuinely a problem that does happen with orchards. So it's kind of investing on what you're going to get a lot of good out of in, you know, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 years, whatever it takes to get to full maturity. Alright, what's interesting is I don't see sand listed up there. They just don't see it as like a high priority material, I guess. I also don't see the iron up here either. Not that many. Fractured bone. So you were mining sand and you fractured a bone. And they're saying, not enough laborers. I'm at 17, and it recommends I have at least 19 right now. Which, we still have plenty of housing to accommodate them, because as we're getting more and more here, that housing is increasing. The big thing we're running into now is I'm just not getting enough food variety, which we are trying to fix with the trees, and, you know, eventually getting that barn online, and all the other stuff. I almost think we just need to go ahead and get in our hunter.
Take a sip. What's the worst that could happen?
All right. Because, you know, get the extra hunter, knock down this deer population, and then knock these boar back down. Keep cutting down all the trees in the area. It's fine. Yeah, so you need to have a higher desirability. We're so close to being able to upgrade this thing. We're at 187 out of 200 needed, and we are just blasting through. Oh, hey, hang on with you. I need you to have a higher cap. They did just pause production. So go ahead and make that 500. I kind of like this genre, but they just all end up feeling like the same thing. I mean, the premise of the game is kind of the same between a lot of the other games of the genre. It's what the different ones do to differentiate ourselves. Like this one where we haven't done much of it yet, but the idea that you can like flatten elevation and all that, you can like alter the terrain. Like we got this big cliff ledge here that I won't be able to build on much. So I can literally go up here and be like, hey, you know what? This spot here, I don't like it being this uneven. And I can literally like gradually flatten it and everything. It's very laborious to do it. But then you also have like the crop. Cancel that. But then you can actually like completely go and do your crop rotations, do all that. That's the thing. I could be getting a lot better yield out of this if I just took the time to just really, really ramp it up. I'm kind of partly depending on this to get done, that as this decomposes, we can take the compost and compost these fields. And that should help. This one actually has a little bit of combat in it, which most of the genre doesn't, because Banished didn't when it came out when it came out. There are others have combat, but the other ones I felt like really leaned in to make the combat the core focus, and that was just never the point of the genre to me. I can put a stone mine down there. Okay, so you are going to go target that same spot with the deer as well. Because I'm hoping we just get enough that we can knock those deer population back down again. Since I keep eating my crops. Impending blizzard. Temperatures are dropping as severe winter approaches. Hopefully, your town is well stocked in firewood, we are, to burn more wood. Heavy snow can cause damage to buildings. Well, I don't like that. Meanwhile, upgrade our main building. Because that way, going into next year, we should be good to get our new tech built. Low desirability is making villagers want to leave. What is your problem? Just the low desirability on the house itself. Those are the original houses up there. Oh, hi, Blizzard. Oh yeah, no, that's definitely a blizzard. Can't see a whole lot of anything right now. Decorations. So you got medium plaza, which is 2x2. Small corner bench plaza. Now it won't matter, but what ways is population growth? Population growth, you'll have events that can happen. The big one that I've seen so far is stuff going. I'm trying to remember how I delete. Okay, for the road. The big one I've seen is as long as you have enough housing and enough food, they will generally just build up themselves. Yeah, so those don't seem to be having much of an effect on the desirability. Trying to fix where this road's all wonky. There we go. But yeah, so it's basically having enough housing and enough food. That said, the immigration requires those two, but having kids does not. So they will have more people move in even if you're not ready. Or sorry, they will have more people born even if you're not ready as time goes on. But it does seem like they have buildings like shelters and all that to mitigate that, where they won't contribute to like the higher, like the people moving in from immigration, but they will contribute to being able to buffer more kids happening. So I'm trying to do... see where I can wedge in parks and that kind of stuff to make them happy. Let's see, outsiders view our town as being a little dull, but a theater would certainly liven things up. Okay, so basically where we're at now, there's like, hey, you know, you've gone up a tier, it's time to offer some more amenities and all that. Okay, so with that, we've got a lot of stuff going on here that we can add more. Money is fine, so let's go ahead and chuck down a maypole if we can somewhere. Alright, that's bigger than I thought. Let's check what the other amenities are. We have the temple. That's a 5x5. We have the rat catcher. Right, and I made the comments like, oh yeah, we probably are gonna need that. Now, what I'm hoping is this will be one of those buildings I can plunk up here and tell you to work down here to deal with the main town. That's what I'm hoping. It might not be the case, at which point you can move buildings and it's just labor is all you lose. A preservist building preservers bring fruit, berries, and root vegetables to the building to preserve and jar them in glassware. Preserved goods have much longer shelf life. We have a cheese maker. We'll do that when we have a cow. Resources-wise, we got a stable. Horse can be purchased, so that gives us a bunch of goodies from that. The kiln. We have the furniture maker. We have the brewery, which uses firewood, water, honey, and wheat to craft beer, which can be stocked in pubs for villagers to consume. We have a foundry, which uses coal as an energy source to make iron and all that. We have the blacksmith, which makes weapons. We have a brickyard, which uses clay and coal. So we're going to want the brickyard, because a lot of stuff depends on the brick. We can start getting that. And this is where this building is going to have some stuff moved. So I'm just going to tell it to be over there instead for a moment, because I need to put down a mine for coal. Ah. I see. So that's a deep mine, so I can't use it yet. Alright, so I got stone over there. Stone over here, stone over there. So unfortunately, I don't have coal I can get at to right now. So let's actually move this building. And put it up here, because then I can put the grazing spot over there. So that's an unfortunate thing. So let's see what else we got here. Blacksmith forge, the brickware. The glass maker uses sand and coal to make glass. The paper mill which I don't know what we need, and the bookbinder. Yeah, so we'll have all that to take care of. Storage-wise, we have a cooper, which uses iron and wood planks to make barrels, which makes our goods last longer. The roads and all that. So we can make cobbled roads. Okay, so roads aren't going to upgrade themselves. That's good to know. So I am going to need to go over here and get ourselves some stone. The problem we're going to run into with this... Hi.
I just a hubby.
Yaw, we all make mistakes.
Yeah. You're cute.
Love.
Yeah.
What's interesting is... So we have iron mine, coal mine, that... I don't see one that's a stone mine or quarry. We have the workman's camp, a stable. And as the resources, I'm assuming you just put down any kind of mine, because these all have the same cost and they all look identical. We'll try it. We are going to have to deal with the animals in this area, though. Which is my intention is, once we've got the deer population knocked down over here, I'm going to turn over to clearing out the boar, and I'm going to need to clear out these wolves up here, so that we can get that built safely. We're going to disable construction on the mine for a moment, so we don't have people running out there and getting themselves killed if we can help it. Looks like we'll have a couple that are already on their way, and that's just the way it is. Let's see here. Yeah, we'll have to figure out what it's going to take to do that. Yeah, so it'd be nice to cobblestone all these paths, but we'll have to worry about that later. Alright, so what else do we have on our list of things to make the area nicer? Right, so we still have the festival pole, which is a 4x4, which I unfortunately didn't leave myself enough room. But it does look like one of those buildings I can plunk it anywhere, and it does seem to serve the entire area. I'm going to plunk it down there, and that should help with that. We can also go over here, we have the rat catcher. Did you get built yet? There we go. So Ratcatcher can work on all that. And we have the temple, which is the same thing. It seems to affect literally the entire map. I'm going to go ahead and pop this down one tile. And that should give us a bunch of amenities to boost the desirability of our city and all that. Which should help where these ones are getting upset that they don't have a high enough desirability. Okay, we've almost got all the dough knocked down. And then, like I said, my next target is going to be clearing out the boar over here, and then going for the wolves. Alright, Night Dweller, you sleep well. Thank you again for tuning in. It's been good having you. What do you need for upgrades? You need those to stay more in stock reliably, and you need more food types, which is fair enough. And you seem to actually have a decent amount of wax and all that just sitting in stock. How are we doing on our population stuff? Okay, so it's actually recommending So I need more people to be builders. Once a temple is constructed, it can be it can be done. Well, I'm building the temple right now, so that works out. Oh, literally all I need to upgrade you is just money. Which I'm out of. Oh, right, because you cost $1,000. Alright, so do we have anything that we can move over here we're selling? You probably transfer the baskets, because I do have a decent amount of spare baskets. Right, and we are starting to burn through our flax. And you're baking, which is good. Yeah, so you're processing that into flour. I think when you use a second baker. It is the brickyard, which I can't do much with because I don't have coal. Oh wait, do I have a coal spot up here? It looks like there actually is a coal spot up here. Yes, let's go ahead and get that queued up. On tier 3, pub and theater. When we have more money, we can worry about the pub and theater. Let's see, so resources. Coal. I see the icon up here, but I don't see it up here. Okay, it's showing an icon in this area somewhere. That's fine, we'll get there. Your fertility's still going up. Your fertility's still going okay. Villager has scurvy. Not my favorite. We're getting low on stone, which they're working on. Workers are missing tools. Tools are needed to work efficiently. Oh, well that's not great. I'm seeing no more dough. Let's pop over here. So that's one hunter set. 2 hunters set. 3 hunters set, so we can get rid of the boar. And then we go after the wolves next, and that should clear us up to being able to put the stone mine there. Okay, we've got all of our stuff getting full here. Yes, let's take everyone off of this. There's no point in that running till we got coal coming in. Cool, so I got the baskets in stock. Ooh, I have 129 linen clothes? Bring those over, those will sell worth a lot. And bring over 30 of our other clothes that we got spares of. Bring over 25 sets of shoes. Building has been abandoned due to the desirability. Has been abandoned. Improve desirability to restore it. Okay, and the healer is rescuing Lendon, who got knocked down. Alright. Swap dead house for church. So from what I was seeing with these, like, the shrine and all that, they don't seem to have an area of effect. They seem to just make people happy everywhere. So we have, like, the preaching thing here. Now, it could definitely be, like, travel time is a problem, but we're already building the pole and the temple, and I have no money, so we're just kind of waiting. Someone help. There we go. Cool, so the boar are all down. Which brings us to the real danger, which is we're going to be taking on those wolves, and our goal is to clear out the wolf den. I believe you can actually wipe out the wolf den and they stop showing up there. I'm not 100% on that. In the meantime, I would say we are good to enable construction on that again, to start having renewable stone. Versus everyone having to walk around and deal with. You'll have like a dedicated people stone mining. Alright, so just need a trader to show up. We can drop a bunch of that stuff we brought. Maybe don't run in by yourself all the way. Or just kick butt. Wolves are aggressive animals that pose a moderate danger to villagers and livestock. Provides meat, hides, and tallow if butchered by a hunter. And it's saying that there's 3 there, so we can just keep working on that. Oh, let's also go here. Stop dropping the speed for just dangerous animals attacking. Okay, so we got trade caravan coming in. So hopefully with the trader, I will be able to sell a bunch of stuff. Okay, so give me money for that. You want to buy my really expensive clothes at well below the average price, which does not fill me with happiness. Yeah, 9? You insult me, sir. Now, I have people complaining about a lack of tools. Oh, you're not selling any tools. Yeah, so you got... Right, so the reason why they're selling it cheap is because that's literally what they're doing business with. So we did manage to get ourselves some money, which is good. If we do transfer that money to our town storage, that should help us keep some things running. And take a chunk out of that one. Let's see, you can make roads out of common hunting, fishing grounds to help speed up the long distance travel. Yeah. Okay, so you're already over there. And I know I can snake it to make it shorter. Not really civilization inspiration. It's inspired by a game called Banished, which is a similar idea. But hey, Snoot, how's it going? Let me go ahead and do this, which is shout out for Snoot. He's another fantastic content creator on the platform. I've been playing a bunch of Timberborn lately, which is another excellent like survival colony builder, that kind of stuff. The font's UI remind you of Civ. Yeah, that's fair. But yeah, it's a similar idea to like Timberborn, except Timberborn is very heavily around like mechanical power and water management, and all that, where this has way more of an emphasis on just like surviving the cold kind of thing. All right, so we do have people who are now. Okay, well actually, that's saying you're getting iron. But that was stone. Alright, whatever. I'm not gonna complain about it. Oh no, that was iron. So here I've been complaining, being like I won't be able to get iron from anywhere. Nope, we're good. Another traveling merchant has arrived, so that's excellent. So what do you got for me? So you're willing to buy shoes at a premium. Oh wait, I already sold those. Nope, that's the wrong one. I want the other person. Let me talk to them. It appears to be the same person. I'm missing. Oh, Trader 1, Trader 2. I see. It's a tab up here. Okay, so they have a neutral price for it. You know what? Neutral is good enough for me because that's 900 bucks. And I don't want anything else there. And you've got a bunch of equipment for me. That's worth considering. You are doing that far above average, which does not please me. Oh, I see. The UI. Okay. So now I transfer the rest of that gold to our town. But yeah, so that's where we got the one or two things our complaints like, we don't have tools. You got tools now. Quit shrimping? Yeah. Yeah. Also, amazing shirt. Thank you. Got it at TwitchCon this year. Alright, so we are cutting a path to our iron mine way out here. And so with that, we don't... So the interesting thing is it does highlight there. So it seems like it'll highlight regardless. So that's iron, iron, iron. Impending heat wave. Iron, iron. And we have an icon saying that there's coal up here, but I'm not getting the highlighting. Oh, there it is. It's just way up there. Okay, I mean, I can work with that. So coal mine. That'll be another one that'll be a problem. That's going to get attacked, and there's probably not going to be a whole lot I can do about it. Okay. Yeah, so we're starting to reach out into the boonies for a lot of these things, which isn't great. But it is what it is. And the doe population has instantly recovered. I'm trying to see... is somewhere. There's a wolf den. So I can't clear the wolf den. All right. So with that, the deer are already coming back with a vengeance. So I need to keep them hunted back. All right. Your village is low on builders. How many builders do I have? 4. Set to 6. We should hopefully... Okay, so the house that got abandoned is no longer abandoned. They are happy. 16 people have arrived. Sure. This relic slot is available for assignment. We don't have a relic available yet. But we do have this ruin up here that's like, hey, when you get that, you can look for it. Excavate that ruin. Excavate this ruin. And get me the goodies. You should have tools, though. Do you not have the tools? We bought the tools. And they're not here already. But we did spend our money to get them. I didn't see where they went. Relic time to find locals to steal from? Yeah. So what we're gonna have to probably do is, as much as I'd like to... Oh wait, never mind. We literally are just building a coal mine now. We can probably go here. And it will make room for the bricklayer. Because we are going to get that built up there, and that'll be our coal mine. Another thing we should probably do is start having the scout look out in the periphery out here. That's fine. It is what it is. Start revealing a bunch of that area of the map. Alright, so we got our crops got hit with disease. So stem rot. Stem rot impacts what? Buckwheat, bean, and peas, so that'll be fine. So we're already in that one. Okay, whatever that animal was just straight up fell over dead. Okay, and you got people chopping down wood everywhere and all that good stuff. All right. Cool. So we got that revealed over there. We have built our coal mine. It is horrifically inefficient because they're going to be walking the whole map to get it. But with that, we can get that going. And we go down here to the foundry. Slope too steep. Oh, we got a raid coming. Grab everybody. Get 193 people. Do you really want to tangle with this village? And they have been repelled. They did not show up with enough people, is all I'm gonna say. Looks like everyone loves the new road. Hey, I mean, that's where the raiders came from, so it's like, alright. We had a boar show up and got wrecked. We'll probably want to upgrade that road eventually. Alright. Yeah, and the weed counts and all that are staying nice and far down. The fertility is slowly building up, which is good. That's all fine. We're keeping... like, the clay hasn't been a problem. Okay, so once we get a little bit more money stashed away, we'll be good. I am curious what the relics will do for us. Because they mentioned bonuses, but they really don't tell us much about that. We're actually getting really close here to being able to upgrade again. The desirability is almost there, and we don't quite have 3 different types of food coming in, but I think that's just a matter of waiting for like the trees and all that to get up to thing. I might actually want to get a second arborist going. Yeah, the preservist. Yeah, the cheesemaker. We're still waiting for someone to show up with animals. Okay. Repelled in this case just means they're lying lifeless in the dirt with 1,000 punches. Oh no, we have some swords and arrows and all that. We do have bows and arrows being produced in our place. We need additional housing. Okay. We could just skip to tier 2. Well, okay, the only reason I don't want to skip directly to tier 2 is just in case I am missing things. Okay, so I'm only going to be able to fit 3 houses because of how close it is to the shore. One of the other things we can do here, and I haven't done it yet, is as I mentioned, that ledge is a bit of a problem. What I'm going to do is I'm going to say, hey, this ledge here, if you just work on leveling that terrain and make it less of a steep mountain, that'd be great. Oh, there's another raid. I didn't see it pop up. So that time they actually killed a few of us. I just didn't even realize they were there, and they just popped in there. It's like, oh, we're under attack. They're right here. Okay. Yeah, so if we watch here, I've got this nasty little cliff here that won't let me build. So what we are doing is we are digging it up and trying to level out the terrain and all that. It ends up being very laborious, and sometimes it takes you a number of attempts to level it up as much as you want. But it's kind of like having a terraforming tool in the game. They were just, you know, they just set it up so it's not quite as unreasonable or whatever. Like, you don't just, like, take a tool and you, like, wipe it on the map and suddenly the ground's level. The people actually go in and start fixing it. So when we hit 0, it should smooth it out a bit. And you can do that pretty extreme, like you can level out stuff pretty well. Relic acquired. The villagers have finished evacuating an ancient ruin. A new warrior relic has been acquired. A shard of Markovian's blade. Soldiers and guards deal more damage. Might as well put in there. We don't have anything else there. Okay. So we'll start with the 3x3 thing. Gonna plant those. Plant the peaches. Plant the pears. Could take your spot. That should be enough to get all of that in there. Just switch it to 1 by 1. And this one will put extra peaches. Alright, and we got ourselves an orchard coming in. We got a new trade caravan. You will take my extra baskets. Thank you for that. You will take my extra clothes. Oh, you're not willing to buy them. You want to sell them. Do you have cow? Want moo cow? No moo cow? I'm guessing you have to specifically request those from someone. In the meantime, I do seem to still need more tools. Oh, you only buy them, not sell them. Relic acquired. New wild relics. Root of the first tree. Trees grow 15% faster. Orchards produce... Oh, yes, please, that one instead. So yeah, so you're gonna be root of the thing. Let's see, the relic slot will be locked for 6 months after a new relic is placed. Are you sure? Yes. I'm willing to take my orchards making more food. That seems like a good idea. Meanwhile, we have you. And so we've got a place for our cows to graze once we have cows. So we go to food. We have a goat barn. Same idea as the cows. Go ahead and add a chicken coop. Raiders are approaching. Yeah, I'll deal with that later. Okay, so we got raiders approaching from the north and the west. We're definitely getting that point. I want to have some dedicated guards so I don't have to, like, grab the entire town population to swarm. Let's also start garrisoning 2 people in each of our towers. And I think it's also time we start putting down more towers. Yeah, I'll cover that one there. Because honestly, one of the big costs is just the fact that I'm stopping everyone from working long enough. Boar, don't do it. Are you just way closer? Okay, they're right here. Get in there. Please let me highlight to attack one. There we go. Yeah, because we're going to start taking more and more casualties as he goes on. Hey. Don't leave. Everyone get in here. Okay, they're retreating. So we switch targets now. Okay, so we got one that's broken off, and then the guard tower aggroed all the others. Okay, so yeah, we definitely need to get a barracks so that I don't need to sit here and pull the whole town. Because, like, this whole time we're doing this, that we're fighting, I'm not dealing with any of it. You're fine. Leave it to the guard tower. And what do you need to upgrade? You need a lot of things. Ah, we need a barracks to upgrade. So let's go ahead and get a barracks going as well. Oh, so barracks gives me a pretty good defensive point. I'm going to probably put that, like, right here. I don't have the money yet. Let's see. No cows or anything for you. Yeah, I'm willing to bet there's one special trader that probably deals in livestock. We just gotta wait for that one to show up. Oh, right. I still need another trading post. No, actually, we might not. I don't know what the upgrade will do, but we have everything we need so far as requirements. Increased desirability, reduced food spoilage, increased durability, larger work area. Okay, so yeah. So basically, we just want to give this a chance to get the brick made and to get the gold in. And if we get there, we'll be good. So I need to stop spending money for a minute and try and get more stuff in. Is there new stuff for us to import? Yes. So we can move items here. We'll say 75. Confirm. I think that's the only thing we got that they want right now. If they can get it here in time, we could sell it, and that might be enough money. I just realized I have $700 just sitting there. And that's probably enough to build the barracks I just mentioned. Okay, so let's go over here. Like I said, the barracks, I think I'm going to dump it along here. Because that gives me a defensive point I could put here. And it should let me upgrade some of the other points. Harvest resources? Oh, you're basically telling me it's like, hey, I'm out of stone. Stone is becoming a real problem. There is one trader that sells cows? Yeah, no, that's what I figured, because the game already tells you, it's like, hey, you buy the cows from the traders. We just haven't gotten lucky enough to have the cow trader show up yet. Alright, so you're slowly working that one down, that's fine. We're getting our brick in, and that's good news. Did we actually build the foundry? What did I need for the foundry? Resources. Foundry. Oh, right. If I choose, it'll highlight. Yeah, because we could check this. Then you choose... Oh, no, it doesn't highlight the buildings of the same type. That kind of sucks. Okay, so the foundry is missing the heavy tools. Right. We'll get there. That's the thing I haven't noticed, is I haven't noticed a quarry or anything like that. Is that tier 4, maybe? Ah, here we go. Deep clay, deep iron, deep gold, deep coal, deep sand, and then quarry. Which we had to put on a stone deposit. Yeah, so the idea is those are your infinite stuff, whereas now you have limited. So that's the next tier, which is after we upgrade this, which requires 25 large houses, a theater, a trading center, which I'm assuming is just the upgrade, and 400 people. So we have the trading building here. To upgrade you, literally just costs us resources. That's another one that's like 500 gold, brick, and all that. We just have a lot of stuff that we're just waiting on materials for upgrading. The theater looks like it's one of those ones that's probably something I should make as a priority. I'm just a little bit worried because our income is not quite there. What would be the theaters cost? So we've got a pub, which we need other stuff. And a theater is 1200. 1,250. Okay. Yeah, so once we get the heavy tools, we'll be good. And we're making real solid progress in this one. Set grazing area. Set grazing area. And for right now, let all the animals graze in the same areas. I'm sure later on that'll be a problem. But I'm mostly looking at going, okay, whatever animal we can get a hold of, we'll get a hold of it and get that going. We've knocked down all the deer again. And the wolves don't seem to be recovering so far. Their foraging place is doing fine. Alright, so we can probably send our hunters down there to knock down this set of wolves. Can I select multiple of these? No. I'm gonna have you hunt there. I'm gonna have one person hunt here. If you hunt there. So just trying to keep them pressured down. Because we have seemed to be doing relatively well against the wolves when it comes to hunting them. As long as the hunter does it, not some random person strolling in. Work on excavating that ruin. Oh, did you already clean that whole place out? Okay. I'm down. Go ahead and mine all the stone out of there. That'll cover you for a while. Alright. Yeah, you got various clothes in there. We don't have enough shoes. We got honey and all that in there. Plenty of wood and all that. Okay, new villagers born. Pretty soon I'm gonna need another, like, population center. Alright. It's a big map, so this is like early Anno games, but with the space and randomize. Yeah, I mean we chose the one of the existing map kind of things. But I mean, I'm sure there's some randomization to it and all that. Okay, so I mean, you're sitting there saying we don't have enough builders and all that. But I don't think we have any building projects going on. We're kind of just waiting on resources. So you have the barracks built. Rallying troops by pressing the flag, combat area button in the barracks UI, you can quickly send all of your soldiers to defend an area. Soldiers will remain there until the rally point has been moved. Then they're sent back to the barracks by selecting the rally point and issuing a command. Each barracks has its own rally point, so you can send your forces different locations using this method if you have more than one barracks. Note, that soldiers will loyally remain in the designated area even if their needs are not met. So they can and will inevitably starve if left on duty too long. Cool. Ah, so we can recruit, and they have a monthly cost. All right. Oh, you have a 54 monthly cost. All right, that was probably a mistake. So we are definitely going to need to increase our revenue. Hey, citizens, I'm going to need you to allow me to tax you heavily, if you don't mind. As far as I'm aware, there's no way to adjust the taxes up and down, by the way. Alright. So what I need is I need another trade person to come in so I can throw a bunch of money at that and use that to continue getting the next thing going. But with that, I should be able to keep people working. Versus everyone having to stop what they're doing each time. We also have another relic going on down here. Oh, good. Yeah, so it tells me I've got these units, and I can click on them and assign them and all that. So I've got that going. We're definitely going to need to expand to have another residential area that'll need all of its support stuff as well. I haven't decided where that's going to be yet. Like, it very well could be we just move it into this forest. And start building up, like, all the individual support things. Oh. I realize there's a spot there that just... Oh, wait, you can upgrade that? I don't even know what that does. Minus 42 money per time span. Ow. For right now, we'll just do without a doctor for a little bit. Oh, good, a trade. I need you to buy a lot of stuff for a lot of money. Clothing? Yep, buy it all. Other clothing? Will you accept mine? No. What is that? Hair of Saint of Hydia. Flax crops produce... Oh, it's a relic. So I could trade to get a relic from them. Well, I need you all to stop showing up here wanting to sell me clothes. Selling you clothes is what I do. Okay, so it's 592. And I needed that for this, so upgrade that building, because that'll increase its range. Which will allow us to upgrade everything else over here. So that'll allow us to upgrade the root cellars, which will increase the storage capacity, reduce rate of spoilage, increase durability. All my money is officially gone. Soldiers are unpaid. Okay, hang on. Can I unrecruit you? And suddenly I have money again. I don't really understand, but you know what? That's fine. Yeah, so when that upgrades, it'll expand its radius a little bit. Alright, so that's fully upgraded. So that's a tricky one that I'm gonna have to massively increase our population to be able to afford that. So we made this a very undesirable area to live, and that's gonna not help it. But I could see building housing around here, and that would potentially give us more area to grow and all that. But that is gonna take a little bit of work. So what I'm gonna go ahead and do is I'm gonna start. Yeah, so let's stay out of that area that is, negative. We'd start by housing, do this. Okay, got another merchant showing up. They're also trying to sell clothes. Okay, that's the same one we just looked at. They do want to buy our clothes. So give me that money. And still 0 luck on anyone going here. Request the item be brought at premium price. Okay. We can go to you and say, bring me more of these. Keep 50 here. The rest, that's probably fine. I'm basically trying to keep food in stock as best we can. Okay, so we're going to start building houses over here. We're going to start building all the supporting stuff we can. We'll see how a lot of that works. Because these don't seem to reflect a range. It's probably how far they can walk as opposed to dedicate. Why is our food horrific? When did our food go from everything is fine to, oh god, why? I get it, our population's been growing. But also, everything was fine for a while. We can add more farms and all that over here as well. Maybe. If we go to add more food production over here, how does the farmland look? Not great up there, actually. It's okay down here, so we can put the farmland down there. We can do in the short term. Start getting that, because it's going to fill up that whole area. We'll start getting that filled in. Okay, and we've got a bunch of that all rolling in. Okay, we can turn back on the medical building. Oh, okay. We're going to upgrade those buildings, which you don't need right now. It might have also been just all that food we've had stockpiling is finally rotted. Okay, so we do actually have some light infantry and archers still on staff. Okay, so the next thing I know we need is we will need resources. We will need a place for you to get water. It's pretty an okay spot. Hey, Lightning, how's it going? Yeah, we can put like storage and all that over here. Dangerous animals are attacking. Cool, so we got that wiped out. There's a bear way out there. They've all finished excavating that, which is good. Alright, so definitely need to increase the amount of food we're getting in here. How are we doing so far as our work distribution? Not great, is what we're doing. But with our housing increasing, that should start to resolve itself. We will need to get a trade place or whatever it's called. Not good though. How's it going for you? It's going pretty good for me. Sorry to hear things aren't going good for you. So you can upgrade the Fletcher. That'll allow additional workers, additional item recipes, and production speed increase. Which is certainly worth considering. We also still need to build the theater, which is under amenities. So theater is 1,250 with a monthly cost of 30. I can afford the monthly cost. I do not have the money for it. So let's hold up on that. Keep working on this over here. I am going to need to make storage over here so my people don't have to walk nearly as far. I'm just trying to deal with one thing at a time with this. Okay. Yeah, so good news we get lots of food. We'll definitely need to work the preserving of food and all that. Alright. And to make the houses happy here, we need more food types. Not a surprise. And general desirability of the area needs to be higher. The other thing that this is going to do is it's going to mess with our foraging place, because that is where I was foraging. So if we go over here to our foraging location, yeah, as you can see, that's just centered around there. I do assume we're going to have that drop off as I build here. Right now, it seems to be okay. All right, so you're ready for crops. So we're going to do here is for the moment, we're going to say, work the field, do this thing, work the field. It's the same thing as last time. We're just going to have them keep up with that just to get that field sorted. Remember the typo? You're very tired, but anxiety is too high to sleep. Nah, I got you. I know how that goes. All right. So we've got more housing here. We don't want to let that get in too far yet. For the people living over here, though, Oh, the pub doesn't have high requirements. The preservation building. Where's the one that we actually make our drinks? Isn't it resources, maybe? Armory, charcoal kilns, soap, candles, weaver, pottery, apiary, we got all those things. Stable, work camp. We could still use the furniture place once we get heavy machinery. The brewery. Okay, so that requires firewood. We're gonna require wheat for that. We need to have additional wheat supply. And that's fine. Like I said, we could probably have this one. This area over here can focus on trying to get a lot of that in there. Yeah, because that's a bad place for farm. This is a relatively good place for farms. There's a decent place up here for farms. This is bad here. That's my area for the cows and whatnot. One of the good news things is it does seem as you work the soil, that is improving those. I do wonder if I could take not so great of ground and make it better. That might be a bad move, but I'm going to see what happens if we do that. Like, if I can just sit there and have them de-rock it, de-rock it, de-rock it, and do all that, and eventually make that into good farming ground. So that's our guinea pig spot. Because if I can, that helps. I mean, there's a certain truth, like in real life, that you arguably could import rich soil and put down an area that you basically moved the earth there, and you keep like bringing stuff in to make it good. It would be impractical, but you know, it needs to be practical. Okay, anything new to add to you? Oh, you really only need bricks to upgrade. Okay. So, let's let that sit for a little bit till we get those bricks in. And you're doing your best to bake the bricks. Yeah, so with this, that should give me food made locally. And what I'll also do is, while it's on my mind, let's go to the root cellar. And you can build 2 root cellars up here to store food on this side of town as well. So that they don't have to walk the entire distance. We are going to need a trade post, which I'm going to put down here somewhere, so we can build the city around it. We'll see, there'll be tinkering. We got firewood, we're pretty good on planks. Okay, next trade caravan's coming in. I'm still trying to get a hold of any of the animals. Okay, so you're gonna buy our clothes. I like the money. And that's all good. We did request animals, and they are willing to sell us at what are basically criminal prices. Buy 4, I don't want all 8 of yours, not at that price. I could also buy the goats. And that's what you're getting because, holy crap, man, you are ruthless on your pricing. I don't know how to request it gets sent to the town. Oh, there we go. Okay, so confirm. Send it to town. And then confirm. Send it to town. Yeah, that's the cow guy. Livestock hunger. Yeah, so I was able to get the chickens and some goats. I didn't have enough money for the cows. But chicken and goats we got sorted. Why are you not working this field? You're really worrying me. Oh, must not have been ready yet for work. So it's just free laborers. Crop loss to animals. You're set to hunt there. You hunt there as well. Traveling merchant has arrived. You're unwilling to buy the clothes I've got. It is what it is. Yeah, so the deer are killing my animals because all my farmers are working this field and getting it sorted out. Which, again, not the greatest. I need my hunters on that. Yeah, so got all my hunters there to deal with that. I don't think this will make a big difference where we just have a big gap in it. But right now, anything I can do to mitigate that. See, I don't know why your name is gold and the other one isn't, but that's okay. Okay, so all the farmers are over here doing their farming. This field, right now is not looking great, but that's okay. We're gonna keep working it to get it better situated. Oh, we do have food storage over here. For a lot of this stuff, you still need herbs. Ah, yeah, so we're taking a penalty because of developed land in range. That's kind of what we figured. So I could shift that over there. I'm probably at the point of getting ourselves another foraging tent. And see if we can't go over one of these areas and find ourselves more goodies. Yes, as we develop, that's going to be more and more of a problem. That's not a surprise at all. Yeah, if we get iron, we'll be able to do that. Okay, so we're not too far from being able to get our stuff going on. How much money do you have in stock? That's nice and all. What I need, though, is I need more stuff I can sell. Alright, so let's go back to our amenities. The theater. Okay, you do have a limited range. Wait, do you have a limited range? If you do, it's pretty dang big. Okay, so that's getting huge. Keep cutting back that forest. So it does look like that fence is enough that the deer are having to go up and around, and that's giving me enough time to deal with them. Alright, so little by little we're going to get the fertility up, we're going to get all this other stuff sorted out. And then my hope is, then when I go and I check here with our food production with that, where this was kind of a yellowish before, my hope is we're going to see it start turning that dark green, even like we had in those tiles. Right, I also need heavy tools. Relic acquired. A new villager's ward, Shroud of the Unknown Soldier. Increase the duration of shoes, coats. Increase the duration of shoes, linen, cloths, and coats by 20%. That's pretty good. If we can manage to upgrade this building, which is very end game, then I can use that as well as the one we already have that's increasing our orchard output. Crops lost to disease. Powdery mildew. Which beans, peas, buckwheat, and carrots. So we're fine for now. Okay, so you're out of things to hunt nearby. Got a bunch of deer and all that over here. Okay. We have a drought, which will be lovely. We're getting the stone in. Not at a rate I'm really happy with. But it is occurring. Oh, you lost crops up here. Then why are you saying no animals in range? Weird. Oh, you know what? I was probably seeing these circles and thinking the other thing. Alright, let's get that. Hey, Adwar, how's it going? Missing source screen. Yep, we're gonna try and make this probably into a wheat farm. I just gotta get that far. And for the moment, they're just mining the rocks, just slowly expanding the map more and more. I do see somewhere up here is another ruin of some kind. I see a treasure chest icon on the map, but I can't see it through the trees. That's okay. We'll eventually wipe out all those trees. I'm doing pretty good. Alright. So your minis are slowly going up. You still don't have access to herbs, which is a problem. Okay, so you did get this place built. So what we're looking for is a place with herbs nearby. Thank you, Randathor, for the Gigantify. And yes, we will cut down all trees. There we go. That's what we're talking about. So let's see. That'll work. So that should get us herbs nearby. Do we store herbs down here? No. So we need like an actual stockpile over here as well. Which is not at all surprising. We'll storehouse, whatever it's called. You can also go over here and put down a granary to fill in that gap. Alright, Lighting, you have a good one. Thank you for the lurk. Alright, it's complaining about the number of workers we have. I mean, it's just a simple fact. The trees must go. They know what they did. I actually need more clay. We're falling behind in that, so I gotta get more people working the clay pit. And then when the winter's done, and I feel satisfied that our food is fine, we're going to put another block of houses down here. I'm probably going to put the trade post over here. We will need amenities to make these people happy, but that will float us for right now. I'm also going to need more flax, which is another issue. Check the clay pit? Yeah, no, it's fine. We just went at it. It's got plenty of clay. I just went ahead and just put more workers on it. I'm just using a lot of stuff. Okay, so we're dealing with the wolves. Oh, I can harvest the ruins afterwards. That makes sense. So give me the stone from those ruins so they're out of the way. You never heard of this game? It actually came out in early access about 2 years ago. But it's getting ready to release in its full version. It was supposed to be this month. It does seem like it's going to be next month is when it's actually going to drop. But it's been a lot of fun. It's basically, if you ever seen Banished and enjoyed that, it's like if someone's like, all right, but let's try that again, only nowadays. You know, learn from the previous title and built on it. So nothing wrong with Banished or anything. Just continue to build up. Let's see. Feed stores. So you need more vegetables and all that. So I do need even more food, which we're working on. I'm trying to get more fields built up. Let's also take a check on the mines and see what we got going on. So we've got you mining all this. Let's actually check. That's not the right button. Okay. So look at what I got. Let's limit that to, say, only hold on to 200. So we don't overwhelm ourselves. The flax is fine. We're going to be using lots of that. The willow's fine. We're going to be using lots of that. Food, I will never stop wanting food. All the other stuff down here is good. It looks like I've actually got enough linen clothes to justify stocking more of that into our trade place to sell that. So let's transfer items. And we could sell that later. And you're just missing clay for our theater, which will be good. This field will be fertilized next year. That's fine. Don't forget to eat. Oh no, it's Doom had the day off, so I ate before stream and all that. I'll probably snack after stream. But yeah, no, I'm good. Thank you for making sure. You can take it easy, Luxray. I wonder what we can do to get the dough to go away for good. From this spot. I'm assuming just keep expanding and developing and all that. Wifey. Okay, you sleep well.
And stay handsome.
I can't stay what I'm not.
I love you.
I love you more. Yeah, I checked my notes. Thank you, Leafy Pew, for the Gigantify on the tomb taps. I don't... Oh, did you, like... Well, that's grim. We had our wagon full of stuff and got attacked by the boar. And now I've just got the, the empty vehicle. Please hit the boar. You've got everyone there. Why are boars so incredibly ruthless in this game? Okay, well, we still got rid of the boar. Oh, right, I was going to expand this. Oh, we have another trade person? Oh, you're willing to pay a premium for nice clothes? Yeah. So you've got beer, you've got mead. Oh, sorry, no, I have beer and mead. Do I? Wait. Oh, I do have beer. So we're right for the pub. Hunter cabins yield 30% more meat. I actually don't really want or need that. That's fine. Okay, so we're gonna go ahead and do here. You start clearing all that out, making a little bit more room. Don't you have days off? You're allowed them to? I know. I've kind of made it clear that it's kind of the same thing, that when I've gotten to the point when I go to game, that generally speaking, I might as well stream kind of thing. Like, me being on the camera, this is the easy part of streaming. The part that's rough. The part that's rough is all the other junk. So the question is, how do I unrally them? Because they warned me that they will literally stand there and starve to death. Offensive stance, hold. So offensive stance. I don't... Okay, retreat. There we go. This is how to tell them to retreat. Okay, 2 buildings caught fire. We do have a well right there, so that should be fine. We're just waiting for people to get in position to be able to put it out. Cool, so it just got damaged, not destroyed. That's coming along there. You're doing fine here. Wheat, root not. That's fine. We literally only do wheat once a year, so that's okay. Let's see. I think you should take days off also. Your library, you can't keep up with the games you're introducing. I was going to go on the PC and start, but you have me hooked watching this. Yeah. Like I said, I mean, it's when I don't have something else going on. I'm like, all right, well, I'm going to go ahead and play a game that... There's not many games I'm in the mood to play that I'm like, oh, this would be, you know, this isn't a game that I would specifically want to play on stream or whatever. But it's just kind of those things that they are just things I would just normally play on stream. And it kind of makes it so you don't really want to play them unless it's on stream. So we're still waiting on the clay. And like I said, this is the easy part of streaming. Like, the hard part is, like, dealing with contracting, dealing with, like, all the accounting side of things, dealing with all of that crap. That's the frustrating and time-consuming and not soul-sucking, but tiring that. Shields and hide coats provide more armor. That's kind of neat, but not really. So it looks like every one of these people tend to have one relic. Yes, unfortunately, you don't really have anything I need. So I do have spare money. What would it cost for us to get the pub? The pub doesn't have a monetary cost. So we'll drop a pub in here. And we're still working on getting this area cleared out. They've been commenting on your shorts, creating work, responding to. Oh no. No. That kind of thing, like responding to stuff like the shorts, that takes me 2 seconds. That's fine. Like the real thing is like researching like what games are coming out. Do I want like, does this game fit the channel? Is it a game I should play? Okay, yes. Let me go figure out how I request a key or whatever. You know, pursuing sponsors, dealing with stuff like checking in, like, oh, this YouTube one got flagged for copyright thing, which, you know, it shouldn't be. Let me contest it. You know, all of that kind of stuff. That's the real big time sink, the not fun part, but it's the part that if you don't do, you don't get to keep streaming. Hey, Layla Sims, how's it going? It's all of that stuff that just is the whole thing. Meanwhile, I'm going to queue up and say, hey, if you could just delete that part and clear that out so I can actually see what's going on. So we've almost got our temple, or not our temple, our, whatever that place is. Yeah, so we've almost got the theater online, the trading center upgrade. That's right, we were waiting on the trading center upgrade, which is just waiting on gold. So, gonna keep working on bringing in gold. Yep, we are building a theater. Like, theater as in, like, plays. I'm mostly cutting down these trees because I can't see what I'm doing here. Alright. Oh, how goes this little field here? Alright, so little field's getting pretty close to the point, so let's probably go to this next month. And just really try to send it with this. And for the month after that, we can try and actually grow stuff. So for this one, we'll try and focus on food still. Trying to see if there's any food here. Alright. Typically yield as much grain as wheat or rye. Oh, right, we don't have rye growing. Let's put down some rye. It's very tolerant. It does negatively impact our fertilizer, so we're going to immediately follow that up with this. And for that, we're going to have it in this area, so your goal is to be right here in the sweet spot for rye. Let's actually drop it on the low end in case whatever I put in next. Yeah, so we're going to work on that. And this one, we're going to try and get wheat going on there once it's ready. And the clay pit, we are slowly burning out, which is good. I'm actually going to go to this clay pit and just say, hey, you know what? Get even more workers in there. I wonder if there's an easy way to, like, check the trending of food and all that stuff. Inline categories? That's fine. Empty items last. Show empty items. Okay. So those are food items we don't have. Ah, so honey and wax and hay we don't have any, and flour and all that. Okay. So we need another apiary, is what I'm seeing. Right, that was under resources, I believe. So put one over there. Oh, I made an area you can't reach. That's fine. And one over there. So I can get some more wax and more honey in here. That should also help stuff. Oh, you're too far away from that to get water? Oh, the basic well has an upgrade version too. I think that might just be we're waiting for them to carry the water. Yeah, because you have like 200 water in stock. Okay, take that. We're going to need to be able to move stuff around. So I am going to need the marketplace. Okay, we'll leave it at that for that, because we're trying to get this new area set up. It's going to take time. I do think we keep going to our food production. Yeah, so it's slowly becoming rich and green here. So I think it will be fine. What? Oh, the road. Yeah, let's go ahead and just delete that road. I was like, what's blocking it? Okay, so we can go here. And there'll be another field to be worked on. Alright. And I'll probably want to have in the bottom of this field, have it cut across and meet up. Okay. Just so it doesn't go way too far before we deal with that. And this is where we'll have the bottomless coal pit. That's going to potentially be a problem for our housing quality we'll have to deal with. We'll worry about that when we get there. And how many workers do we have? How's it going? We're honestly looking just fine. Okay, so the deer population is being properly culled. I kind of wish you could also have it where, like, the hunter, you could just be like, don't set a position, and it would just go to the closest area. Even if it ends up being really inefficient and not getting you the kind of animals you want. That, like, once you start getting out farther and farther, you just don't have to worry about as much. Hey, Tap Girl, thanks so much for the raid. I do hope you had yourself a good stream. Let me go ahead and do a shout out for Tap Girl. And for those who like checking out, Tap Girl is doing recently has been doing some American Truck Simulator, Mass Effect Legendary Edition, and Tiny House Simulator. Now that may not have been what they're doing today. You can never tell with the whole Twitch thing. So what were you playing? How did it go? And welcome in Raiders. We're playing ourselves a little bit of some nice chill, as in frozen and probably freezing to death kind of town survival, whatever you want to call this game. It's like Banished, but more modern. Mass Effect 3, nice. Good game. But we're sitting here growing crops and all that. We got crop rotations, all that good stuff. So you did American Truck Simulator together, then you did some more of the main story of Mass Effect 3. Hey, sounds like a good stream to me. Both excellent games. Alright, so we're getting the houses all sorted out. We've got the market slowly being built over here. And we're doing our best to not starve to death. But yeah, so if anyone's ever seen the game Banished, it's kind of the same idea as Banished, but like a lot more depth to it than Banished had. So you have like crop rotations, all sorts of stuff. So it's not just you plunk down a farm, but you actually have to like have them go through, work the stones out of it. You have weeds that will build up. You have plant diseases, so if you grow too many of the same plant in an area, what ends up happening is the disease can spread and really undermine your production. Traveling merchant, love to see it. I'm also going to hit upgrade on that, which I did not realize made it unavailable, which, fair enough, I guess. Oh, I can still, okay, I can still do with this. So I want to transfer 50 linen clothes in there so I can sell them. We'll be good with the rest of this for now. You don't have anything in particular, I take that back. There is one thing I want here. You are charging me highway robbery prices, and I do not much appreciate it. But I will take your highway robbery priced heavy tools because I need them. Because that'll let me start making iron ingots. And with iron ingots, we could start looking at... I don't even know what the next thing in my list of stuff to work on is. But the point is it'll let me do more. Now, you're also waiting on brick. I do have the brick, though. Oh, we've got a raiders approaching. From 2 directions. I don't think I have enough military units to just throw down at the raiders. So let's grab what we have in as far as, like, actual military. And we can put them over here by our tower. And then see who comes next. We have crops ready for assignment. So we got another field we want to improve, so do this, work on fertilizer. Do this, work on fertilizer. Do this, work on fertilizer. Okay, so is that the one it's talking about being raided? No. Okay, so what's going to happen is we're going to be attacked from up here. I do have a guard tower up here. And I do have my troops on the way. We can use the, everyone to help out. Which I probably will do. Okay, they're already here. So let's grab everyone we've got over here. And try and hold down here. So we're going to take some losses because this might surprise you. But a bunch of random villagers, not the best fighters. And what's happening up here? Oh, you went around the other way, you sneakies. So these are actual military units, not a lot of them. I don't know if they'll hold up against that fight. But I'm really just buying time. Is it just you? Just by yourself? Just the one? I mean, if you want to die. Oh, that's actually a decent amount. Okay, we need to rally more people. I don't imagine my troops are that strong. So we're getting to the point I'm probably going to have to upgrade... in military units, if you could just keep on falling back. I want you to rally to the cause. Oh, okay, so you're in it. You're not gonna be able to keep retreating. You're a little bit slower than they are. That makes sense. You're in armor. So let's see. I can go here, and I believe we could sit there and say, nope, don't disband company. That's not the button at all we're looking for. Combat area. Up there. Grab all of the support. The town is behind you. That is a really big group of people. Okay, so we've got everyone here. We're going to take some pretty bad losses. But that is what it is. Hey, don't leave your friends to die. Okay. So, that was a pretty bad raid. It is telling us we've reached that point where I kind of really do need to bring more military into the equation. Oh, no. Hang on. A bear has said this is the time. Okay, we did get rid of the bear. Retreat to the barracks for now. Okay, so we definitely took some losses in that fight. We are going to need to recruit more people. We do have our theater up now. So yeah, so the village was raided. We lost 14 villagers. We killed 18 raiders, and there was 26 raiders that did attack us. So we did take some pretty bad losses. What I'm learning basically from here is that we're at that point. I really do need to not completely ignore a lot of the military stuff. All right, and our trading post is now upgraded. Trades cannot be conducted without traders not present. Oh, you're waiting for workers because we're probably short on workers now because a couple people died. Yeah, we're short on laborers and all that because we had a lot of people die. So they will work on that. We still are showing as having 58 gold, like, profit income, whatever you want to go with. So let's recruit some more. So 1, 2, 3. 1, 2. Where does that put us money-wise if we let them train? New traveling merchant. I will sell the clothes, thank you. And the rest is all fine. And food is showing us dangerously low because while we were fighting, we weren't working on the R stuff. Oh, who's the other traveling merchant? Ooh, you have halberds and everything you sell. Deal with that later. Alright. Yeah, so food is getting genuinely problematic. Okay, so we're at the point. Stop worrying about that. Because I'm trying to just get the fertilizer up as high as we can before I start committing to growing everything. But the same thing I'm doing it right now on several fields. Let's go here to roads and fences. Build some more fences to try and keep the deer out. So they stop eating my crops. Yeah, because the goal is to get a bunch of these fields being effective on building up. Like getting some of the fields like maxed out as best we can. And then after we get those doing extremely well, we can get them producing crops and circle back to whichever field is not doing well and have them focus on just cleaning those up to make them as good as they can. But the fact that our hunger is just getting worse and worse is concerning. Yeah, so you should be getting crops in the ground for us to eat. What is... Oh, animals ate that. You are dealing with leek blight, which is unfortunate because we are growing leek there right now. Okay, so we can upgrade our wood splitter, or fire splitter, which gives us the ability to improve production. So I'll do that. And I'll also upgrade our well. And I'll let that do its thing for a minute before we worry about the next thing. Okay. And we've got our pub. Ah! The pub, instead of taking money, is lucrative, so it's making me lots of money. Excellent. Okay, so like with that, we're making a lot of money now that pub's online. That's good, because I do have a need of more military. So let's go in here. Not enough villagers are available for training. That's fine. We have a lot of people we can recoup our numbers with. We can also go down here to this block, resources. Another well can go right there. How much do it cost to upgrade? 300? Upgrade that while we're here so I have the better radius. Can you upgrade the guard towers? I can. If we have the materials. I need 20. I need 20 iron, so we'll have to wait on that. Building needs more workers. Yeah, the big thing is we're not getting quite enough food. What is your issue? This building is not currently providing entertainment. Work on that? If we upgrade that, we can get additional workers, care for additional patients, increased desirability for the area around it. That's food storage. Basically, before I worry about building anything else, let's get the other buildings done. And you're just waiting for more population for more improved houses. I'll upgrade that as well. I don't remember actually getting the foundry built. Oh yeah, the foundry was up here, wasn't it? Right, the foundry was up there and we were waiting on the heavy tools which we traded for a minute ago. Ooh, and the hunters can be upgraded too. And that'll give us added recipes. And then more durability. We'll worry about that. Like, I just need to get one building after the other done. firewood is just straight up gone. Hey, buddy. All right, we need to change some assignments because right now we're going into the winter. I just realized I don't have a single person working firewood, and that is how you die. So for right now, for these fields, let's drop the assignments on a couple of these fields. You're already lowered assignments. Ooh, I really don't want to lower the assignments on these fields. Okay, I need people on that. Like, I wish I could say that's a priority. They'd be able to say this is a priority building. Oh, is it just not assigning them because... Well, that's dumb. It's fine. Okay. So I've got that. I'm going to reassign the ones on our existing fields. Because we're out of firewood, and if I do not resolve that, people will freeze to death. We have plenty of wood. We just need them to actually do that thing where they cut wood. Cool. So they've got people in here. So I'd like school to get out before everyone dies. That'd be nice. The good news is these houses store some firewood in them, so it's not like the moment it runs out, instantly everyone dies. We do have a buffer, so it is a concern. In the meantime, I need to quickly use the restroom, so if you bear with me for just a moment, I'm going to step away, use the restroom, I'll be back in just a minute. Thank you again so much for tuning in, and I'll be right back. This is not the way I should have done this. Oh well, it's too late to turn around and rethink our choices. That is death right there. Bully, 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 bully. I don't know if that was a zombie hitting us or if that was us falling down. I am uncertain. There we go. Just had to top it off. Okay, I guess we're going this way. This is cursed, please. Well, that was lovely. Let's go ahead and do that real fast. There we go. Okay. And the next thing we're going to do is we're going to declare a variable. And we're going to declare that variable of a type integer. And we're going to set its value to input 1. Don't forget your semicolon. All right, and I am back. So let's go ahead and see. Oh, good. Yeah, so you can see we're starting to get the firewood. Now, granted, we got like one full load out of the building, and then it instantly got gobbled up again. But that's okay. That's not unexpected for our situation. We just need to keep letting them build stuff and all that. We need to keep the stone coming in.
Take a sip.
All right.
What's the worst that could happen?
Right. So The pub is just ridiculous money. Yeah, so basically what I need to do is I need to just ride out the winter here real fast. And then on the other side of it, once we start getting our housing and food sorted out, what should happen is we should have people move in, because we got room for about, not quite 50 more people in the village, so about a fifth of the population is still not filled, because we did lose a good, like, 11 or so in that one really bad raid. But granted, I'm getting a much larger military force ready, now that we can make it happen a little bit better. And I'm avoiding the temptation to keep building things, because I will just keep building things and not having the resources. Okay, so they've got a better well. It's got higher capacity, and it should go through that just fine. We can get a better hunting place, which will give me additional recipes and increased durability. I'm curious. Give me additional recipes. Now we can get enough stone, then I should be able to upgrade our lookout towers as well. Okay, so we did survive the winter, so that's good news. Now we just need to get our food to be a bit higher. This clay is slowly getting depleted, which is fine. I will add one more building. Wasn't there a building here for making tools? So we got the stable. We have the soap shop. Okay, so we got all that stuff. There's the furniture place, the brewery, the foundry, and the blacksmith's forge is one I need. Because that'll solve our tools for a while. That's going to take some money, and it's going to take some more heavy tools. I don't know if I have an extra set of heavy tools. Oh, right, we're still waiting on this. That's okay. They're building as fast as they can. A new traveling merchant. Do you have anything I need from you? Not really. And let's go ahead and say send 50 soap to the trading post so we could trade that away later. Okay, so we got new colonists being born, new villagers, whatever. Yeah, so I have almost no one to spare. So I just gotta wait. And we're about out of stone, and the reason we're almost out of stone is I don't have anyone who can go cut stone right now, because we don't have the spare people. Let's see, set the maximum herd side of this build. Any extra will automatically be, slaughtered or whatever. I mean, we're getting eggs and all that, so I'm not going to worry about that. We still can certainly use the cows. We are having more and more livestock born. Suddenly, all of my money is gone, and I hate everything about that. We have lost some crops to animals. Oh, my own goats are eating my crops. Well, thanks, goats. Alright, so lesson we're learning here is I really should have left myself with space to fence off my stuff, so in the future give myself the space to do that. So put a little bit of a fence around it, not much. Alright. You'll buy my soap at a premium, so please give me money for my soap. You do not have anything I currently want, so next person. Oh, there's crossbows and everything. I don't have that, which is a shame. Ooh. I cannot make 2 cows happen. 2 cows is outside my price range. So I do want you to come back in the future with cows. Can I get something here really fast to try and trade? Pottery? Yeah, we can probably make pottery happen. Bring the pottery. Because if you're quick about it, I might be able to get 2 cows, and then we'll have all of the animal types. So you're stocking the place. Okay, we just got 107 villagers just graduated from school. Okay, so they've grabbed it. We just need it to get here. Come on. Sell. That's 500. And then cows. I will take just 2. And then we can go to the cows down here and say, please put those in the field. And I now have all the different types of animals. Neat. We'll probably need to move some of them around eventually. You're working through the clay, that's fine. We got a little bit more gold they need to drop off to get that trade post built. Got more kids growing up. And what are you? Yes, there's a whole bunch of relics we can apparently get our hands on. I still find it perplexing they're having such a struggle when it comes to bringing the water back. I think it's just a matter of people. Just needing more people. Which the population is sorting itself out. Most of our people's happiness is very high. And how's that field going? So you're actually getting rye going. I think next year we start growing actual crop. So we can go to next year. So the wheat has a certain level of frost tolerance. Let's slide it over here. We could start out before wheat, we do that, get that in position, so that'll be fertilizer. We can go down here, clear this schedule out. So the wheat will drop our overall fertility by 6. Okay, now it'll get us the bonus on the wheat. So we need it somewhere in the middle of the pack. If I choose that crop, that'll work as well. So we could do the beans. And then that. So that gives us a net positive of 1. And we could have them work the field. You're frost resistant, right? Very. And then this one will want to change its schedule. And there's a drought to hurt our crop production. Love to see it. Let's see. Yeah, you don't have like any heavy tools or anything. Alright, so we still need more houses to get upgraded. And it's looking like candles are the big holdup on those. They just need more candles and just generally more people being happy. We do have a candle maker here somewhere. So let's try adding a second person on the candle. They're still hurting for people. And as another thing, as these houses upgrade, it will increase our population capacity even more. And you need furniture and glassware. And a higher town center to get that. Which is boiling down just needing more people. So I need to expand this anyway, which is what we're doing over here. It shouldn't be too much more till I get more food types over here and we can get that in a better spot. Okay, so you've got wheat going in the ground there. You are still working on getting all that sorted. You don't need the second round here. Your tolerance, what's Leek's tolerance for cold and all that? So it's very tolerant. So you go here, drop in another segment of this. Cool. So that should help us get a little bit more fertilizer in there. We just don't need them working the fields that much. It looks like I really, once I get a field set up, I really only need one work on the schedule. Okay, getting the peas off the schedule is probably a win as well. And you're still building up your fertilizer as well. We do not need nearly this much on the schedule either. So what else is around the area of rye? A little bit too high for rye. Too low for rye. About right. So with the rye, that's -5, and with the leeks, that's -10. That should be +12. So we should be fine with that. And then this basically on the third year, we won't have anything. That's fine. That's fine. That's fine. You don't need that on your schedule twice. Right, but I can't fit another thing on there. That's okay. There's no point having them labor for no reason. You're still working your field. You'll get there soon. And that's all the fields. Okay. Just trying to make sure we had as much production as possible. Wonder why that's not getting repairs. Oh, we just don't have spare workers. That's why it's not getting repairs. No, I've got 4 allocated. We still just have to wait. I'm just queuing up too much. We're stuck waiting. What are you building down here? Oh, you're upgrading another homestead. Yeah, do that. That's more money and that's more everything. Well, that's probably what's happening is we've got this down here and they're slowly building it up. It's just consuming resources. Which is fine because it will ultimately give me the upgrades I need. So this time we have no shortage of firewood and we're probably good. We're pretty good on food. And we're slowly still recovering our population. For whatever reason, that well is just not getting done in a timely manner. I keep saying that and then remembering we don't have enough people. They've got no shortage of grains. The storehouse is doing fine. Okay, and the hospital's fine. Alright, we just gotta wait. That's just all we gotta do, is we just gotta wait. Okay, so we look at this. So I've got 2 set to make 500, that's fine. The other stuff all seems fine as well. I'll probably need more flax production too in the near future. How am I doing on flax, by the way? No, actually flax is looking fine. Yeah, we're doing good on grain, we're doing good on flax for the moment. The flour itself we seem to be struggling. So it's planned to have a second person working the flour mill. And then just, again, waiting for the people to catch up. Because we're still not using all the capacity of our existing housing. Or even close to it, so that needs another minute. Especially with all these upgrading on top of that. Okay, those keep upgrading. Yeah, so we're about halfway to having enough of the houses upgrade, and then just increasing our population. And then we just need the raw amount of materials, which is the whole thing. Alright, we're losing crops to disease. What is the disease? Beans, peas, buckwheat, and carrots. We'll probably be fine. Oh, I should check. Do we have honey? Ah, that's what's holding us up right now, is we don't have honey. So let's go here. Well, let's first check out Traveling Merchant. I'm gonna need more apiaries. Because we're learning that the honey stuff is just basically huge money. Alright, so I do need the tools. I can't afford more than 1 right now. But that's fine. That's still 1 I wouldn't have otherwise. And with that, I should be able to make the blacksmith's forge. With the blacksmith's forge, I should be able to start replacing tools that are getting worn out, making weapons, all that kind of stuff, which could just become another commodity we can sell. We've got kids growing up, which is excellent. Yeah, so our fertilizer's going up as well. We'll want to probably clear these out in not too long, to be a little bit more balanced. I'm thinking pretty soon that'll be able to be ready to do whatever we need to do with it. Same with this one. We could probably get rid of these. So let's see. Let's double check. So you're +1. And you're -6. So let's clear that out. And what can we drop in here to be different? Buckwheat has a pretty short growing season. We might be able to work with that. What about the cabbage? Cabbage is ever so slightly outside of that. We already had the leeks. What about turnips? Much higher. Beans. Beans will work. And beans give us fertilizer. Zero drought tolerance, really. Let's go over here. Put that down there. Slam this over here. I can't fit anything else on that schedule. So it should still give us a net positive on our... Yeah, that'll give us a net positive on our stuff. And then all of these will get the bonus. So we can be good there. Okay, so let's see what we have our trader here now. It's the same one we were just looking at. Let's go ahead and transfer items. Get 50 set of the linen clothes over here I can sell. It's about the only thing I have handy to sell real quick. What are you? Makes my ranged units do more damage. But that's okay. We'll see if I can manage to get a sale off here real quick. For some linen clothes to keep our money stocked up. 120 villagers graduated. We have so many people getting basic educations now, which is wonderful. And we can sell all that linen clothes for another $600-700. Okay, we do have that set up. Find myself lacking workers. So we're going to run out of firewood soon because I'm not getting enough lumber because I don't have enough people just wandering around working on it. The second trade person doesn't have anything I want or need. We have children growing up, which is good to see. What I probably need to do is over there on the left of those houses, see about getting them new amenities. Okay. Yeah, so just need more general labor people. It's mostly I've just built too many farms for the time being. Okay, and this field is basically ready, so we can go here, delete this part of the schedule out, and let's have it go into like vegetables and all that, because we get bonuses for doing different stuff. So we grab you. You want some pretty low soil. Your tolerance to everything is good. What about you? You're on the other end of the spectrum. So we can grab the cabbage. What about hay? So hay has a long grow season. Flax, other end of the spectrum. So cabbage, then beans. If I go up one, that loses its bonus. So cabbage is -4 +1, so that's 3. We can go down here to this one. Hay is way up there, so we don't want to do the hay. You're way up there. Turnips are way up there. What about peas? Peas are down here. Carrots? Carrots are up there. All right. So let's grab you out. Do our rounds of that. Then we'll see what we can do up here. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 -4. And then we can see what we could do to like balance something out here. Meanwhile, you're doing your thing. That's fine. Eventually, I want to increase the number of workers working those fields. When I have the availability, which I definitely do not. Okay, so you're just waiting for the area to be nicer. And once I have that, once we got more amenities, you'll be good. So if I can get this built over here, we can get more amenities. In the meantime, our lucrative resource, that is the pub, needs more honey. That said... Okay, storage is empty, yes. So we're going to need more apiaries. Well, we could build this out there. All right. We are also out of firewood because we don't have workers again. Wait. You don't have logs. Okay. They don't have any spare workers whatsoever. It's we don't have any of the general laborers. We got to get that population up. Rose said the new vehicle in Helldivers is a manual, which is hilarious because you need someone who knows how to actually drive it, which you are not that person. I have driven stick for a long time. That said, a whole lot of people are like, oh, so you got your vehicle stick, right? No. I had like 3 vehicles that are manual along the ways, but these days automatics are just better. Like all the advantages that manual used to have are long gone. Well, this is bad. I need more people. Hey, look! More people. That's convenient. Okay, so suddenly with that I got 23 laborers who can run around and start chopping down trees. Oh, it still has the advantage of being more fun to drive. I mean, okay, sure. Right, but it used to be that you could get better gas mileage out of a manual as long as you were being considerate of what you're doing ahead and driving it pretty reasonably, which is usually where any excuse of getting better gas mileage went out the window, because, I mean, seriously, how many people drove it reasonably? Just be honest with ourselves. How many people were definitely not driving it with gas efficiency in mind, and were just, having fun with the fact of it? Okay, so got all our laborers cutting stuff as fast. But the only way you can see manual really mattering now is racing. DCTs? I don't know what DCT is. I'm assuming it's something transmissions. You said... Like, my brain wants to say, like, dual clutch transmission, but I've never heard of that before. Yeah, no, usually I'll repeat that as, like, unless the acronym is something that'd be painfully obvious to absolutely everyone, it's best just to skip the acronym. Like, it's one thing when you're in context, in the context, you're like, this acronym is obvious in this use case that would be broadly known. So, like, if we're playing RimWorld and its thing. Dual clutch, maybe that's right with being a dual clutch transmission. Sometimes also called a DST, or direct shift transmission. They shift a legit, like, 0.2 seconds in sports mode? Yeah. Well, that's the thing. The technology with automatic transmission has gotten so good that the whole idea that you can see ahead and know what's coming and make better informed decisions goes out the window, because the transmission itself is just so much more efficient that what loss you could have from not knowing ahead, thing. Electric cars don't need any gearbox if designed correctly. Yeah, most electric, they just have a forward and back. Which isn't really a gearbox, it's usually the way the voltages run through the motor. But yeah, no, I'm definitely the same thing of, like, the next car I buy is going to be an electric car. I'm not in an immediate shopping situation, but there's like so many benefits when it comes to cost. The big negative is having to do some of your maintenance, like the battery, where it's all at once, but then it's just the maintenance is cheaper overall, period. So I don't see it as a really good argument of being like, oh, but the battery goes, it's a big expense. Like, yeah, but all the other maintenance on my gas things. The depreciation of EV is horrible. Depreciation only matters if you intend on selling your vehicle. It's like people complaining about their property value going down. It's like, right, but that only matters if you sell it. Or if you total it. I mean, okay, fair enough. Let's see, just reduction gear, technically the gearbox, but more of a differential than a transmission. Yep. Let's see, if you had a charging network and a personal place to charge it at home, you'd really have an EV because you're tired of repairing crap. Yeah, and it's not that like electric cars don't have repairs, it's just they're a much simpler system. Mercedes, if you're worried about your depreciation in a Mercedes, you shouldn't be buying a Mercedes. It's like I don't know how to walk around that. If you're worried about the depreciation of the value of your vehicle and you're driving a Mercedes, you shouldn't have bought a Mercedes. To be honest with you, a manual is more fun to drive, and that matters more than being totally efficient. Sometimes we need joy in our life. My problem is driving as a general thing stopped being fun for me a long time ago. Like, the daily commute has murdered any fun that driving used to be for me. There was definitely a period I found driving to be a lot of fun. But after driving to and from work for like 20 years, driving stopped being fun. I was pretty over driving by then. Like, I still drive nowadays, but it's, you know, it's a thing I do to accomplish a task. It's not that I dislike driving. It's just kind of like, okay, whatever, I'm driving. Sure. It's also 'cause it's so freaking expensive to do. But yeah, no, generally speaking, the value of a car just plummets from the moment you leave the lot. As you drive 5-ton truck for work in a busy city, it's still fun. Hey, I mean, if it's still fun for you, that's great. Like, don't let me yuck your yum. It's just kind of one of those things that for me, as I've had to drive more and more and more in my life, the fun has taken a pretty steep dip. It's fine, like I don't hate it. But the value can drop quickly at the beginning, but levels out. Also depends on the vehicle. Jeep Wranglers, for instance, depreciate only single digits. Right. I mean, for me, like I said, for me, I see depreciation of vehicles kind of as the same way I see, like, your house losing value. It's like, are you selling it? I don't care. And there is something to be said about totaling a vehicle. Fortunately for me, I have never totaled a vehicle. Not that, you know, that could be something that is outside your control, not your fault, however you want to go. Like, someone slams into the side of your car while it's parked. It is what it is. You've still lost the value of the vehicle and all that. But it's just one of those things I don't care about. Because any vehicle, you drive it off the lot and it drops like a third to half its value almost instantly. And then it's like, okay. Well, if you stay in a place that makes driving not only essential, but also part of scenery to go with it, you miss driving, you can only hope you can return to it. Yeah, for me, like, driving, Florida is, like, if you don't go out into, you know, go into the boonies, Florida is very samey so far as the architecture you see in a lot of places. When you get out to the wilderness, it can be interesting. It's not that bad for a normal car. I mean, I might be exaggerating a little bit. It's extreme, though. It is 20-25%, and then usually within the first year, it's dropped another 10-something%. Yeah, it levels out. But it's just kind of one of those things that, to me, you already know you're going to take some severe depreciation on your car right from the get-go. Like I said, it's something that when I view it the exact same as the, as your property value. To me, it only matters if I'm selling. Most cars drop several thousand after driving out the lot from new. Yep. Literally drive off the lot where it's not new and now it's used. Poof. Your car's just dropped a crap ton of value. And yeah, it's the one big spike and it's lesser over the years and yada yada. I get that. But my point is, I only see it as something I care about if I'm selling. And to date, every single car by the time I'm done with it, I basically also go into a situation where, with my cars, I usually drive them to the value of the cars so little, I'm just better off trading it in. Oh, that's the wolves. I was like, man, that's a small attack. Let's see, the secondhand car market is now ridiculous. No longer are they cheap and cheerful alternative. Nope. As you pay it down also. Yeah. I mean, hopefully you can try to avoid debt as much as possible with the car, because otherwise you're just losing a lot of money to interest. Obviously, most of the time you're going to have to take some type of loan on it. That's fine. hoping for more heavy equipment. Like, where is the raid actually going? Oh, you're already down there. That's actually a really big group. Okay, so these ones are still gonna have to respond up here. So we're gonna go ahead and say, hey, combat position. You go up there. And you about to have a bad time. So let's grab as many as we can. Reposition there. Grab as many as we can. Those are known for lasting. Yeah, but we're not even talking about the lifespan of the vehicle or anything like that. The specific the specific counter argument was the value of the car dropping. Ah, that's a new unit. Those are warriors. And shield bearers. And they have stuff to take out walls. Well, that's not great. So what I'm learning is, we've hit the point that I need proper defenses. Destroy that thing. Okay, stop feeding yourselves in one by one. Turn on this thing, destroy it real fast. Alright, villagers swarm. How is the north front going? Not great, actually. 40 villagers have died so far. Well, this is really bad. Because they are slaughtering us. $90 people have died. Okay, they repelled the attack from up there. Barely. Less than 10 years ago, you had a half-decent used car for like 1,500 pounds. Now you're looking at double that. And saying it. Oh yeah, no, used cars used to be like kind of no-brainers. Always get a used car that's just like lightly used kind of thing. 116 villagers have died. Alright, stop chasing. I am willing to bet we're dead here. I'm willing to bet we're dead here. So retreat our soldiers back. Because the problem I'm going to have is adjusting every single one of our buildings to support stuff. It's probably going to be unmanageable. We have people collapsing from being wounded. You don't have any banners saying we're still under attack. Oh, hey. Let them go. Little over half the population? Mm-hmm. And we're still having people die because a lot of them took some pretty bad injuries. So that count is still going up. So rebuild that. One raider is attacking your village. I don't see a raider. The village was raided. Raiding party size 39, raiders killed 29 or 25, villagers killed 121, buildings destroyed 1. Yeah, that's let's see how we recover from that. So hear me out, villagers. I need you to have a lot of babies. Yeah, no, we definitely went. So it was a slightly larger attack from the last one. The thing about it was a whole tier of unit higher than we previously had. Was what ruined us. And so where before our villagers could actually kind of hold their own a little bit, with that one it was nothing. Oh, good. Smallpox. That's not alarming. Oh, I don't think it's even going to be a Rimworld Spiral. Like, realistically, what I probably have to do at this point is go to a field, unassign everyone. Go to a field, unassign everyone. Go to a bunch of these buildings, unassign everyone. And kind of go through that process, but without having a prioritization system or able to like do it from this screen. I have zero interest in going to every single building and fixing this. So we're going to go see if we recover on our own. If I have to start microing each and every building's stuff, then we'll probably just die. We are losing an obnoxious amount of money right now. Which should stop as a bunch of these buildings don't have workers to run. Yeah, so you have entertainment, the healing place. So the healing place doesn't have a worker, so it shouldn't be taking money. Like, if it's not functional, it's not functional. Can we get like a group of refugees that want to show up with like, 80 people? I mean, that's 5. That's a start. All right, if we get one, I actually do have 129,000. Sorry, 1,299 money in there that we could transfer while we ride this out. Crops lost to rot because there's no one to deal with it. At least plenty of food and firewood now. Yeah. The big problem we're gonna run into is by the time I rebound, if we get another raid like that, they are just gonna sack the town. And I don't really know how bad, if they will like wipe out every building. I think if your town center goes, it's a game over condition, if I recall correctly. But we do need to make actual defenses. But to do that, I need spare workers. And so right now, things are bad. That said, if we do ultimately die in the run, this has been a lot of fun. We haven't quite gotten to the most advanced tech level. If I manage to get that building upgraded, then we would sit there and I would be able to get, I think it was mostly just the resource buildings that we would get. There's a whole other tier down here. This whole tier down here is like the unlimited of the things up there though. So that's all there. There's not a tier 3 there. Yeah, so actually it's looking like basically we've got the highest tier of everything, except this is like the resources is obviously meant for very long-term play. Yeah, and unfortunately we do have smallpox going through the colony as well, which is great. It says it's very contagious and very deadly. And you should use your healer to deal with it. My healer's dead right now, so all those red icons are buildings not doing anything. Unless it scales the rate back with losses, I have no idea. Not enough fodder for the winter, so the livestock are going to start starving. Cool. Yeah, no, when I saw we took very heavy casualties, I was like, oh yeah, no, I remember I'm Banished. It was the same thing you'd do in Banished. The thing that was different that I actually feel like Banished did better is I believe on this screen I could set it. So you see I can't plus or minus here, which is weird that they have those icons, but they don't do anything. Let's see, you can see it being population-based, as we didn't recover from the previous raid. I feel like it's tied to the tier of building. Oh no, we had basically recovered from the previous raid. But yeah, so these... Oh, you know what I bet it is? It's the auto-refill positions. That would let me manually go in and do it from here. But then I have to manually reassign people as well. Alright, so no brewer for right now. We will get night soil collector, because otherwise our people are going to get sick. One trader. Grab the herders to deal with that. No, say auto refill. Okay, there's a bear out there. Let's just leave that alone. Unhealthy livestock herd. They need food. Yeah, now's the thing. No, it's fine. I think that worked fine. It just took me a minute to realize what was going on with it. I know the livestock's unhealthy. I mean, you could get feed or you can't. Do your best. So we have the food, we have that. I need to build defenses, but that's not going to happen until I recover my workers. Because you need people to be able to do that. We're going to need to be able to do the construction. What I actually also need is I need real military units. Let's see, drag to select walls to manage. Okay. So we would need to make defenses. We can make walls out of stone. If I had stone, I don't have stone. We have a cavalry stable we can make. We have the palisades, which take wood. Okay, so there's the palisades for that corner. We'll worry about doing one corner. You're gonna say that the graveyard's not full yet, but then you scroll to the giant pile of corpses. Yeah. Yeah, there was a war over here. Like, basically they're actual warriors against peasants. It was like, exchanging 5 to 1. It was just very one-sided. It does mean I definitely need to have actual military units. We're not going to be doing anything for a little while. Traveling merchant. I actually do want those tools. We'll grab 2 of those. 3 of those. Could leave it at that. We'll transfer the rest of the gold to town for all the different things that need to be done. Okay, people are immigrating little by little, which is helping. So they are gradually recovering. It looks like our animals made it through just fine. Yeah, our animals are fine. We just had to get people working it. Buildings on fire, traveling merchant. We actually have a lot of bricks. So let's go ahead and go to our brick place assignment here. And say, hey, for right now, I don't need more than 100. Get you working onto other things. But the good selling point, come to the village where the massacre just happened, free housing. Hey man, it works. So it's looking like all the houses are starting to get residents in them. You do have people working the trade points. Our town is low on laborers. Yes, it is. Thank you for noticing. Ooh, you can upgrade? Ooh. And that would give us more people can work here, don't care. Increase production speed. Can now be, heavy tools can now be used. Okay. So that increases the production speed of the saw pit, if we have spare people to do it. For right now, let's go into another one of things, go to our planks here. I had that set to a quota of 500, it's going to be 300. I'm basically trying to knock down things to kick workers over to other responsibilities to try and keep them running. The building is on fire. There's almost no one nearby, which is pretty bad. 123 villagers graduated to have basic education. And have a population of 143? Does that mean that all but 20 of my people are children? Because I don't think that's true. I guess adults can also get basic education now, which is totally fine, makes sense. New traveling merchants arrived. The traveling merchants are just rolling through here one after the other right now. I've got 3 of them actively here at the same time. So honestly, the population is recovering faster than I thought it would. We still got utterly decimated. But I am noticing we're getting like every couple of in-game months we're getting 5 to 8 people. We're having a handful of children grow up. Because the good news is I'm willing to bet in that fight, none of the people who got in the fight were children probably. So it is recovering. We are getting the warning that like everything needs more workers, which is fine. But yeah, so I think the lessons I've learned in this run that we've been playing on stream is one, I need to not put stuff quite so close together. That way I can, you know, surround my farms with actual fences to keep the animals out. I also need to probably put layers into my city where, like, maybe I build a block like this area and we put some walls around it with some, you know, entryways. So just like an extra tile in between. So there's like an entryway here and an entryway there. So that when it comes to defending it, it's a lot easier to hold that ground. And then also that there's more opportunity for if I have to retreat instead of just having everyone get slaughtered because they have to like feed themselves into the gauntlet. You know, when they punch a hole through the wall, we can just swarm that spot, so at least we're fighting a bunch of us to a couple of them at a time. I need to put more focus on the military because it definitely escalated when they stopped bringing in like their little weak people with no armor and they brought in some people that actually had legitimate weapons. Things got ugly fast. I could also see, honestly, having, like, inside the central area, like here, have that be all my housing, like, one big long area, instead of, like, a bunch here and a bunch there. Have, like, one big long area for all your housing, you know, outside the fence over, like, outside over here, like, a bunch of farmland, maybe over here you have, like, all your industry. Kind of, like, pack it all together. I think would also be potentially good. So they are getting those palisades built. What's that icon that's blinking at me? Oh! Well, that's really helpful. So it's showing me the amount I've produced, the amount I've consumed. I can then expand it. So we are producing no firewood whatsoever, and we are consuming some. Gotcha. I wish this was a little easier to go, and clearly our frame rate is dropping really fast. Yes, we've gone up 23 people and down 1. And then it looks like we actually have our different, like, food groups going on here, which is good to thing. It also gives you an idea of how much food per farmer you're making, which is pretty cool. But yeah, that's neat. I kind of wish you could have it where instead of going that way, it could easily show, like, if something's in decline, have, like, the little icon here or something that, like, you know, grain down, red arrow. You know, maybe have, like, some threshold it has to be, you know, hit before it goes there, or, like, starts to get low or something, you know. Maybe even configure it so it's like, hey, if you're burning more than 50 of this over a 12-month period, then you're consuming more than you're doing it for over a 12-month period, it flags it. Okay, seeing some less red icons on the map. It's taking its time. And we're out of firewood. Let's manually go to our assignments. Uncheck autofill. We can deassign these ones, I think, for right now. And let's go to... Where's the woodcutter? Firewood person, where are you at? Why am I struggling to find this? Firewood splitter, there you are. And then reassign it to auto again. Alright, and the palisades are getting built. So one of the buildings we didn't mess with that I probably should have earlier was, what were you under? There was like a work camp thing. Yeah, the work camp. Gotcha. So my assumption of how this work camp would have worked is instead of me having to sit there and manually be like, flag these for cutting down, flag those for cutting down, I would be able to build the work camp. We'll just say there, and then I'd be able to say, okay, go to that area, and then just start clearing it out and all that. No problem, Infinity Simplex. Are you cleaning up the bodies of our fallen? Yeah, there you go. Doing a good job there. Just, you know, working getting them all out of here before the next mass casualty event occurs. How's the graveyard doing? So we're 62 out of 168. We do have another graveyard queued to be built, but you know, we'll have to get there. There's got to be... I wonder how you deal with this long term with the graves. Like, is there a period of time before then it's like, okay, you can bury the new person there? Or if like later on we'll get something where we can like cremate the bodies, we could say, okay, exhume these, start cremating everyone. Because inevitably you'd run out of stuff otherwise. We're actually... So we picked up about 50 colonists, 50 villagers since the attack. So we gained about 50 people in a year. Which does mean we do have more time till we recover. But at least it does mean we can do it. Do I have to manually close you? Thank goodness I don't have to manually close you. Okay, cool. So you can just upgrade the palisades directly into stone so long as you have the materials. Yeah, that's a saw pit. We're not going to worry about upgrading anything we don't need to for right now. Any of these still doing stuff we're upset about? You read? We went through some bad raids. Wasn't some, it was one. But it was like only 39 people. But we went from fighting people running up with like linen shirts and like a tool for a weapon to dudes showing up with armor, shields, and axes and like proper crossbows, and they had one cavalry unit. And so my little people ran up with their pitchforks and all that, and it was pretty bad. Let me put it this way. Those are mine. Those are mine. I don't really know what you're doing right now, but okay, I guess. Oh, just in case you're wondering, her status right now, Indala here, she's dead. Like right here. Right there. She is actively dead right now. In case you're wondering. Yeah, those are my bodies. These are all of mine. Those are all of my bodies, and to keep in mind, we only had about 200 people. And that's with us actively working on cleaning up the corpse piles. We were trading like 5 to 10 to 1 so far as our kills to their kills, because apparently a bunch of people using tools running up to someone with like actual good equipment. Pretty one-sided. So we're working on it. We're working on recovering everything. Why are you damaged? Oh, right, you caught fire. That's fair. So right now I'm trying to get some palisades up to at least slow down the next attack when they come in here. But we're running completely out of wood. And I don't have spare people to get wood. Oh, that's another one to add onto our list. Okay, so let's go to play. And we'll say you have a limit of 200. All the rest of that's fine. For iron, we'll say 100 right now. For flour, we could just honestly just let that cut loose. Okay. Just setting quotas on as many as we can so that the moment something tops off, they scare things. Let's see, Indala was just impatient to get to the graveyard. Couldn't lie around idle, so she got up, that's all. Yeah, it's fair. It's just a funny bug. Alright, more villagers, we're getting there. Can you upgrade the square? You can. And actually would be able to. And improve the desirability of the area even more. Workers have nothing in range. Go ahead and upgrade that building. Let's see here. Nothing I care about. Yeah, because I'll upgrade that. Alright. Because my hope is that building will let me, like, guarantee myself a certain number of people for wood cutting and all that. So I could turn around and be like, okay, you deal with that. Okay, you other deal with that. Technically, we did have 3 archers survive the fight. Because they had 1 attack from here that I sent my, like, 5 or 6 military people at, and they held their ground and 3 survivors. And the entire rest of my town swarmed down here, and ultimately, the archers did come down to assist once they finished their stuff, but yeah. Alright. Crops are just being lost to all these stupid deer. Because there's no hunter keeping the deer population suppressed anymore. And while I can move a lot of things for free, farms are not one of those ones you can move, because you gotta, like, work the dirt and everything. So they kind of just are a problem. Yeah, so you'd need clay, brick, and money to upgrade that. If we do get the 1,000 gold, I'll upgrade that just because. $123 people graduated. Okay, so gonna call some BS on this, because we clearly haven't lost like more than 60 people, and we already just had like 123 people graduated, which I don't know how you do the math where you get like 120 something plus 120 something and only come up with 183. So I don't know how it's deciding what goes on here and what that, especially since there's apparently not a teacher there right now. Whatever. It's fine. It still means our people got the big smarts, and as they get the big smarts, they do a better job. That's weird. We'll set it to 200. Okay. So set you. So I don't really understand. So we set the work area. Workers unable to work. Work area is empty. There are no stones in range to work this camp. This building has no room for workers. I assure you a lot of those are a lie. Mature trees only. Okay. I'm just going to leave it and see if it sorts itself out once it gets workers. 183 people are just teaching themselves. The other 57 were bullies who didn't learn anything, lacking teachers. Ah, okay. It's good to know our town is full of bullies. They're still clearing up all the bodies. Oh, that's also good. They were wearing winter wear when we last checked. It's good that they changed into their summer wear. I wouldn't want them to get overheated. I love those silly, like, it's not a bug, but it's just like a weird thing. It's like, you know what? It makes sense because they just probably update all of the stuff there. Yeah, so in the future, the Forester's Camp is going to be important. That'll be another one, because that'll make managing the trees better, because it just seems like as long as I've got some workers on that, those problems should take care of them. Let's actually go in here and again choose manual. Knock that down twice. Put you two on there, and now go back to auto. Oh yeah, take the 13 people. Bring them in here. Work area is empty, is what it's warning me. But at the same time, they are both chopping down trees. Now it's warning me there's no stones in range of the camp. That's fine, whatever. So they will both plant and cut down trees. That's how you sustain wood without dealing with a whole lot of drama. But it's not empty. Stop lying. Here, will you stop complaining if I move your radius to include that? Because that's stone. That did satisfy it. It was like, okay, yep, that's stone. We're gonna get attacked by wolves, but we've actually done relatively well in defending ourselves against wolves. Thanks, game. I still have plenty of food, so I guess that's fine. Right, so Weaver got positioned for more people. The granary is full. The good news is our flour mill is still flour milling. Right, so the moment I get the little bit more money... How am I out of firewood again already? I mean, at the moment, the problem is I don't have enough people doing stuff, but they are chopping trees right now. Honestly, I'll open up 6 spots. I'm not going to manually assign them. Just do your best. Alright, so our population is almost fully recovered. We were at like 120, 130 or somewhere in that ballpark, I believe, when the attack came. I think, though, we have a much higher ratio of children than we did the last time, which is one of the things hurting us. But the good news is we only have, what? 4 more here to fully fill that in, 2 more here to fill that in, and then goods production, I'm missing a lot. But it does seem it's being smart and prioritizing things to keep you from dying first. We're going to hold off building more until the other stuff's done as well. So far as anything using wood, that is. This upgrading, I'm down to do that, try and boost everyone's desirability of the houses and all that. Your village is low on laborers. Oh, it's the boar. Oh, the hunter's cabin, I didn't see. Ah, animal traps. Okay. Let's start dealing with these boars before a bunch of people get killed. Okay, and we can go back here. Let them fall back and heal up. Then we'll go after the boar next. Okay. But yeah, so I think the walls and all that would do a lot for us keeping the various animals under control. Okay, so just waiting for you to recover. And they'll probably march out, deal with some of those wolves. Actually, it looks like I'm just gonna have to deal with that. Okay. Just having them run around real fast, take care of the dangerous animals we got in the area. Our firewood is barely being produced. Alright, and retreat back to the garrison. Alright. So with that, they are starting to get the stone and the wood in. I think we'll be okay on the firewood. Food is still holding up alright. Our population is recovering. We are starting to get some of our good production back online, which is a major plus. Cool. They've got the whole group of people. They're getting stone. They're getting wood. That should help. Got a whole bunch of buildings that are paused because we've already got enough stuff. It's winter, so I believe a bunch of our farmers should be reallocated to working on other things. Resources maxed, foods maxed, services maxed. It's just goods and military that we don't have filled in. And then military, I believe I have to manually rehire them. Oh yeah, we have enough. Upgrade this thing. Do I need that? Probably not. But it doesn't cost me wood, and it's an upgrade, so let's do it. All right. But yeah, no, this reminds me of going medieval, and where it's like, okay, I actually do need to put a little bit more focus on that. Now, granted, going medieval, you make trenches and all that. We don't have an equivalent of this that I've seen of any kind. I don't think there's trenches in this. We can put up stone walls and all that. I just need stone, which genuinely means I probably just need a quarry. Alright. The farmers are all getting their fields dealt with. Okay. Yeah, so it actually seems like recovering from a bad loss like that isn't too terrible. The really big question you run into on the other side of it is, with the recovery, will you have enough time to then upscale? We'll have to see what the next raid holds for us, whether it ends up being a thing where we get hit with the next raid and it's you know, as bad as the one before, plus some, or if it's just nowhere near that bad. But yeah, no, it definitely feels like, unlike Banish, where you kind of want to bunch everything together, there is a certain amount of, no, give me a little bit of space so I can put defenses in there as well. Because I'm staring at this going, I'd love to get this enclosed. There's just not a way without deleting half the city there. Which maybe is what you do in the long run, is you relocate houses and all that. But in the short term, it's like, no, we're just gonna endure it. It's fine. We're knocking down the deer population again. You've got some stuff, which is nice, but still. Okay, for you, it's candles holding you back mostly. And that's just because we're not making candles right now because our population got decimated. all the blinking exclamation marks at the top of the screen. All of them being like, yeah, everything's fine, don't worry about it. It's cool. There's nothing to worry about here. As far as what we're streaming tomorrow, I haven't decided yet. It might be RimWorld, it might be Farm Sim. We'll see whether or not we do another day of this. I can go either way on that. Like, I'm enjoying it. People seem to be hanging out, having a good time with it. That's an interesting plaza. Large paved one. So I believe that's increased the desirability there nearby. Interestingly enough, these are also upgradable for a fee. Yeah, it also looks like we want spaces here to upgrade desirability of an area as well. I feel like that's one of those things that's going to come with playing this game, is realizing it's like, okay, you have your building, give yourself this much space around it. You know, make room for these kind of things. All that. That'll just come from playing the game. We do still have the poll going on the Discord as well. In our polls channel that I'm basically asking people to weigh in. That's actually what led us to playing this today, is I have it on the poll, and this is what people voted for the most. So if you like it, you know, cool. Keep voting to make it happen more. If it's like, nah, this is really not my jam, cool. Go in and vote for something else. But some of the other games they have pretty high up there is they have Big Ambitions is up there, which is a like serial entrepreneur tycoon-esque game. It's pretty fun. We've got Oxygen Not Included is way up there. I always keep forgetting the name of it because I haven't played it yet. What is your name? Astromedica has got a pretty high vote up there. The Long Dark has a pretty high vote going on. So yeah, just basically trying to get people to weigh in, give me feedback, because it's much easier to make informed decisions with information. Kind of how that works. Going just a bit longer though, before we hit the end of the stream and all that. But we'll see. It'll really kind of depend what I'm in the mood for tomorrow. But I've had fun with this. I can see myself playing this off stream, because this does feel like the kind of game that I would refer to as, I jokingly call them, ant farm games, which are types of games where you set down a bunch of stuff, let the game run for like 15, 20, 30 minutes, then you do a bunch of other things and do that, and it's, you know, I find that very helpful for me when I'm working on other things, that, you know, I can work for like 15, 20, 30 minute block, poke at the game a little bit, do that, sort of get myself an unofficial Pomodoro method, where you do the little bounce back and forth between the work and the play, because that can be very helpful for people with ADHD. Give yourself that little dopamine hit from doing what you want to be doing, and then immediately pivot over to the thing you need to be doing, so that while that dopamine is still in effect, focus on your tasks. No, it's switching that down to there. Still says work area empty. Turning it back up. There are no stones in range. Maybe it's saying it's empty because they're all planting the trees. Oh no, you're chopping them too. Okay, it sorted itself out. Yeah, so the work camps, like, I definitely learned a lot of lessons from this. I guess out of interest, let me do this. I don't normally do this. What are we doing tomorrow? This is not going to be a thing that's going to be, like, locked in kind of thing. I'm just trying to get a feeling for what people might want tomorrow. And what we have. Farthest. I can't put the whole name. Farthest Frontier. Oh no, I can put the whole thing. Farming Simulator 25. And big ambitions. So what I'm gonna do is I'm putting up a poll. This is not gonna be like locked in. Whatever wins means we are playing that tomorrow. I'm just trying to gauge interest real fast and see if, like, there is one that people specifically would like to see more than the others. For Rimworld to be continuing the colony that we started yesterday. Oxygen Not Included would be a brand new run of the new DLC. Farthest Frontier, we could go either way. Like, I could start fresh with the newfound knowledge, or we could continue this one if we do that. Farming Simulator would continue our Survivor Man challenge, and Big Ambitions. I figure we would do a new run. Because they've added, like, manufacturing, which is sort of Factorio-esque, and gyms and all sorts of stuff. So far as, like, you run the gym, not that you work out it, because the working out the gym was already a thing there. But yeah, it's just trying to gauge interest. So if you do not see the poll, refresh your browser so you can see the poll. You know, obviously, if I only have, like, 3 or 4 votes on it, then that doesn't do me any good. I just chuck the results, because it's just not enough to do anything with it. And I understand people are like, I want to vote for 5. Yell at Twitch. They really need to give us a little toggle we can do. Say, hey, you can choose multiple options. But I normally don't do this because I also realize a lot of people by this hour are going full zombie mode. That they're basically falling asleep to it and all that. Do we have the bodies picked up yet? Nope. We're working on it. Little by little, we're getting those bodies cleaned up. And a lot of these red icons are almost all gone. So that's good as well. We've definitely recovered our full population. That said, things aren't quite stabilized yet. But we'll get there. And I've already got queued for taking apart all the stone things, that's fine. Yeah, I wish it was clearer, like, how much of a difference that makes. We also got even more villagers working here. How are we doing? So we only need 6 more people for our goods, and then all jobs are refilled. Oni seems to be winning? Yeah, now the only thing is right now we're looking at 5 votes so far, so that's unfortunately... That's well below, like, even normal lurkerness of Twitch, because normal lurkerness is like 70 to 80%. So having only 6 or 7 votes, you know, falls short of that. But like I said, we're getting to that hour that a lot of people are starting to, you know, wind down, fall asleep. Part of the reason why I don't normally do this. But it's just kind of like, you know what? I haven't done it before. Let's chuck it in there. But that does mean, if you're someone who does have a game you're specifically interested in, it'd be a pretty easy vote to snipe. It's looking like Farm Sim and Oxygen Not Included are the ones starting to build up the numbers. You're not voting either, you're so inactive. Let me snooze that. It's like trying to be like, hey, let's get an ad going. Let's kick that ad down the can a little longer. Stop trying to tell me the ad is coming. I snoozed it. You're not so active when you're here? No, that's fine. Like, and I get that stance as well. Like, people are like, oh yeah, well, I'm not really going to be paying attention, so, or you know, some people just genuinely don't care. Anyway, Jaguar, how's it going? Oh, we're just saying good night. Sorry, I've got like this giant pole taking up like half my screen because I'm watching it too carefully. Oh, you're about to go sleep. Yeah, you sleep well, White Jaguar. Thank you, good. I had to like get the pole out of the way so I could see. I'll get to see the results. Impending blizzard. No problem. You've been in lurk mode. Oh yeah, no, most people are. Like that is like one of the things around this hour of the night, anyways. Is it is a much higher lurk time of day for like streaming and all that. It's very, very lurk heavy, which is fine. Like that's not a negative in any way to me. Okay. So what do you need to upgrade? You need a little bit more desirability and candles. And there's the candle shop. So we do have our candles happening. So we might start seeing some of these houses in here upgrade. What do you cost to upgrade? Oh, that's not bad. Yeah, so it's looking like mostly it's a lack of candles that's preventing from getting more of these houses upgraded. And a lack of desirability, but we are actively improving the desirability right now. And part of the reason that's good, if we look at these bigger houses, they can handle 6 people, versus those ones can only handle 5. We probably don't have any of the little houses over here. But the little houses, which we have like over here, can only handle 4. And you're just lacking on desirability, and honestly, not that much. So let's go over here and add a decoration or 2. It should be all it requires to get us higher up. So that's brick. Stone, 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 stone. It's probably fine. Ah, that doesn't really help very far. Amenities. We already have a healer's place. We already have a school. We already have that. I don't think we put those here. We could put the shrine over here. Yeah, and that would upgrade all of them by about 5. Let's go take stone I don't have. We'll try and get that going, because if that upgrades all of those, these houses upgrade, we're going to shoot up the amount of people we can have by like 12 or so. We've got our wood coming in, we've got our firewood, so that's all good news. A lot of those should shut off after they get enough materials in, so we don't have to worry too much about that. Storage is full in the smokehouse. That's fine. Okay. Only 3 more people needed until all of my construction jobs are all in there. At that point, we should be able to start trying to fill out our military again. We'll keep trying to get our defenses and all that built up. We'll still need the general laborers. I do basically need more people for the amount of stuff I've got going on. And I'm trying to do it mostly by upgrading our buildings for the moment, instead of just building billion houses that are going to put more strain on everything, but not really give me more people. So my hope is when we get this shrine built, that'll boost all these up to get them going. It's also those things I might need to just put more decorations. I don't think about that much usually playing these kinds of games typically, but it does seem like it genuinely matters in this one. So I'm slowly building up all the decor in the area. And you're missing upgraded houses, we're getting close, and just raw population. And then just having a bunch of materials. Which, weirdly enough, it's not showing all these... Oh, actually. So yeah, let's go to the clay place again. Because I had limited you. We can limit you much higher than that. Because I'll need 300 of those to upgrade the other thing. Which won't matter, we already have someone working there. The building is overrun by rodents. Get a rat catcher to clear them out. Cool. Okay, so we need a rat catcher to deal with rodents. Cool, another house is upgrading. So we're getting another homestead. So I'll put us down, what, 3 from? No, 5 from. And those are just waiting at... A villager has died from old age. Lucky you. I wonder how many work camps you'd want to do to make it make sense. Okay, so that southern defense wall is fully built. We do have all these queued up to still be torn down. It's just not happening in a timely manner. New traveling merchant has arrived. You do have a bunch of candles, but I don't have anything to give you in exchange, really. Not at the moment. Okay, we do have a raid approaching. Looks like 2 of them are probably going to convene on the same spot. So let's grab what military I have. And try that again. I don't have much military. So this is the moment of truth. Does it keep the attack scaled the way they have been? Or will the attack be a bit less because we did take pretty bad losses and all that? If it is just like literally the same size or bigger, that's going to be really rough. Dysenteria, it's literally a randomly generated name too. Okay, that is a mix of some of the top... No, it's looking like it might be just as bad as the last attack. Alright, so grab everyone. Get them all down here. Trying to grab everyone we can. I'm hoping what we can do is when they go for the door, and they punch a hole in it, that we can kind of just bog down whoever is the first one to step through the door kind of thing. Alright, so let's get everyone down here. Oh, well, we got a hole in our wall. Well. Oh no, you two keep on those targets. All of you over here. You go for that thief. All of you, try your best to assist the archers. Did it make raids hard? You played this maybe 6 months ago. You don't remember being able to control all the citizens? I mean, the last raid basically wiped out a whole lot of our people. So far, we seem to be doing a lot better on this one. I think having a whole mess of proper archers helps. No, all you ones going after the shield guy, go after their archers. And all of you, pile in on that. I think they're gonna take out my archers. Still, this is already going way better than our last fight. Alright, so there's not any advantage of me staying behind the wall anymore. Then again, you think you overcommitted on the defense because your gold income was very low? Come on. I'd like to finish this fight before... Oh, well, that's actually a lot. Alright, so it's going to rack up a much higher body count at this stage. So as you can see, the moment I'm tangling in with proper fighters, and I don't have like actual military units, they did just quickly go through about 30 of my people. But we did send them packing. So this time the raid was nowhere near as rough as the last one. It did cost us about 30 people. But once they get to the point of them actually having armor and proper weapons and shields, your regular little villagers are pretty awful. enjoying nature with all your dead bodies nearby. But still, that definitely went better than the last time. The big negative still being, yeah, so we got raided, 37 enemies, we killed 23 of them, we lost 44 villagers, and they did destroy one of the towns, one of the buildings. So it's still way better, because the one we lost like 130, it was really awful. But with that said, we are going to be wrapping up here, because it is past the time that I normally wrap up. But don't go anywhere, because we are going to raid someone. If you're watching over on YouTube, that is not the case, because YouTube, I don't have enough subscribers to host yet. So let me go ahead and end the YouTube stream. And for those over here on Twitch, if you have enjoyed tonight's content, you're not already following the channel, don't forget to drop a follow. That way you can find your way back here in the future.